Welcome everyone to yet another weekend at game night here in Columbia, Tennessee for our wonderful RCQ to qualify for either Hartford, Connecticut or Minneapolis. And here I'm joined by the owner of Game Night, Steven.
Hey everyone.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, James?
Good. I'm doing wonderful. Here to watch the people battle it out again. And
appreciate you coming back to help with casting. We've gotten a lot of compliments. Actually, I was just outside in the front, and I got like 3 compliments from 3 people specifically about your commentary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like doing it, and if people like me doing it, then I'm happy to be here. So yeah, anything you want to plug and tell people about?
So first and foremost, I just want to thank the entire community. We're not able to host tournaments like this without you guys. This is something that is very near and dear to my heart as a player, and especially now as the owner. I want to make sure that we're bringing high level quality tournaments with appropriate price structure to every event. So with that being said, you probably already know, if you're familiar with Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee, that our schedule is jam-packed. We have everything up on our schedule between now and the end of March. That's on our website, GameNightTN.com. You can also find us on Facebook at Game Night-Columbia. And so my suggestion would be keep an eye out on that. We're getting ready to plan out all of Q2 as well, and it will be just as jam-packed with high-end tournaments, quality tournaments, things that you would, we all love and know. Like we're going to be doing team trios again. It'll be Legacy, Standard, and Pauper, just like we did last time. That seemed to be a very good mix.
I'm super excited to play in that too.
Yep, I think that's coming up in March. We have another CEDH tournament coming up the 22nd of this month. We have, I'm just naming off a few things that come to my mind, but we also have other ideas as far as things for Q2 that might be outside of the realm of Magic, but I would definitely keep an eye on it. Lorcana.
Ooh, all of our Disney fans out there.
Let's see, what else? Oh, I do want to plug our Vintage Cube Invitational Qualifier. This is a proxy vintage cube. This is going off of LSV's list with some minor tweaks, I believe. And it's an invitational qualifier. We do this once a month. I believe ours is coming up in a couple of weeks. Just check the calendar on Game Night TN.
The 18th?
The 18th, that's right. Yep. So the idea is we're going to take each winner from one of these IQs, and then you get the invite to the Game Night Cube Invitational, where all of the money, most of the money that has been put in during the invitational qualifiers are going to be used in the prize pool, which is just going to be a cash prize pool for all the players that qualify for the invitational. Invite only. So your prize is you get the queue, but if you get that queue,
then you can start playing for some money.
You're playing for some pretty heavy money at the end of the year.
Beautiful. Right? I know I love some vintage cube action. I hope you'll probably find me at this next qualifier.
Good. I'd love to have you there, man.
Yeah, I can say I know I for all my friends I draft whenever vintage cube is out on Magic Online. I will sit there and stream it till the cows come home. Yep. I sit there and stream a lot of vintage cube for my friends. So yeah. I would love to get to play in that. Anything else you got for us?
Nothing in particular. I've been getting a lot of these interviews lately because we've been streaming like mad. And I guess I would just say be on the lookout for more content like this, more streams. More pack openings, box rips, etc. Let's see. Also, man, let me shout out my team. Where's this? Evan, Trace, Kyle, LeMay, Reno, our sorting machine, Jake, and Shady. Like, you guys kill it. I can't do any of this without y'all. We're a team, and you guys are family to me, so I appreciate everything. And Austin Walker, great judge. He's judged almost all of our tournaments, and we've never had a problem. So he's out there doing the players meeting right now, wrangling the cats. It's a beautiful thing. I love to see it all come together, and it comes together nicely. And these are my favorite. I wait all week for days like this.
Yeah, so you can come have all your favorite. Come see your favorite people.
The competitive play is just my thing, man.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, you do have a great team here. I can attest to this as well. I'm always happy to come by and get to be around everyone. So it should be a good day.
Yeah,
Cool.
appreciate it, man.
Well, thank you, Steven. I appreciate you coming in and chatting with us for a minute. And looks like we'll probably get some standard action here happening very shortly. So we'll be right back.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Welcome to round one of this RCQ here in game night in Columbia, Tennessee. We have got Scott Kennedy on your right on Boros Mice and Dylan McDermott on Demir Pixie. And it looks like Scott is going to be on the play, which is, I imagine, exactly where this Boros Mice deck wants to be. And anybody we have in chat that wants to vote on who you think is going to be victorious in this match, go ahead and vote in stream. That would be great.
Yep, you can vote left or right to who you think is going to win today's match. We'll keep that open for just a moment. But it looks like on the left-hand side, we have a Storm Chaser's talent from the Demir Pixie player.
Looks like Scott's got the game started off with a Heartfire hero. His turn.
So we got the otters versus the mice.
Which animal's gonna be better?
You know, it's gonna really be difficult because I love otters, but we saw that last week that Boros Mice just does not play around.
No, it does not. Well, also, I mean, we had our champion last week was playing some otters.
Very true.
Our Esper Pixie player Jay Taubman last week got there with Esper Pixie. I think some players in the room took note of that, and I think we have a couple more actually this week.
Do you think we're gonna have more Esper, or do you think people are gonna stick with Demir?
Well, let's see. I've got some lists available.
We have the knowledge.
We have the knowledge. Got 1, 2.
While Hip was looking through those, looks like we did have a Flood Prince Drowner from the Demir Pixie player who had tapped down the Heartfire hero.
Alright, it looks like we've still got more Demir this time. I think we have 4. I think it's 4 Demir players.
Alright, we had a Monastery Swift Spear being thrown at Mr. McDermott, and it looks like they're going to Monstrous Rage. Trying to get in there for a lot of damage. We get that buff plus the Prowess trigger. So I believe that's 3, 4, 5 damage total.
Yeah, 1, 2, so 1 on itself. The Prowess triggers for 2. The Monstrous Rage itself is 3, 4, and then the roll it gives it is a 5.
Yes.
Looks like Scott's got a pretty blistering start here. It's pretty good to start off like this.
So he is down a Heartfire hero. It did not stop him at all to get in for that damage.
No.
But I do see that Dylan drew a cut down for the turn that could help him out in this battle of
it's gonna be pretty good.
It's
gonna be pretty good against the Swift Spear. It's gonna cleanly answer that even with a current spell on the stack. Sorry, with a spell on the stack, it'll kill it. So, all right, looks like Dylan's gonna get in there with that Otter token and that Flood Pits Drowner.
At least get that 1 point of damage in.
Get that 2 points or 3 points of damage. This is Vigilance.
That's right. I forgot the Flood Pits Drowner.
Yeah, the Flood Pits Drowner has Vigilance.
Crazy. Then we
card
have...
is quite good. All right, looks like we have a Fear of Isolation, and that's gonna bounce back that Storm Chaser's talent back to the hand. Yeah, Boros Mike.
Boros Mike.
Yeah, so Scott's choosing to go for a little more aggressive in his option for Boros or for his Boros deck. It's not just playing the mice package. Obviously, as you can see, we've opted for some copies of like Monastery Swift Spear, and we'll have some copies of Slick Shot Show Off in the deck as well.
Yes, I do see here that he is playing more things like Boros Charm. He's playing Screaming Nemesis as per usual, but also more protection pieces like Sheltered by Ghosts. We've also got some Burst Lightnings as well, which I think are pretty standard. But choosing to go the Slick Shot Show Off and the more the burn package seems to be an interesting choice.
Yeah, so we can do that with copies of like Shard Mage's Rescue, Slick Shot Show Off, to go with like the Slick Shot Show Off to protect your cards a little bit more, as like with the Boros Charm stuff too. Works out nicely.
And then on Dylan's side, we have, it looks like the pretty standard Demir Pixie list. You've got your cut downs, you've got your This Town, you've got Go for the Throats, Fear of Isolation, Storm Chasers, Hopeless Nightmare, just the pretty natural, pretty normal stuff for the Dimir Pixie side.
Yep. Looks like that is a Manifold Mouse here. We're going to target that Heartfire hero, and I assume we're going to see a cut down come off of Dylan's side to kill this mouse. So we'll have Mises. We'll deal 1 damage with that Heartfire hero here. So when it dies, it deals its damage to its power.
Oof.
Pretty good. A couple things in the deck that does it. Also, the Screaming Nemesis. Whenever it's dealt, it's dealt damage, it'll deal that much damage.
And
so
it takes away
good.
Gaining the life, which Dimir Pixie doesn't necessarily do. But it's
Dylan just picked up a Nowhere to Run. That's gonna be a pretty big game here. Actually, that means that either one of these creatures he doesn't want to be there, they're not going to be there.
Not for long.
No, I think we're probably going to get with that Storm Chaser's talent and follow it up with a Nowhere to Run for extra points of prowess, if you will, off of this for this Otter.
Do you think we'll see Ottertron again?
It's possible. Let's see what the remainder of there is another Storm Chaser's talent in the hand, so it's possible we could see Ottertron next turn.
Ottertron. Always love seeing Ottertron. Those little 1/1 otters, they can go pretty big. Boros Mike must be stopped.
He's just so oppressive.
Swinging in with that Fear of Isolation, getting in that chip damage where he can.
I think we're gonna get in with the squad here. We're gonna shove team here.
Swinging it sideways.
Let's see if Dylan wants to do anything before damage, or he's just gonna let this cross as is. Currently, we're coming across for 6.
That is quite a lot. It's halfway there, living on a prayer. But
whoa.
Depending on what Scott has in his hand, this could either be...
I do know that there's a Shelter by Ghost in Scott's hand, which can cleanly answer these Otter tokens.
Yes.
Without fear of anything going wrong other than the fear of isolation. Ha 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 ha.
And we do see that Nowhere to Run that is going to grab that Manifold Mouse, which is going to give the Altar prowess and get some more of that damage.
Yep. Pretty good here. And looks like that's going to be it for Dylan here. I'll pass the turn back to Scott.
Card for the turn is... Couldn't see what it was. Jace's daddy saying, Pixie kind of goofed this attack step.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity where you just don't allow blocks to occur.
Yes.
I think, and that's just where you can get in more points there. Potentially.
Looks like we're gonna go with that Shelter by Ghost on the Monastery Swiftspear.
It's gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be pretty good here. So we just get to cleanly answer tokens here, and we get a nice attack in here and buff our life total a little bit. So we've got a 3-power creature coming across because we've got, 4-power creature coming across. We've got a prowess trigger. It already had the 1 power attached to it from the roll. So before 4 coming across here. So put Scott back up to 15, and it should put Dylan down to 9. I think there was a point of damage missed on Dylan's side, but Scott did gain the, or no, they four points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it is only 4. My apologies. Only 4.
Math is hard.
Math is hard.
Math is also for blockers.
Yes, math is hard for blockers.
And we're not blockers. We're just commentators.
That's right.
So I did see that Dylan has the Kaido, which is going to be really huge.
Mm-hmm.
Huge fan. Kaido.
Yeah, Kaido's is quite a powerful card. I know this card got to shine during, I believe it was Worlds this year.
Mm-hmm.
In the hands of Kai Buddha. It gave its stamp on the format. It was pretty strong showing that weekend for that card. And then it's just continued to run rampant in Standard. It's done really well in these Dimir tempo style decks.
Looks like we're going to bounce the Fear of Isolation to put in that Kaido.
Yep, that appears to be what's going on here.
Taking a lot more damage. And we will see what mode we're going to do on Kaido. If I had to guess, we'll probably Surveil.
No, I think they're going to go for an attempt to stun that creature. And we're going to pay for the 1 for the ward.
Ah.
Keep that Swift Spear tap for the remainder of a couple turns, and we'll be able to come across for a good and healthy chunk of damage with the couple Otter tokens.
Nope, doesn't look like we did either.
Along with the Kaito as well, because it can attack. Because it turns itself into a creature on your turn.
Ward doesn't trigger. That's right, because of nowhere to run.
Ah, yes. But Scott knows how all of his stuff works, and he can still call a war trigger, and if his opponent wants to pay for the war trigger, they certainly can.
Absolutely.
They just pointed it out and said that's how that works. So yeah, so you can still call a war trigger.
And while they're calling a judge, they move the tablet to where we can't see their life totals anymore. So I'm going to go fix that real quick.
Cool, thank you. Magic is complicated, folks. We all make mistakes. Heck, I can't even get through combat on a game that I'm not even playing. So, yeah, our folks down here battling hard for the day. It's going to be a long day. Folks are going to make mistakes. Looks like we've got Austin over here taking care of the situation. Sure, he'll have that resolved nice and quickly for us. Austin's great. He's a great judge. Judges most of our events down here at Game Night in Columbia. Looks like we're back up to the point because no information has been gained or changed because of this.
That is correct. Just kind of listening through the door. It looks like we're just going to reverse the state of play.
Yeah.
Untap things. Just make sure that the game state is where it needs to be.
Correct. Cool. Looks like players are going to probably resume play now.
Yep, just Austin bumping into the table, giving the players a little shake.
Shake it up.
And remember, guys, judges are there to help you out in situations like this.
This is true. You say our great judge here, Austin. He's fantastic.
He's also really friendly. Like when situations like this, like I just kind of forgot. It's not really a big deal. He does his best to make sure that our players have a good understanding of what they've done, what they can do to fix it, and it's just very pleasant to work with overall.
Yeah, I hope if I read the whole entire card of Nowhere to Run. That bottom last line of text says Ward does not trigger. Specifically, it says Ward does not trigger.
Very important. Scott getting in there with that Screaming Nemesis
yes.
is going to destroy that Kaido.
Yeah, get the Kaido out of here.
But we do have 2 otters.
I learn something new every day. Now I learned how Nowhere to Run works.
I know it, and I love it, and I feel it in my heart. We might see Ottertron.
Depends.
I do see that there is a second Kaido.
Well, here's the thing: is that one of these otters might get in there, doesn't block, a Kaido comes in, and then we still don't, and then we play a Storm Chasers post combat. We still don't only have 2. Still only will have to see. Here it is. Here comes across. Here's the Kaido.
I mean, I can forgive this. We're replacing an attacker with an even better attacker.
Yes, it is. It's pretty beefy.
These otters just turn into ninjas sometimes, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's put Scott down to 6. We're gonna tick down and keep that Screaming Nemesis tapped.
Or is that just something you just don't want to get out of hand?
Yeah, you just don't want that card to ever see combat at all. Basically, makes blocking a nightmare. Honestly.
Well, I would say a Hopeless Nightmare, but we haven't seen those yet.
No, we've not seen a Hopeless Nightmare yet.
But we are going to return that Nowhere to Run to hand with the Fear of Isolation.
We sure are. Fear of Isolation. Pretty good card.
I had my doubts when it was first spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
I read the card and I was like, it's alright.
The fact that it's a cast trigger is pretty big.
Yes.
That's a pretty big game.
That was the thing that I missed, is that it was a cast trigger and not an ETB trigger.
Yep. Sometimes you want them to be Enter the Battlefield trigger, sometimes you want them to be cast triggers.
And that one's especially beneficial for being a cast trigger.
Correct. Correct. That's why cards like talking effects like Ghostly Flicker are not quite good in this deck. Whereas normally like a card like that would have that ability attached onto it as an enter the battlefield trigger. But it being a cast trigger here is pretty huge because that makes your it really turns on your this town big enough.
Absolutely. You know what format plays like Ghostly Flicker and a lot of other Flicker effects?
Is it
Pauper?
Is it Pauper? Oh yeah, because I host a Pauper podcast.
The Common Grounds MTG podcast available on all major streaming platforms,
That's
featuring
right.
my co-host James Hippo Hieronymus.
And I am joined as every week by my wonderful co-hosts on the podcast, Thomas Gunn and Cameron Schindler. We have an episode that comes out to you every Thursday, going back deep in depth on all things Pauper.
Looks like this looks like a second Screaming Nemesis has to the battlefield.
That's big game.
Looks like we are going to
We're going to get in. We're going to block there.
I don't know if that's the right call. I think with such the minimal damage that's coming in,
This would put him to 7 because I think this is actually lethal on the crackback if you don't block.
right?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or this is 6 actually. So if you just didn't block here, this is lethal.
Looks like
We're attacking the Kaito. Okay.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
And we're going to still go deal the damage to the Kaito with blocking there. I think you just leave the Fear of Isolation there, and then we still have the Kaito would still be gone, or the Kaito still wouldn't even be gone. Or no, you still have that there. You still have the Fear of Isolation at least able to attack this turn instead of losing 2 things here.
It does look like that he got a Flood Pit's Drown.
That's a good game. Big game here.
However, we do have the Monastery Swift Spear and the Screaming Nemesis untapping, so
yeah, the lifelink on this the Swift Spear is gonna be pretty big this turn.
really going to push.
We do know that Dylan does have the nowhere to run, so that is still a thing on Scott's mind, I'm sure.
But it really does push the bar into Scott's favor. Looks like we are going to deploy the Flood Pit's Drowner, trying to tap down the Screaming Nemesis. But I feel like we have a Shard Mage's Rescue.
We do.
Going to try and save that Screaming Nemesis.
Let's see if Dylan wants to fire off this nowhere to run here.
I'm thinking
Because there's still a prowess trigger on the stack as well. Like, which one would you like to kill? Would you like to kill the Swift Spear, or would you like to kill the Screaming Nemesis? Probably the Screaming Nemesis. It makes your spell look bad.
Yeah.
Make sure your Shard Mage's Rescue look less impressive. Ah, yes, you are correct.
But it looks like they opted for the Screaming Nemesis. I mean, to be fair, a Screaming Nemesis does look visually more threatening than a Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah, but the life gain here is gonna be pretty big game on that Swift Spear. Probably gonna put Scott back in this game a little bit if I had to guess.
And on top of that, we have 2 more cards in Scott's hand, whereas Dylan McDermott is completely hellbent.
That is also true. See how Scott wants to take advantage of the turn here. I'm gonna bash in the red zone. That Swift Spear. Currently, that Swift Spear sitting at 1 power on base, 1 power from the roll, 1 power from the Shelter by Ghost, and then 1 power from the trigger. We got 4 coming across.
Swap in life totals. And second main, we're gonna have a.
Is that a Manifold Mouse? It's a Manifold Mouse.
Yeah. Card drawn for the turn. Looks like either a Flood Pit's Drowner or it's going to be a Fear of Isolation. No, I was both wrong. It was a Spyglass Siren. And get that map token. So I guess if you're in this position on Dylan's side, I think you're just on blocking duty.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Gonna go ahead and crack that map. Thinking about where to place it and putting it on the Spyglass Siren. Kind of just buff up the board a little bit. We did get a land, so not gonna buff that Spyglass Siren. Just going to get some of those lands off the top of the library.
All right, let's see. Back to Scott on this turn. Shuffling the cards around, trying to think about how to best take advantage of our turn here. We've got a Battlefield Forge. One card left in hand. He's thinking pretty hard about this one.
I mean, we've already got Pans on the Swift Sphere. We're already kind of gaining life, so we're gaining leverage.
Let's see what Scott is going to...
Looks like another Manifold map. And we're going to pay for the Offspring.
We're going to buff it, I think. Or no, I guess you're correct. There's a Rock Face Village. I'm not sure if he's buffing it this turn or what.
We shall see. If we see a token come out...
Pretty sure, because he's paid the 2 mana, it's paying into the Rock Face Village. I think. We're going to pick up the cardboard there.
GG's on the game. Did not hit Ottertron in game.
No Ottertron game. That might have been why there wasn't a W there. If we had Ottertron, it would have been so impressive. Scott would have been like, "All right, you've got 3 otters. I don't think I can win."
My bingo board.
All right, so now these players are going to move to sideboard. Let's see what Dylan's got. Dylan's got 2 Anoint with Affliction, 1 Duress, 1 copy of the End, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Malicious Eclipse, 2 Negate, 1 Get Out, or another Ghost Vacuum. Sorry, 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum. 2 Tishana's Tiebinder, 1 Blot Out, 1 Grixis Command, and 1 Shielder of the Apocalypse. What are we thinking about here?
So, I would think that you would bring in the Anoint with Afflictions, I would bring in the Blot Out, and I think that's it. I don't really think anything else kind of deals with this creature-heavy burn strategy. Malicious Eclipse is kind of giving me just a brain fart because I don't necessarily know what it does. I would bring in more things to deal with creatures.
Let's get a Gatherer search on Malicious Eclipse here so I can be familiar with what it does as well. All right, it's just a Wrath for all -2/-2, so you probably want to bring this one in as well. Yeah, I agree with. I like Grixis Command. I like Shieldred. I like the removal spells like Anoint with Affliction and the copy of Blot Out. Yeah, it all seems pretty good to me.
Then on Scott's side, we've got 3 Lithomatic Barrage, 2 Boros Charms, 2 Witchstalker Frenzy, 1 Exercise, 4 Destroy Evil, and 3 Sunspine Links.
I like the copies of Sunspine Links.
Yes.
Those seem very good against the deck with lots of non-basics. Just going to dome the opponent. Lithomantic Barrage is a card that's probably be pretty good here. It kills lots of these like X1s basically from the...
Boros Charm would be good here.
Yeah.
Especially if you're swinging in big with like a Monastery Swift Spear, just giving that double strike would be absolutely monstrous.
The only thing it is not really doing is it's not its best. I don't think it's its best here. It's really you're really trying to use that card as like a protection spell, and it's not great in protecting anything here because all this is like you're really using these nowhere to runs as like your removal spell of choice.
Right, and then we also have the Witchstalker Frenzy.
You could use that in conjunction with the Screaming Nemesis if you wanted to kind of eat some cheesy and dome you a little bit. I think I like 4 copies of Destroy Evil and the 3 copies of Sunspine Links here, I think.
Destroy Evil specifically to get rid of like the nowhere to runs, to get rid of the Stormchaser's talents, the Hopeless Nightmare, just stopping down that engine.
Also, it kills a Kaido.
It does kill a Kaido.
It's an X4, so it does remove a Kaido.
Yes, because
isn't Kaido hexproof? It's hexproof on your turn.
Hexproof on the player's turn, and it's not a creature on the player's turn.
It does not destroy that. I apologize.
Technically, it could, but it can't.
It's not going to. That's where the shelter by ghosts are going to come into play.
If the stars align correctly, it might. But you have to do a lot of work.
I don't think there's any way for that to work on Scott's side. But yeah, I do like the 4 copies of Destroy Evil and the copies of Sunspine Links. I think those are going to work pretty nicely for him.
I will say this. We are in game 2, Trader, of round 1. Scott is up a game.
Yep, Scott took that one down. Going to game 2, just going over some sideboard options for the players.
Looking over the land base for specifically the Boros Mice, I haven't seen Thran Portal in a bit.
You will have to remind me what that actually does.
So, Thran Portal is a Magic the Gathering card.
I know it's a land. I do know that. I just don't know what it does.
Both of us frantically pulling up Gather and Scryfall, see who can get it first. Thran Portal. I just haven't seen it.
Okay, so it enters tapped unless you control 2 or fewer lands. As it enters, choose a basic land type. It is those in addition to that type. Mana abilities of Thran Portal cost an additional 1 life to activate.
Right. So it is a fast land. It can help you accelerate based on the colors that you have, but it does cost a life.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a pain land, like a Battlefield Forge, but
yeah. Okay. Just giving ourselves maximum mana options.
How much are Scott's biceps worth on the advantage bar? At least +1.
Yeah, Scott, I believe, is a personal trainer.
Personal trainer?
I believe so, yes.
Well then, I know what I'm doing after this match. But it does see that we are in round 2. Dylan played Storm Chaser's Talent into Scott playing a Monastery Swiftspear, getting in for that 1 damage.
Yep. And then, looks like Dylan wants to return the favor and attack in for 1 with that otter.
Get them otter beads.
Like, if we're not blocking, we're attacking.
Math is for blockers. Swing sideways.
Turn cardboard sideways.
Scott himself has 2 +1 counters on himself. 1 for each gun.
That's right. Coming across in that's with Spear. See if Dylan wants to do anything. I think we're just going to take this damage and move on.
Just take the 1.
Yeah, you're taking 1 here. Let's see what he wants to follow it up with. Looks like it might be a follow up with a plot of a Slick Shot here, potentially. Yep, it looks like we're just going to plot a Slick Shot here.
We will save that for later.
Yeah.
Oh,
beautiful.
thank you. Putting it on the life total.
At least we know that what its purpose is.
That's high level coordination right there.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even ask him to do it. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here."
Yep. So next turn we can get a lot of damage output between Swift Spear and Slick Shot Shelf between copies of like Monstrous Rage or Sheltered by Ghosts or things like that. It's pretty strong.
Looks like we are going to deploy the Floodpits Drowner to keep that Monastery Swiftspear tapped down, try to mitigate some kind of damage.
But that's the bonus of being able to plot this this bird here, is that wasn't an option for Dylan to target with the Floodpits Drowner.
Absolutely. And that bird's going to get huge. It's going to get swole, just like Scott.
That's right.
Swinging in with everything, going to get that damage in. Down to 16.
Right. Let's see. Back to Scott. Remove that stun counter. He'll get it back next turn. There is an Enduring Curiosity in Dylan's hand. That could add a lot of extra card advantage going on this board.
I also see a Nowhere to Run and a Shieldred.
Those are also all good cards, I've heard.
Need that 4th land.
Yep, looks like Scott needs did find his 3rd land, so we got that covered. I'm gonna say 3rd and 4th land. That plane's there too.
I think if you're on Scott's side, you just show Dylan this cool bird and make it swole.
Let's see how Scott wants to go. Nope, just gonna do a little pass. Play a little more of a reactive game here. This does make some of it makes some of Dylan's plays look a little more awkward.
Thank you, Rock Boy. Thanks for following.
Appreciate your follow. So we're gonna this town.
This town ain't big enough for the 2 of us.
All right, we're gonna this town targeting our Storm Chaser's Talent and Scott's Monastery Swiftspear. And Monastery Swiftspear. What a heck of a red card.
Amazing that it's just back in standard.
Yeah, I kind of forget about it sometimes. It's like, oh, yeah, the card is a legal card. You can't play. I am also like, there's so many cards that were printed in Foundations, and I'm like, oh, that's a card that they put in Foundations? I did not know.
Like Whitleaf Liege? Like when I saw that, I was like, what?
Same. I also
had
that. I had that reaction about 1 week before. Oh, nice. Thank you, Michael, for coming in and joining us. Oh, it might be. You could be right. That Malicious Eclipse instead of the Shieldred.
That's the one card that we didn't necessarily know what it was. Mr. Michael Full gracing us with his presence in chat.
He had a good couple weeks, didn't he?
He sure did. We were rooting for him all the way.
Right.
That Burst Lightning's going to take out that Flood Pitch Drowner. And we're going to get in with that one Otter.
Yep.
2 damage. Prowess Trigger.
Beautiful. Let's see. Scott wants to do anything else on the end of turn. Nope, we're just going to go pass back. Take a draw step.
Very impressed with Scott's basic land choice.
Scott's got some good land choices in every deck that I've ever seen him play.
Just all full art. Was it unglued?
Those are unhinged. Yes,
that's right.
Those are unhinged.
Unglued's the one that has the weird border around it, right?
The unhinged are the original, or unglued are the original ones. They're
Yes.
the one with the little thick border and the little tap symbol at the top. Yep.
Yeah.
Those are my personal favorite unlands.
Those are really hard to find.
I have got a few that I play when I first started playing Death and Taxes and Legacy. I had those were my basics of choice. And then people were like, "Oh, you got to play snow covered basics in your deck now because people play Predict in the format." And I'm like, "Well, okay." And then we took the Ice Age ones that actually are a panoramic picture. I got to make little pictures with my snow covered and my regular one basics. It was nice. All right, we're gonna deploy a second Swift Spear along with this,
or the same Swift Spear, and a Emberheart Challenger.
All right, there's a lot of aggressive cards coming across the table.
So what do you get when you merge a bird, a mouse, and a monk?
A good battlefield.
Yes, very much so. Getting in.
Currently, we're looking at coming across for just the 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, coming across for 4.
If I had to guess, there might be an instant that will be deployed.
There is possible, but it's also possible that I believe I see a copy of Nowhere to Run in Dylan's hand that could prove to be problematic in this current situation.
Well, see, technically, if they put Nowhere to Run on Slick Shot Show Off, they can just fly away. Nowhere to run, but everywhere to fly.
He's just going to come across. Scott's a patient player. Scott's quite patient.
It wouldn't be me. Would absolutely be trying to get in all that damage.
No, he's gonna be patient. He's gonna try to make his opponent's mana look awkward every turn. Because they're just holding up mana every turn, so he's gonna try to make that mana look kind of awkward. It's like, oh, you held up all this mana and then you didn't do anything with it. That's good news for me.
Neat.
You've not deployed yet another thing on another turn.
I do think that is the play, Trader. Waiting for untap 5th. We're going to have that Nowhere to Run in the main phase.
It's going to get rid of this Emberheart Challenger.
Mouse down.
Yeah. If anything we've learned over the last couple weeks is the mice are good.
Mice are really good.
Yeah, they're very strong red cards.
But unfortunately, otters are not mice. But they're getting in there for 4 damage.
It's true. Getting aggressive, getting in that red zone. All right, let's see how
We only
Scott...
tell you the facts here at game night. 4 damage coming across.
That's right.
Battlefield forward.
Scott's got plenty of lands going on. He really just wants to find spells for the rest of the game. Doesn't want to see another land. See how he wants to proceed for the turn. I imagine he's probably going to fire off a spell on this turn. I had to take a wild guess here. I see a Monstrous Rage.
Which one will he make monstrous?
I bet it's the Swift Spear. Yep.
Prowess Trigger, Monstrous Rage, roll.
You can say that our Slick Shot gets bigger by 2 as well. So
Not no slouch.
this is an attack for 8 currently if everything stays as is.
And Dylan is going to go for the throat.
Does it go for the throat on the Swift Spear? Let's see if Scott has anything further before damage.
Doesn't look like it. Just say, you know what? I'm getting in my
just
damage.
gonna come across for 3 here. I do know what the slick shot card is. I have registered that card in an RC before. At least I know what that one does.
I've played against it a lot.
I think that's
As a Simic Splash Black.
Ooh, we got a Manifold Mouse with a Offspring here.
2 mice, 1 turn.
Lots of mice.
I think that is
we took out 1 mice and then we have 2 more.
They just keep multiplying.
So many. I mean, that does track. That is mice behavior.
Meese behavior.
Meese behavior. Meese moose. Mice.
Meese moose.
Mouse. Meeson. Mison.
So we got I think it's a Gix's command in Dylan's side.
No, that's still that a malicious eclipse.
No, he shuffled it back around. It was the card that he drew for turn.
Oh, for turn. I was like, yeah, there's a malicious eclipse I can see on the top of his hand. There's a Gix. Gix's command would be pretty good here as well.
But we're only on 4 lands.
Yeah, we still need that 1 more land to slam this Gix's command. But it looks like we're gonna take an opportunity to Wrath here. Seems like a good turn for that.
Let's get.
Do we lose our mice? Yes, that's fine.
Lose the mice. You mean the otters?
I'm sorry. Yes, we lose our own otters. We do thankfully get to get rid of these mice.
Mason. Being able to reset the board at this point is good, but also a little bit unnerving. Because Scott could just be like, "All right, here's a haste threat."
Yeah, depends on what it is. If it's like another select shot plus like 2 spells, that could be game.
That would be.
I mean, it's only got 2 cards in hand, but we find another land. There's that Thran portal.
Enters tapped.
That's right. And just to pass back. The fact that Dylan gets to untap here is a pretty big game for him. Finds a cut down for the turn. Has that Enduring Curiosity, which is going to be pretty good here, I'd imagine. Just going to pass back to Scott. He'll probably just fire this off on the instep.
I think we're flooding out on Scott's side.
Yeah, I would imagine that is the case. Whereas Dylan would love to draw about 1 more land. Scott wants to stop drawing them at all.
Just be like, hey, let me just borrow that land real quick. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't even care what color it is. I just want to tap it.
Do you have a Screaming Nemesis?
Screaming Nemesis is pretty good here.
I'll take that damage.
Yep, because we get to fire off this Enduring Curiosity on the end. Because if we rip the land here, is +2/+2 lifelink? Is that what the X command does?
I'm 25% certain.
I think I've registered that card 1 time exactly, and I don't even think I got to cast it. So.
Yeah, it's put 2/+1/+1 counters on up to 1 creature. It gains lifelink. Destroy each creature power 2 or less. Return up to 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand, or each opponent sacrifices the creature with the highest power. Yeah,
that would be a back-breaking Gix's command. We're gonna shove across here for 4, for 3, 4.
Get that card draw.
Did find a Flood Pits Drowner, which is a big game here. Still big game. Taps down that Screaming Nemesis pretty nicely.
Then if we really want to, we could just put it back in the library.
We could. So I think I equated this as like a something I learned from Yu-Gi-Oh players is that
cards in deck are
cards in deck are worse than it is not Wub. It's Kyle. Kyle has joined me again this week.
Production manager Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle.
Sheltered by ghosts.
That's pretty powerful.
Ooh, Kyle.
Kyle's great.
I try my darndest.
And goodbye, Enduring Curiosity. All right, see if we can get this Flood Pits Drowner in there.
Sounds just like Wub. I have no idea who this Wub person is.
You do sound.
Actually, I do.
I was like, you do sound like Wub.
I'm just a doppelganger. Kyle's a homie. Oh, well, thank you, Squee.
Yeah, Kyle's great.
Tap down that Screaming Nemesis. Put it in timeout for a little bit.
I was like, I've seen a bunch of Kyle over the last 3 months, and
I'm
not upset about it.
Well, you came in clutch. I was going to do this again by myself, and you're like, you know what? I'll come back.
I'll throw my hand in the help.
I'll be on camera for a day. Why not? That just means we get to plug more things like the Common Ground podcast.
That's right. My podcast, where every Thursday I get to talk about Pauper with my beautiful co-hosts, Thomas Gunn and Cameron Schindler.
Getting in with that Flood Pitch Drowner, Squeeze saying that you've seen more of me than you have of them.
That is true. I have seen more Kyle than I have of the Squee.
Uh-oh, Trader
can't...
triggered our foul language filter. That's also on me. I'm trying to go through and try to make it a little bit more kid-friendly.
So you can't learn from Yu-Gi-Oh! You certainly can learn some stuff from Yu-Gi-Oh! Players.
Yu-Gi-Oh's crazy.
There's lots of stuff that goes on in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Here's 5 cards, I win the game. Except in Magic, it's 2 cards win the game.
Alright. Looks like Dylan's gonna take that one.
So I think it was like a Lithomatic Barrage. And then Dylan had the negate.
Oh, I know exactly what it was. There was a Flood Pits Drowner, and Trader has a nickname for that card that I will not say out loud. I know exactly what nickname it is.
I mean, you can negate a barrage.
It will resolve and nothing will happen.
But
because it is uncounterable. It's like Devin learning how Hydroblast works on the Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah. Writhing Chrysalis is colorless. Bad Trader. I mean, you can't negate a barrage, but you can absolutely put it on the stack.
Yeah. So sorry, everyone.
Not the mic. Your Lithomatic Barrages triggered my trap card.
That is Trader's nickname for that card.
Yeah, he wrote it out for me.
I sure did. Your Lithomantic Barrage just triggered my trap.
You can't say that in chat.
Yeah, bad Trader. Bad Trader. But we press on.
It's way more tame than I thought it was going to be to real, but
I mean,
that's what I get for trying to set up auto mods. And also, you at home, if you want to type in the chat, you can use !card if there's ever a card that's on screen that you don't know what it does. We don't have access to a keyboard behind the camera. We've got the beautiful chat, beautiful people playing on our stream. We can even do 10 cards containing Hippo. My favorite is the Hippodrome.
Okay. Mine it only comes from a joke is that what is the thing?
Well, there's all the Hippo cards.
Yeah, I know. I've got to figure out which one it is. I can't remember.
Blessed Hippogriff?
Rampaging Hippo. So, years and years and years ago, when that card was standard legal, it came out in Omnicat, I believe. I walked out of an F&M one night when I had a very small car. I had a little Miata. So, not a whole lot of space for things to go on my Miata. And I came out and I was like, oh, there was like a piece of cardboard stuck in my rearview mirror, or my side mirror. I was like, what is this? And I pulled it out. It was a Rampaging Hippo. And by the time I got done cleaning off my car, there were 26 copies of Rampaging Hippo placed all over my car.
That's insane.
I still have all of them.
Tapland from Scott. Looks like a Dark Slick Shores from Dylan. And we are on our way to Game 3.
That's right.
We'll say the advantage bar. I think we're pretty evenly matched.
Heartfire Hero to start off for Scott.
For real?
It's for real.
It's right
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Huh. Who would have thought? Maybe it'll be the hero that Scott needs.
It could be. Alright. Looks like Dylan just going to play land and pass back to Scott here.
The Painlands are so weird to me in this standard season, as far as just having access to them, because I just don't think about it.
Yeah, that's true. I can say. I get amazed at all the things that I learn when I come and do tournaments like this. I get to see it's, oh, this card's standard legal too. Oh, also this card is standard legal.
Especially when you're playing something as aggro as like Boros Mice, like that pain lands will ultimately be your downfall if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's also true. Gotta be careful. Gotta balance your life total. But the good thing about playing the Boros deck, and the only reason you really even play these Battle Forges, is you're playing Shelter by Ghost. That's like the biggest reason. Like that card is very strong.
It's like, oh, did I just take 2 points of damage? Well, I'm gonna put this these pants on this creature and just gain all that life back.
Just gonna pass back to Scott again. Looks like Dylan has bricked on the third, or no, did not brick in the third land. Sorry.
And he does have a lot of answers.
He has a flood pits. I see a couple nowhere to runs. He's got lots of options. Looks like Scott's just gonna take the slow route here and just not put anything extra on it that he doesn't need to.
These mice have nowhere to run.
So we're gonna try to attempt to fire off a monstrous rage, and it's gonna eat a nowhere to run here.
Mousetrap.
Mousetrap.
Yoink. But what if I said you could only have one mice, not two?
Looks like we're still on the stack with this nowhere to run.
Thinking about it.
Ultimately, Scott will probably just let this one go. If he had the Shard Mage's Rescue, that would be pretty good here, but it does not appear that he does. Just gonna let this happen. Gonna come across for 1 damage here.
Oh.
Gonna take damage. He's gonna go for the second monstrous rage here.
Dylan saying, yeah. I only have a swamp open.
Right, so we've got a Valiant trigger there, so we've got an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming across this turn.
It's a big hit.
Nice. That's a quarter of the life total.
That is how fractions work.
That is.
Quite impressed.
Thank you.
I thought math was for blockers, but apparently it's for commentators too.
Oh yes, no, you are correct. I keep this nowhere to run card is disgusting. Yeah, this would help if I actually played more of what's actually going on. Correct. It does not stop because it gives it hexproof and it removes hexproof with the nowhere to run. That's correct.
It got.
Actually, was what exactly was in his hand too. So that does make sense.
That's why he's like,
He's thinking about it. He's like, oh, this does not stop this from occurring. Scott is a good Magic player, so I trust that he's going to do the correct thing.
It looks like we are going to miss land drop number 4.
Correct. This is gonna choke up Dylan. What Dylan is able to do.
There was truly nowhere to run.
Truly. All right, let's see. Scott does find another land. Finds that. Yeah, I really need to figure this stuff out before I go to this RC that you allowed me to participate in. Once I get in the trenches and start learning how things actually work by playing myself, I'll figure it out a little bit better.
We'll beat it into him with testing.
That's true.
Gotta love friends like that.
That's true. Friends hold me accountable, make me play better Magic.
Looks like we are going to bounce the Heartfire Hero and the Nowhere to Run.
Yep, just trying to make use of our mana as best we can. Hippo doesn't play Construct, he's a limited player.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with limited.
I am not the best limited player out there. I am medium at best, but I appreciate it. I'm a pure limited player, and if at any point I am just a limited player in Magic, something has gone wrong.
Someone has stolen Hippo.
Yeah, something has broken. Get my Pauper fill every once in a while. I just put together my modern deck finally. I finally have a modern deck. I haven't. Pauper counts as limited. No, Pauper does not count as limited. Sometimes they feel like busted limited decks.
Yes. Looks like we have another Heartfire Hero. Just going to play on the pass turn.
It's limited to common.
Limited to common.
That's right. Let's see. What does Scott want to do? I'm going to show the Swift Spear here.
Look at this cool monk.
And we're trying to debate if we want to fire off the Heartfire Hero here or not. Leave. Thinking. Just commit. You could probably try to get more aggressive, seeing as how he knows his opponent has land drops. So just trying to get as much damage across the board is probably pretty good here.
Emberheart Challenger.
So yeah, Scott's holding back that Lithomantic Barrage. That's going to help later. We have a Flood Pit's Drowner here. It's going to eat the Lithomantic Barrage, I would imagine. Take one here. Oh no, we've got the. That's still in play. With that Shard Mage's Rescue. There's nowhere to run in play to stop that from occurring.
Not yet.
Yeah, once that nowhere to run hits the board, then that's all over. So we have a couple extra prowess triggers going on. One from Swift Spear, one from the Challenger, along with a nice little Valiant trigger from the Heartfire hero.
Looks like we are just going to throw the Flood Pitch Drowner in front of.
Yep, so we're just going to get a little chump block action here. We're going to come across for 5, it looks like, with the Swift Spear and the Challenger.
We can rip land numbers.
Well, there's another this town, but we don't have any permanents in play of our own to bounce, so this is a full 5 mana version of this town currently.
And from what I can see, I see
double nowhere to run. There's an Enduring Curiosity in the hand. There's lots of good cards. We're just choked on mana. We're never able to double spell inside of a turn, which is kind of backbreaking.
Who will be the true game knight? Steven Hendricks is the true game knight.
That is true.
He owns the building.
He is the game knight. And his staff are the Knights of the Round Table. Or the square table back here, actually.
Multiple square tables. Lots of rectangles.
Lots of rectangles. Multiple geometric figures. Knights of the geometric figures.
Knights of the rhombus.
All right. See how Scott wants to try to close this game out. Opponent's at 9. Doesn't have to do a whole lot of work here, but there is that nowhere to run that is gonna stave off a lethal attack this turn, I believe.
Squires of the square table.
Squires of the square. I love that. Is this a Screaming Nemesis? That's pretty good. All right. Looks like we're just gonna get in the red zone. We're gonna see a nowhere to run come to play here.
Oh
no, we go for the throat. Kill the Screaming Nemesis here. And then we're gonna get an attack in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Knights of the Octagon. They can deal it all the way down to 3.
Yep. Now the pressure is on. Most of these threats are lethal on their own now. So we did find the 4th land. So we can double spell now, at least.
But will it be enough?
That's a good point. Is it enough? We see a Kaito, double nowhere to run, Curiosity, this town, and Malicious Affliction. That is going...
Eclipse.
Or sorry, Eclipse. Malicious Affliction. That's another card. That's a black card. That's black, destroy target non-black creature if it's... if you triggered Morbid, it kills any creature?
I think so.
I believe so.
And just going to make a quick shout out. We have a D&D group that comes in here, and every single time they come in to use one of our tables, they always bring us pizza. We love them.
That's good. That's just proper etiquette.
They were nice enough to call ahead of time and said, "Hey, can we use a table today?" And we're like, "Absolutely. You guys have been awesome to us."
Yeah, they just bring you pizza. That's their payment.
You have to bring us pizza.
All right, looks like we've got this town coming in here, which is gonna get rid of I believe the Heartfire hero and the nowhere to run.
It's a pretty clutch play.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This Lithomantic Barrage in Scott's hand is not looking great here, because it does get rid of the hexproof with the nowhere to run. Yeah, this town was pretty brutal there. Now, to be fair, Scott does have just Burst Lightning available to in his deck. So there's a chance that he could rip a Burst Lightning. I don't know that he could. Yeah, he could just rip a Burst Lightning and Dylan's dead. But playing like we have all the opportunities in the world to get back in the game, which currently we do.
Looks like Dylan is going to be taking the reactive plan. Just kind of sit back, have open mana, just try not to die.
All right, there's that nowhere to run again. Try to kill, looks like the Heartfire hero here. We've got that Anoint with Affliction. I might as well go ahead and just, I think we're going to go ahead and fire that off.
Let's just get rid of that right now.
Appears to be the case. There's the Burst Lightning. That's it. That's called it, Worth. That's it.
Drew the Burst Lightning for the
Drew the
turn.
Burst Lightning. Got him. That is exactly how we got him. All right, that looks like Scott Kennedy is going to take this one down 2-1 over Dylan McDermott on Demir Pixie with the Boros Mice.
Mice making a comeback.
The mice are powerful. They are mighty.
Mighty, mighty mice.
They are mighty, mighty mice.
What's your favorite color pairing for mice? Do you like Boros or do you like Gruul?
I think in the open field, I think the Gruul deck is better.
Yeah.
The Innkeeper's talent is pretty massive with your way your game plan works. But in the straight up mirror match, I do think the Boros deck is a little bit favored.
Yes.
Those Shelter by Ghost are a pretty big game.
I just like the Innkeeper's talent having that Ward 1 because it's not necessarily hexproof, but it might as well.
It might as well be, yeah. We want to go see if we can grab Scott and see if he wants to come here and talk about his Boros Mice. All right, so it looks like Scott. I think they've been one of the last matches going on, so I think they're going to try to just get stuff rolling on through the day. We might be able to get him in here later at some point. We'll see. If he continues to do well, he might not have a choice.
We'll be right back, though.
Yeah, we'll be right back, everyone. We'll be back with round 2 of this RCQ here out in Game Night in Columbia. Mice, they're everywhere. They're part of the day. right, everybody, welcome back to round 2 of the RCQ out in game night in Columbia, Tennessee. We have Evan on your left playing Dimmer Pixie, and Tristan on your right once again playing a Golgari mid-range. He came, put a good showing on camera last week. See if he can round out and make a top 8 this time.
Possibly, but he has to go up against one of Game Night's team members, Mr. Evan Koyuch.
We got some Team Tilt versus Team Game Night.
Team Tilt versus Team Game Night.
All right, yeah. Say it's basically the same list that Tristan played last week. A couple minor changes. I think there were copies of like Tranquil Flowback put in the deck, and I believe that's about the most that really changed. Maybe a couple sideboard cards here and there.
And then Evan is back this week playing the Mirror Pixie. Last week he was playing Esper Pixie.
Yep.
So he decided that I'm just gonna cut a card or cut a color.
Yeah, we're just gonna make the slimmed down version, have a little bit better mana action going on, a little less painful mana base actually.
Yeah, just make things a little bit more streamlined.
Yeah. Look like this is the Preacher of the Schism here for Tristan. Let's pass back to Evan and see what Evan finds for the turn to progress the game a little bit.
Do you have a swamp? It looks like we are going to this town. We're going to bounce the Preacher, bounce the Storm Chasers, and redeploy it.
Another put the Storm Chaser back into play.
We might see Ottertron this match. I'm so excited.
It's likely.
Gonna get in there for
crush in for 3.
Four.
4. You have 2 prowess triggers on that Otter this turn. Alright. It's a pretty huge setback for Tristan, but he's got some big, nice, 4 and 5 drop cards to really put him ahead in the game. They're really big, nice, splashy cards like Shieldred, Aclazot's, Harvester of Miseries, cards like that. It's pretty beefy cards. We are so funny. He actually is. I realize what has changed about his deck entirely. He is playing no Overlords in his deck this week. He is playing copies of Llanowar Elves to put him from 1 to 3 faster.
Looks like before draw, we're going to bounce the Shieldred and bounce the Storm Chasers.
That appears to be what has occurred.
To mitigate that,
we don't want to take any extra damage off that Shieldred. If we can keep our life total high while we keep Tristan's life total low, that's how we want to have this game.
Ottertron, we made it.
We do have Ottertron finally. Looks like Evan's gonna get in for a fair amount of damage this turn. That's 4, 5 damage this turn. Oh, sorry, 6 or 1, 2, 3. So 3, 6, 7 damage this turn actually. 7 damage coming across. This puts Tristan in a world of hurt. Puts him down to 9. Let's see what.
Going to crack the map and target Spyglass Siren. Find another land.
I think I might would have wanted to have done that pre-combat potentially, just for the extra point of damage, just in case. But it's fine. We get a land there. Makes it all fine.
Makes the next turn is just a little bit better.
Guarantee what's going to happen for us on the following turn.
Like
We've got a Maelstrom Pulse on the Otter token.
Otters, no!
Nice Ottertron.
No!
That was a huge turn for Tristan. The Maelstrom Pulse really coming into play there.
We did draw
that's an old card. That's an old one right there. That was really good too. It was pretty brutal.
We did draw into a swamp this turn on that side, so we do go land.
Right, we're gonna attack for 1 here. And we're gonna get an Enduring Curiosity pre damage. Let's see if Tristan has a way to stop this.
Doesn't look like it.
He does not. He's gonna take that 1. Evan's gonna draw a card. We're gonna redeploy another Storm Chaser's talent.
Gotta rebuild them Otters up.
If there's a card that I know what the first ability on it is that card. I've seen that card enter.
Make Otter.
I've seen what that card does a lot. I even know what the second ability does.
Do you know what the third ability does?
I do not know what the third one does.
The third ability says every time you cast a non-creature spell, make an Otter.
That's really good. Oh, yes, I think I did know this. I would just have to.
But it's one of those tricky things where it's like, I think it's 6 mana.
It's just very expensive.
It's very expensive. It can build up the board, but you have other better things to do with 6 mana.
All right, Evan's just gonna put his hand down. Nice, calm, cool, and collected.
You know you got to do it to him.
Oh yeah.
Playing calm, cool, and collected, just trying to keep himself in the zone, if it were. But we do.
There is the Gix's command. That's gonna be pretty backbreaking here.
So we do have the Enduring Curiosity coming back as an enchantment.
So yeah, it still says whenever your creatures connect, they're still going to draw a card. It itself is just not really going to get in the red zone. So we have a Fear of Isolation. Ooh, we're going to get in there with the Restless Reef. That's good. Love that. That's a hit for 4, I believe. It's a 4/4/4.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, put Tristan down to 4 on the turn. He's just going to pass back. Let's see what Tristan does to get out of this. We know that there's a Sheoldred still in his hand. That's a possibility. Tristan's going to shove in the red zone. All right, there is the Preacher of the Schism.
And just going to pass it back.
I know Tristan's big in the modern streets right now. So he's happy to kind of be in his comfort zone playing these Golgari cards.
It looks like we are going to play the Fear of Isolation, bounce Storm Chaser's Talent.
Start the Otter Train once again.
Ottertron.
There's a Flood Pits Drowner I see in the hand as well. Let's see what Evan tries to do here. I think there's like a Nowhere to Run going on.
I also saw a this down.
Oh, that's also a big game. You can also just use that as a 5 mana return 2 of your opponent's stuff too, if you wanted to. Alright, end of turn, Tristan's going to fire off this Nowhere to Run, killing this Fear of Isolation.
Which Evan says, sure. Not something that I'm necessarily worried about right now.
Yeah, I think Evan's really just trying to like leverage 2 cards on his instep to just throw Tristan off just enough to be able to untap and activate this Reef, and that would probably be the game. I'm going to fire off this Flood Pits Drowner here. I'm going to tap down the Preacher of the Schism.
Sure that we're not getting any advantage from said Preacher.
That's the idea.
No effects on the block, going all the way down to 2.
Alright, Evan probably feels like he's got this pretty well locked up.
It just really depends on what Tristan has in hand.
Yeah, so Tristan's removal suite is for instant speed removal is like the another copy of Nowhere to Run. He's got some copies of Cut Down, Anoint with Affliction, Go for the Throat, and looks like he's got to go for the throat for this Blood Pits Drowner here. Let's see, he's got a Fear of Isolation in his hand as well, I can see. Put another Otter into play if we really wanted to.
Otters do block.
They do.
He drew his own.
He does have. So Tristan has surely not put himself dead to this Restless Reef. He definitely has the removal spot. I just can't see which one.
We are going to play the Storm Chaser's Talent that we saw earlier.
Correct.
Get another Otter on board.
That's right. These foily doily otters.
And I think at this point, we're just going to try to go up the board.
Mm-hmm. Fear of Isolation, returning one of these Storm Chaser's Talents. I'd imagine we're probably just going to replay one of these Storm Chaser Talents, because now we have this town, and it'd be actually a pretty good this town as well.
Yes.
All right, gonna pass back to Tristan. See what Tristan's got. Got the end here. Remind myself what the end does real quick.
I think it's
It says when it costs 2 life if your life total is 5 or less, which currently it is, and exile target creature, search its controller's hand, graveyard, and library for any number of those cards. Exile them, and they shuffle and then draw for each card that was exiled out of the hand this way.
Thankfully, he did not have any of those in hand. They're all just in his deck.
He is just straight Golgari mid this week. He's not playing Overlords. He's actually opted for Llanowar Elves this week. I think he just wants to play a little bit of a different gameplay this week. Maybe the Overlords weren't exactly where he wanted to be. And maybe we just want to go from 1 to 3 faster. That's why you probably see these Creatures of the Schism. I don't think he was playing those last week.
No, I don't remember them from last week. Does Golgari run Shieldred?
It does. He's playing, I believe, 2 copies of Shieldred in the main, and he's playing any in the board. He's playing no copies in the board, just the 2 in the main. Well, there is a this town ain't big enough, so we can still bounce the Shieldred if we need to.
We do know that there's a Shieldred in here.
Correct. It's been sitting there for a while. Tristan's been plotting this. He's trying to find a window for this to be a game-ending card.
But also, since he had cast off the end, he now knows Evan's hand.
Correct.
So he has perfect information. I almost asked if the lighting was dark. Lighting was dark. It is honestly a little bit dark. We did have to cover one of the lights in the back. That way it wouldn't glare so hard on the cards.
Yeah, we at the bottom, like we're left-hand side of the screen, which is kind of illegible. But this way we can at least see every card on the board.
And we can read Rife totals. Guilty. Slap Shieldred. Looks like we're gonna play
I don't think he needs to necessarily sing. I don't think he necessarily needs to slam Shieldred here.
And we are going to game 2, giving Evan the first W.
Yeah, Shieldred's not gonna do much there. He knows that about this town, so this town's gonna be pretty brutal.
Guilty, brother.
Yeah, Shieldred was not gonna quite end the game there.
All right, let's look at sideboards.
Okay,
we'll start over here with Evan. So we've got 1 Faebloom Trick, 2 Negates, 1 Gix's Command, 1 Get Out, 3 Preachers, 2 Tashanas, 1 Shieldred, 1 Duress, 1 Witch's Vanity, and 2 Cut Down. So I think in this matchup, playing against more of a mid-range strategy, probably want Preachers, probably want Tashanas, maybe the Shieldred.
Witch's Vanity, I think, is another good one here too.
Yes.
So the Type Binders are fantastic. It's probably one of the better cards to have. I think you could consider like Gix's Command. It's a nice little mid-rangey card, but I think I like the Type Binders. The copies of Shieldred that you have available. Those are pretty good. The Witch's Vanity are good.
I don't like the cut downs because I think the creature's too big.
Well, you do have they turn like all your removal spells post anything beyond Llanowar Isles. It turns it off completely, except for like the Dread Knight or the Mosswood Dread Knight. Mm-hmm. It's not the best because again you can recur the Dread Knight, so it's like it's not that great.
Conditional Fatal Push, yeah.
And then on Tristan's side, we've got 1 copy of Blot Out, 1 Choking Miasma, 2 copies of Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Nissa Ascendant Animist, 3 Obstinate Bailoff. He's not losing to Nowhere to Run. 1 copy of Outrageous Robbery, 2 copies of Terra Sunder, and 1 Tranquil Throwback. So any of the disenchant effects here are kind of pretty good. You can get rid of those pesky Storm Chasers talents, these like Nowhere to Runs and stuff like that, so they can't pick them back up with all these like this towns.
And then you probably bring in the Obstinate Bailoffs to play against the not the Nowhere to Runs, the Hopeless Nightmares.
Just getting those in for free, great. Even just casting them on turn 3 off of Llanowar Isles is still fine. It's a 4/4 against 4. It's a big beefy creature. Like it battles with Kaito. Like it's bigger than any creature in their deck, like on the surface. So yeah, I think so. Like just basically all these disenchant effects, like the Nissa, the Terra Center. Actually, I need to read Outrageous Robbery. What does this powerful card do? Black X. It says target creature or target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were of any mana color to cast it.
Yep, so you can just steal stuff from your opponent. I don't think necessarily that's what you want to do in the Dimir Pixie matchup.
I think so.
Master Wookie LeMay. That's one of our other employees. Thanks for your first time chat, sir.
All right.
Now, personally, would love to see Evan win. I know that he's been kind of beating himself pretty hard about not getting into top 8, not getting into, any kind of major contention at these events. So seeing him get the dub is really cool.
So yes, Jason's daddy. We actually did have a couple sweet deck lists that were handed to me. I think we have like a mono white Angels deck that looks pretty fun. We have a Smuggler Surprise deck in here. It's like a little ramp action. That's probably the most fun thing that's going on. Ooh, we got a little black white mid range deck too. That actually looks pretty fun. It's kind of like the tokens deck, like the mono white tokens deck. So we've got some copies of some domain here. And then say the slew of red decks in the room, and then like the bounce decks. But yeah, we have a couple sweet decks. So you can say that mono white one is really sweet. If you wanted to beat up on red, that's the deck to do it.
Absolutely.
It's like what was it? Like Angelic Overseer into like Lyra Dawnbringer. Seems pretty unbeatable.
I'm gonna game live every turn. You don't have anything big enough to kill this.
Like I said, the Screaming Nemesis is their way out of that, but you can say I'm sure they've got things. They've got like. They've got a tons of removal spells. They have Shelter by Ghost and Lay Down Arms. They have so many ways to kill this thing. Yeah. They have infinity ways. Seems really cool. At some point they're doing well, and maybe we can get them on coverage.
We do have turn 1 land Llanowar from Tristan. So we are ramping.
We did do the things. Zone. We're on the we get to do the Golgari mid thing. We played this Preacher on 2.
Just gonna pass it back to Tristan. Having just an unanswered Preacher, being able to get to possibly 4.
Let's crunch in there and get a trigger going. Yeah, we get to draw that extra card.
Evan being a homie and getting those tokens.
Or not draw. Yeah, you get to draw an extra card and make a dude, because your life totals are the same.
Yep. Curious if we're going to see a 4-drop here.
I would imagine there's a Sentinel of the Nameless City. Like quite a good one. Whoever enters and attacks it makes a map token. And it's got Vigilance. A 3/4 with Vigilance is on its own for 3. Pretty strong card.
I don't know what Wizards thinking of that. It's like there's no downside, only upside.
The card's very strong.
Gonna crack the map.
Yeah, I didn't
target the Sentinel. Find another land. So we are secured for the land for the next turn.
I think is a blooming marsh? Is that the land?
I do believe so.
So it's gonna come in tapped.
We did know where the Llanowar Elves try to take that ramp down. I do see Storm Chasers, and I do believe Blood Pit as like a Mosswood drawn for the turn. We got options.
Oh, it's a Llanowar race. That's what it is. I don't know what all these alternate arts of cards are. Whoops. We can't have Tristan getting too big ahead.
Need some revenge against my kryptonite.
He did get you on coverage round.
Oh, so the Fey Bloom trick is coming out.
Does tap a creature down and makes 2 creatures. I'm gonna cross for 3 here.
Are going to block the token. Thinking about if we're going to just take the damage from the creature or just keep a creature back. Nah, I just don't let it get run over by a bus. And Tristan passing it back. Double.
Potentially be a problem for Tristan. That's just a tap land. That does pose some issues, unless you're able to do inside of the turn.
But we do have the first of possibly many otters.
We have otters. Otters come to play.
Otter.
They come to play.
But nope.
Oh, there's a cut down. Just immediately get out of there. Don't want that to do anything.
Get that otter out of here.
He's like, nope.
We ain't playing these games.
No. Tristan's cut downs are good. Evan's cut downs are not.
Correct. We are going to tap down the Sentinel of the Nameless. City.
Yeah, that card's just a value machine. I mean, to be fair, that's what every card in this deck is a value machine. All the cards are just 2-for-1s. They're great.
Going to get the second Vampire off the Preacher of Schism.
There we go. Indicate which one's not attacking and which one is attacking. So let's see if Evan wants to trade with this this token here. Oh, probably not.
2 Bagel bad.
Yeah, Golgari, not the greatest deck, but Tristan's quite a good pilot, so I wouldn't put it past him.
Like, we are going to trade with that Vampire token.
Yeah, this was, I remember at the kind of the start of this standard format, this was kind of one of the hot decks running around, was this like Golgari mid-range deck, just like being able to go to Llanowar Elves into any number of busted 3-drops.
Mm-hmm. Play the Mosswood Dread Knight.
Yeah, this Preacher of the Schism is kind of run with this game quite a bit. I would agree. I think we just want to keep Preacher or keep the Sentinel and the things around it like lower powered if we can help it. But yeah, I would agree this game looks pretty over, and Evan would agree.
Yep, he's like, I'm just gonna go to game 3, be on the play.
I did see that Evan did bring in his copies of Preachers. Look at the top couple cards, see what his next couple draw steps would have looked like.
Yeah, like Preacher and I think a Soulstone. So at that point, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to fight against this. I'm just gonna plan for the better game next.
Yeah, there have been no copies of Hopeless Nightmare across these 2 matches of the bounce deck.
I wouldn't be surprised if Evan boarded.
That's fair. If he knows that there's copies, I mean, if it's not copies, I don't know. Like, just ripping cards out of the hand is really strong in these mid-range matchups. Because Tristan's cards are all kind of expensive, like on their own. So like him double spelling across turns is like not really a thing he's gonna do. So I would imagine he keeps them in. Like they're really good. Like if you can do it like multiple times.
Yeah,
they're
but
really strong.
But if he have, I know it's like a 4 and 60 chance, or however many he's playing, or
just 3 copies.
Yeah, 3 and 60 chance. But if it hits, it
is backbreaking. I mean, we did see that like last week. The same thing happened to Jay, and I believe he won that. Game post it coming into play. So it's not entirely unreasonable that you can even put it into play and still get there. Because if you're, I mean, you guys are 1 in
20.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Three in.
We don't round down our fractions here. We give you the whole fraction.
Reuse
round down
and recycle.
I know math good. I know math real good. Steven in the background giving me math tips. Math, Steven.
This is why Steven runs a store. We don't.
It's fair.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're a math major. Gotta be good with numbers to run a store.
I mispronounced simplify? Yeah, probably. I'm bad with words.
words are hard.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous and on camera.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, math is hard. Words are hard. Existing is hard. Adulting is hard. All things are hard.
Adulting is hard.
It is. But that's why we're here to play a children's card game.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But looks like Evan's going to start us off with a Spyglass Siren. Existence is pain. That's true.
Tap land, going to surveil and keep it on top.
That's right. People trying to convince you otherwise are selling something. I would agree with that. All right,
Soulstone Sanctuary.
Just a tap land from Tristan. Get a Soulstone Sanctuary in there for Evan. Just gonna pass the turn back. He does look like he has like Kaito lined up if Tristan does nothing on the following turn.
Do have land number 3.
Princess Bride, one of the banger films of all time, if you ask me.
I'm gonna try to get in there with that Spyglass Siren. Surprise! It's actually Kaido.
Looks like
Kaido does have hexproof on his turn, but there is a nowhere to run.
that is gonna just put it at zero power for the turn, basically.
Yes. No damage, but it's still there.
Kind of, we fogged there. We fogged for the turn. Let's see what Evan wants to do with Kaito.
I think you just give it the emblem.
You could, or you could also just like lock up some draw steps. I think this was.
That's true. You only get the card draw if you deal the damage, so you can still at least look at the top 2 cards. He said, "I like those cards in this exact order."
Beautiful. All right, pass back to Tristan. Yeah, the being able to kill this Kaito with this nowhere to run is gonna be pretty good if that gets to occur. Or we can just Maelstrom Pulse it. We can do it nice and clean.
I would rather see a Maelstrom Pulse hit a single target than
like multiple otter targets or something like that. 3 mana here. Let's see what we got. Preacher of the Schism on Evan's side. Take
And
one
others.
and a Spyglass Sirens. We have a second copy of a map token here.
2 maps.
We mapping it up.
Double the places.
All right. Let's see what Tristan wants to do. Soulstone Sanctuary for the turn.
You slam a Shieldred here.
If you have it, I mean, it depends. See what he decides to do. I'm gonna go with copies of the End. That's gonna be pretty good here. Getting rid of copies of Preacher of the Schism on the other side is going to be pretty powerful here. And you get to see the hands. So you know all information. Information is big game.
It really is. From Evan, we had This Town, Fear of Isolation, and one other card that just happened to get to see.
Of this town.
This Town, Fear of Isolation. What was the other one?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't remember what the last one was. Yeah. I saw it. I knew what it was, and then he put his hand face down, and I completely forgot immediately.
Object Permanence is hard.
It's true.
We know he has at least 3 cards.
Yeah, he has 3 copies of it in the 75. Once you remove those 2 out of the deck, and then the one that was already in play, that's gonna be it.
Just some friendly banter amongst
Yeah,
folks.
Tristan likes to have some good fun at the table. All right, we've removed all copies of Kaito, or sorry, of Preacher of the Schism, with a copy of the End here. All right, shuffle back up, and looks like we're ready to battle again. Yes, Tristan did check the hand. There was no Preachers in the hand. Evan laid his hand face up. I think he let him write down the cards because he saw there were no copies of it. Yep, because we did get to see the hand. I know that. I just can't remember what the 3rd card was.
Happen again.
Kaito there.
We can hear him through the doors. Like,
Yeah,
he likes that.
It was pretty quick. He flipped his hand over, let Tristan write it down, and then flipped it back over. I gotta remember cards in hand, cards on the board, cards that players might play, and my co-host. That's a lot. That's a lot of remembering.
You gotta remember me. I'm right here.
I know.
Object
Well, technically they're right there too, and I can see them.
That's fair. Object Permanence is hard.
It is. It's like, who's this sitting next to me?
I wonder what he's gonna draw for turn.
We have a Kaido coming in. Tristan does already have this nowhere to run. Let's see if he follows up with a go for the throat. Ooh, he does have the go for the throat. Very nice play by Tristan there.
Call Evan the cartographer because he's making a lot of maps.
There are lots of map tokens being made. That's the fourth one? Third or fourth one?
At least.
Mm-hmm.
Spyglass Siren's one of those cards where, at first, like when it was first spoiled, didn't really get it. Now that I've seen it play, it's banger.
I know there were some people even that still don't like it in this style of deck. Still just not a fan of it. Some people prefer cards like Deep Cavern Bat or even Spectral Sailor.
I just like Spyglass Siren better. Get to see more cards.
Oh, I like Spyglass Siren. You don't have to make a believer out of me. I think the card's good.
I'm just glad that we're away from Deep Cavern Bat personally. I'm just not a fan of it. I'd rather just do hard discard rather than put a card under a creature. You know what I mean?
Okay, seems reasonable. All right, Tristan's going to play his Preacher of the Schism because he still has a copy of those left because it looks like Evan does not have copies at the end to do that. Yeah, I think we may have gotten a little starstruck on the Kaito there. And I'm pretty sure Tristan had that probably had that play lined up for at least that turn, knowing the information that it's there ready to go.
Yep.
So.
We're going to try to get in there for that 1 damage. I think the play here from Evan is play the Fear of Isolation, bounce the Spyglass, replay it, get another.
He's just going to pass. He's got some copies of Flood Pits, I think, in his hand.
Either Flood Pits or this town, or both.
Do both. Looks like we're going to the beginning of combat. Let's see what we got here. Got a Flood Pits Drowner. That's exactly what it is. Tap down this Preacher here.
Juicy Shield.
Tristan thinking pretty hard about what he wants to do to follow this up.
Deep in.
He is deep in the tank, and he's just going to pass. He's got the Soul Stone available to block if he should want to do such. We're going to target the Spyglass with the map token here on Evan's side. Like we're going to probably have a nowhere to run to stop that from occurring. So no exploration for you.
Not going to see what the top card of the library is.
We will not. We just have this Flood Pits Drowner coming in for 2. Both players at 13.
And just pass the turn. Actually, maybe not.
Fear, pick it back up. He can tap something back down if he wants to.
Giving himself options. Losing the board presence race, but making sure that he has any ability that he can to slow down his opponent.
Let's get that stun counter off there. So next turn it can untap freely. Unless Evan decides he wants to Blood Pits it again. Tristan just going to say go again? Alright. Just playing the super reactive game here.
Can't really see what's in Tristan's hand either.
Probably just I would imagine a bunch of removal spells. Seems like that's what's up here.
Yeah. In the air.
I'm across for 2. Put him to 11.
11.
I'll get that implanted in the minds of many.
I mean, you have to. So catchy.
Yeah.
11.
Yeah.
Go for
there was a go for the throw here.
Just letting it go.
Just a clean removal spell here. Fire up the Soul Stone Sanctuary. What does Tristan have to stop this from being good? Oh, so I'm sorry, that is a Demolition Field. That's what's occurred here. Both players can go get a copy of it, basically an untapped. So Tristan does no longer have the Soulstone Sanctuary. That's not a possibility. Don't have to worry about that anymore. But that doesn't mean that Evan does, which is pretty good for Evan.
Very much so. And I think he still has...
Still has copies of Flood Pits Drowner, and at this town, like actually 2 copies of Flood Pits Drowner, it looks like. That card's just Time Walk for like the next 4 turns.
Which is going to be really good to gain this advantage.
Yeah. Especially if Tristan doesn't have anything to block with at any point, then he can just kind of just walk across the finish line with these Flood Pit Drowners. Yeah, but the way that Tristan is playing this game, I would imagine he's just got a handful of removal spells.
Just trying to keep the board clear.
I think I see a copy of Tranquil Frillback in his hand. He's just trying to find a good opportunity for it. It looks like a Blot Out. I believe it's Blot Out.
And then will this town just bounce stuff back, make the Blot Out just fizzle? Land of the land. There's the Shielder.
There's the Shielder. That's big game here. Let's see if we start. Oh, we're gonna go straight to the draw step. Both players are at 11.
Now in harmony.
We're gonna start with the Storm Chaser's talent to get out of this Shielder. The Shielder is gonna be pretty bad news for Evan.
Gonna go Otter Gaming.
Okay, pretty sure Tristan lined this up.
The harmony. 11.
See if this there's the we drew this town for.
Gonna go ahead and just reset that Shieldred.
Yep.
Start gumming up the board.
That's right.
Otter time.
There's still another copy of a Flood Pits in the hand, I believe. I'll see what Tristan wants to do here. Is it a little Tranquil Frillback action? Ooh, it is a Tranquil Frillback. So we've got the copy of this town if we want to do it.
Doing all 3 modes.
We're gonna do all the things. I know one of the modes is Disenchant, and I struggle to remember the rest. Hold on a moment. Again, I will learn this at some point. Yeah, it's Disenchant, Exile the Graveyard, gain 4.
And Evan's just gonna let that happen. Said, you know what? I'm just gonna.
Yeah, this
try to push in damage where
this Frillback, quite a card. Like, you just get to dunk so much mana into it. It's pretty sick. Like, turns into a real late game, good late game card. Okay, we know Tristan's still got that copy of Shieldred in his hand. Ooh, Evan's gonna get aggressive. We're gonna come across for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Just trying to push in as much damage as possible while we have the opportunity.
Yep. Right, Tristan this turn only has this Tranquil Frillback. It's not even gonna get to untap because of this Flood Pits Drowner. Still got the Shielder. We also have a Preacher. Do we just slam Preacher here? Or so we do slam Shielder here?
Yep, looks like we're gonna slam both.
Just slam or we slam Obstinate Baloth.
So let's just gain 4.
Yeah, still haven't seen any copies of Hopeless Nightmare out of either of the Dimir Pixie players that we've had here.
I'm telling you, I think they saw board them out. Found
land. We do have a Restless Reef. That could come to play. Mana, let's see what we got going on. Activate this Restless Reef, yep. Ooh, this is gonna be a big attack. It's gonna be a big attack from Evan here. Over this town.
This down the Preacher.
And a Flood Pit Drown. Okay. Looks like we can get in with the Restless Reef and it'll trade with the Baloth if that's how combat turns out. Ooh, no, we're just getting in there with the squad.
Yep. Just gonna try to grow those otters, swing sideways, get back an interaction piece.
Because currently, Tristan doesn't have any way to come across for lethal damage as things stand, because we just have 7 power on the board. That would put Evan to 2, and this is going to come across for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, assuming that Tristan doesn't block, or Tristan trades with the Restless Reef here. I don't know that he does want to trade with the Soulstone Sanctuary, so take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here.
Going down to 4.
Yeah. Alright, we've discussed life totals, we agree.
They figured out math.
That's hard, I'm telling you.
Math is for blockers, and Tristan was one of them.
Yep, Tristan was on blocking duty.
9-4.
It was a close game. Nice little back and forth between both players.
I mean, we know about one of the cards in Tristan's hand. We do know about the Shielder, which is going to be
Right, come across for 7. This puts Evan on having to have an answer for Shieldred.
There's Shieldred.
And there's a preacher. Let's see what Evan's got here. Go to the draw step.
Gotta deal.
And we die. All right, that's gonna do it for Tristan.
GG.
Tristan's gonna put up the W there with that beautifully played. Put him exactly to 2. Then Pat casts a Shieldred and does lethal with the Shieldred. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice and clean. Day wants to make sure he's dead.
Dead.
Tristan definitely can be stopped. After we had him on coverage last week on round 1, he did not do a lot of winning after that.
No.
maybe he can turn it around this week. He seems to be doing well. He starts off 2-0 currently. So things are going much better. I mean, Shieldred's not like the end all be all. I mean, it was good in that particular scenario.
He got crabs last week.
he did get crabbed last week. Those Eddie Merc crabs, they were powerful. No one in the room today registered the terror attack.
What?
Nobody playing terror.
No terror.
There's no terror in the room.
Because Sir Thomas Gunn is not here.
It's because Thomas Gunn and James Baggett's not here.
Yeah, they're both practicing for Modern, right?
No, I think James is just at home.
He's just chilling.
Now I do know Thomas is out practicing Modern. He's getting to have some fun with Mox Opal. He's playing some Hammer with a Mox Opal.
Hammer with Mox Opal?
Oh yeah. And Leyline Axe, we gotta turn on those Mox Opals.
Alright, let's go see if Tristan wants to be
I'm sure he'd love to come in here and have a talk. Ooh, karaoke's so much fun. We tried to do that last night, but our normal place that we did karaoke is had a musician till midnight, and that's past my bedtime.
Past your bedtime.
Midnight. I feel a little old nowadays. Oh goodness! Looks like we got Tristan to come in here and talk to us about this W.
Oh, hold on.
No, you're good.
I'm holding.
We're holding. What are we holding on to?
That was a tough one.
Yeah.
That was real lucky, real close. Got lucky game 2 with the most sketchy keep I'll take of the tournament, where I kept Bloomy Marsh, Lateral Elf, and that was my only land.
Bold choice.
I figured that he wouldn't be on like 4 cut down here because like other than Elf, it doesn't hit a lot.
It's not even good against the Mosswood.
It's not good. Yeah, so
I
figured even if I missed in the first land, I could Mosswood and then draw with a high roll potential of like what you saw, which is like draw the land, win the game immediately, essentially. And he even like kind of was clawing back a little bit because I wasn't killing well, but having that weird awkward 3-drop for what his situation was, and then having like not drawing into any more gas and letting him crawl back into it. Game 1, I felt just completely out tempo.
You were never like the Shieldred, like you could never stick it without this town being like a huge problem.
Yeah, and like running that deck out of resources when they start getting going is so hard, and like a lot of Golgari is like I'm trying to run you out of resources and like absorb a certain amount until I take over.
Because all my cards are 2-for-1s,
and
essentially.
But like, just like the tempo of like being able to attack with the Preacher and not being able to attack the Preacher against his deck is insane. And like then game 3, like just the way he was using those flood pits and bouncing, I'm like he managed to make it so like he was blanking my removal because everything could be bounced back, but also I couldn't deploy Creature because I saw his hand as like
because you have that's part of having like perfect information with like those like just looking at your opponent's hand. Having all that information is a huge game. So you know exactly how you need to play around the things they've got in their hand.
Yeah, which is still hard when their hand's perfect.
Exactly.
Both times I ended him, I feel like his hand was like
just
insane. I'm like this is insane. So
multiple good copies of cards.
I've last week I was on the Beanstalk version of Golgari.
Yep, I noted when I got to look at this list, I was like, oh, I see Llanowar Elves and no Overlords.
I haven't been liking it for the meta, especially the bounce meta. When you don't play these 3-drops and like force answers, it just takes so long to get going. Yeah. And I feel a lot better against red with this version.
Just lower the ground and cast your spells on time.
Almost switched back to my Trios deck of Smugglers. Surprise. If we got here a half hour earlier than we did, I might have switched to it.
Ooh, I will.
But no, yeah, so I like the red-green decks right now. I like the Llanowar Elf just as a busted card if it goes well.
Yeah, if it stays unanswered, it's huge.
I don't know if we correct. I don't know if that matchup is. I wouldn't call it favored for me, but it's nice to feel comfortable and not like a complete dog to the most popular deck right now. It's insane. And it's fun. That's fun. I mean, that came 3. My butthole's still a little puckered right now. That was tight. That was a close one. So
that was pretty. It was pretty tight. Once we saw the writing on the wall, it's like, oh, the shoulder comes down. There's nothing. I know there was no this town in the hand to stop it.
I didn't even like his. I don't even think I win that game if he's not on double Underground River, because
Yeah.
the only reason I have the ability to like play this tempo, like okay, I can maybe turn the corner quickly,
Yeah.
is because he's just taking 9 damage from his lands.
Mhm.
And then Demolition Field, I've never seen that in that list. Just completely blew
Yeah,
me
that
out.
was like on the Soulstone Sanctuary.
I was just
huge.
like, it cuts a whole turn off my clock anytime I play
Yeah.
this turn. So really nuts. Yeah, just really well played. Hard game, hard battle, but you know,
Agreed.
that worked out.
All right, well, it looks like you're starting off the day 2-0. Looks like
Yeah.
improvement upon last
Better
week.
than last time where I beat the champ and then tanked
then
terribly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like see if you can maintain this run and get you a
Do
W.
best. All right, man. See you, bud.
We'll catch you later.
Yes.
All right, that was Tristan came and joined us, talked about his Golgari mid-range deck with Llanowar Elves this week. Last week he registered the Beanstalk Overlord version, but we're going with a little lower to the ground and make those Llanowar Elves really shine this week. We're actually going to take a little quick break, and we'll be right back with round number 3. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us again in round 3 here at the RCQ at Game Night in Columbia. On your right side of the screen, we have Carson Bispels on Jeskai Convoke and Jason Panagiotis on our left with Domain.
Domain.
So
v.
So this is the kind of think this is the matchup that Carson wants to see. The super aggressive deck going into the big rampy Domain deck. If Jeskai has the start, like a quite fast start with something like Gleeful Demolition, this is going to be pretty huge for him. Be able to get in there for a lot of damage real fast. Starts off with that Inspector though, and see what he finds to back up. We'll get a Warden of the Inner Sky.
Just we're gonna go ahead and scry that card. Scry, right? Not surveil.
On Warden?
Yes.
Yes, Warden is a scry. It's only as a sorcery, so that's fine. We have the Gleeful Demolitions. We have the huge turn here. We could have like the Imidane's Recruiter next turn, and it could be big damage coming across.
Just gonna activate it twice. Pass
now,
it back.
if Jason has a split up here, because he does have 2 copies of split up in his list, this is backbreaking. But he does not appear that he does. He just has a copy of that is. See, I think it's Seized by Slumber, I believe.
Yes.
Follow it up with a Verge here, and then we'll pass back to Carson, who, if he untaps with a Imidane's Recruiter, is going to be pretty backbreaking here. And that's exactly what we got going on. They're slamming this Imidane's Recruiter. Taking 12 damage here.
Or 11.
Sorry, 11 damage here. Coming across for so much here. Doesn't pump itself. Pumps the other creature.
Yes.
Coming across for a huge amount of damage. So if Jason still has that split up, that's big game. But if he doesn't, then this is not going to work out super well.
4 mana. Looks like we're just going to play an Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Yeah, get a trigger off that beanstalk there. Draw a card and make 2/1 flying token, insect tokens off this Overlord.
Try to soak up a little bit of that damage best they can.
Yeah, see if Carson can continue to push through on damage this turn. Gonna go with a Spyglass Siren here. Got a map token. See it. Ooh, I see a copy of Sheltered by Ghost,
as well as a Mockingbird.
That's pretty. We did. What if we could have found that? What if we could have made a copy of Imidane's Recruiter there? If that would have done something.
So, yeah, if we would have copied Imidane's Recruiter, this would probably just be game.
Because that makes it, because it has haste on itself. Yeah, I think that might have been what he wanted to have happen here. But anyways, coming across for 3 here with those tokens. Put Jason down to 6. So he goes to turn 5 and untaps and see what he can find here. So his forms of removal are copies of Get Lost, Pest Control, which is big game against this version of Jeskai, and then Split Up and Sunfall are like our ways to really stem the bleeding, if you will.
Yes, it looks like we're just going to discard a Herd Migration to get that land.
And gain 3.
Yes.
Go back up to 9.
Having to play catch up after that giant swing from Carson.
Yep.
2 more mana. What are we gonna do? And we're gonna
There's
pest
the
control.
pest control.
Let's get rid of all this stuff that's happening. Taking down the impending counter on that on the Miss Wars.
Overlord of this.
Yeah.
See what Carson has to do on the turn. He isn't. Did you draw Imidane's Recruiter for the
I
turn?
do believe so, yes. Got an a Mockingbird and the Shelter.
Okay.
Unfortunately, just the board swap. There's nothing really to copy with the Mockingbird.
No, you could make sure before I say something incorrectly. You could just play the Mockingbird as itself, and then you could follow up with a Shelter by Ghost here if you really wanted to, and get rid of either the miss. Ooh.
Just going to double up with Imidane with the Mockingbird just to push in some.
Push in for 5 there.
Carson definitely in the more advanced position at this point.
Well, once we've gotten to this stage of the game, this will start to be where the domain deck starts to feel more at home.
We have to find removal though, or at least to be able to control this board state.
Correct, we do. So we've still got the copies of Sunfall. We still got the copies of Split Up. We already saw the 1 copy of Pest Control here, which was pretty good. We got 5 mana. We'll see what we got going on here. It's a Sunfall. There we go.
Draw a card from the Beanstalk.
Yep, make our 2/2 or what would be a 2/2 when we flip it. Oh, there's a copy of Knight Errant, but that's not going to do anything. It doesn't have the 5th mana to cast it yet. It was pretty brutal Skyfall here. It's like Carson might have a question about Beanstalk. Alright, we're trying to listen through the door on this judge call a little bit. Alright, looks like it was a missed trigger on this Up the Beanstalk. We tried to go back and get it, but it's going to remain as his no draw card here. Alright, gotta go untap and see what happens for the turn. Play an untapped Verge here.
And pay 2 mana. Probably another Up the Beanstalk. Yes.
Yeah, there's a Beanstalk here, so we can start doubling up on triggers of Beanstalk when we get those 5+ mana spells.
It's gonna feel really nice just to 2 for 1 the opposite way.
Yep. What else we got going on?
Thinking about tapping out 5 mana. Moving a bunch of mana around, doing some math.
Just gonna say go. Carson draws for the turn, doesn't draw anything he can do anything with yet, so he's just gonna pass back. Jason's gonna flip this over to make a 2/2 Phyrexian token. We're gonna
Discard a Herd Migration, try to ramp, gain some more life. Try to mitigate some of this life.
yeah, this is the point of the game where the domain player starts to feel way more at home. One thing to note is that this domain deck does not have any copies of Atraxa, actually. Our big ways to win rings are all the overlords, and then we have this like Zur to fire up these like leyline bindings and things of that nature.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these domain lists kind of stray away from Atraxa.
Yep.
Mainly because just it's a lot easier to just play Azure, make these
All right,
overlords.
there's an overlord. We got double trigger on the beanstalk here.
Take an everywhere token.
Trying to see what we got for the rest of the turn. Play this Verge.
We're going for the third beanstalk. 3 beans out.
That's dangerous. I
3
mean,
beans.
I don't think it's going to particularly matter in this game, but that does become a dangerous area. So once you start drawing, you get into this cycle of just drawing like 3 cards every time you cast a spell. You start to realize, oh, I've drawn too many cards.
Yes.
At some point,
We did find the 5th line on Carson's side.
you can just cast this Night Errant and cast a 4/4.
Just gonna shuffle.
Gonna pass back to Jason here. Let's see. Another pest control here to, or cycle pest control to draw a card.
Yep.
Because that's a beautiful line of text on that card.
It sure is. Like, I don't need this card anymore. I just want a new card.
Yeah, let's turn this into a useful piece of cardboard, shall we? So we're gonna get in there with this Overlord. Yeah, come across. Carson's gonna take this. Gonna get another Everywhere token. Jason's got a stack of tokens ready to go.
Gotta appreciate that. Instead of just having backwards cards and not really knowing what they are.
Makes for nice viewing coverage.
And it looks like we're gonna split up. Everything that
split up is untapped. Overlord comes off of impending on this turn. Carson just does not find anything relevant for the turn, passes back. And this is probably just going to be the end of the game, I would imagine here.
You told me earlier in the game that it would be this close. I wouldn't have believed. I mean, like, Carson's just gonna run him.
I think if the turn that Carson could have played, I think the Mockingbird there, that would have been on the Imidane's Recruiter. That would have been the lethal line, I believe.
But
unless there's something I missed, it's possible.
Could be.
I've been struggling, as everyone can tell.
I mean, it's also a very overzealous plan. There's that fine line of, like, do you want to overextend yourself and try to gain that advantage and just hope they don't have it, or do you kind of just pull back and play what you can? Taking all these every tokens.
Pass back to Carson. Take that final draw step, I believe, of the game. Scoop up the cardboard.
Yep.
And we will move on to game 2. So let's look at the sideboards from both players here. On Carson's side, we've got 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, 3 Torch the Tower, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Get Lost, 3 Protect the Negotiators, 2 Rest in Peace, and 1 Split Up.
Check the Negotiators is when it's kicked, you may get 1/1 White Soldier creature token, counterspell for 1.
This is going to be
creature.
a spell that he wants.
Yeah.
This is going to be a spell he wants. This protects against the wrath effects that from Jason's side. No, on Jason's side, we have 3 copies of Authority of the Consuls. That's going to be pretty good here. 1 copy of Doppelgang. Hopefully that does not come up, because that card is abysmal to try to resolve.
Yes.
2 copies of Negate, 2 copies of Not on My Watch, 3 copies of Obstinate Bailiff, 1 Paw Patch Formation, 2 copies of Rest in Peace, and 1 Nissa Ascendant Animist.
Really, the only thing here that I'd want to see is the Authority of the Consoles.
Yeah, I'm in for that.
I mean, the Not on My Watch is kind of but
yeah, I like the Authority of the Consoles. Just slow Carson down. This is kind of the game plan. You just need to be able to get to the late game. Carson trying to prevent you from getting to the late game.
Yep.
There you go. I can say on Carson's side, I really like the copies of Destroy Evil, Protect the Negotiators, even Get Lost.
Yeah,
just getting rid of
removal spells, the one counter spell that you really.
Honestly, you may not even need the copy of Get Lost. You've already got the copies of like a case of the Getaway Express, which is just going to remove spell on its own.
Right.
So that's pretty powerful there. He probably doesn't want these copies of like Shelter by Ghost. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's really the only thing like the biggest card he doesn't want.
Well, But Jeskai Kimbo is very low to the ground,
Yeah.
and it really likes to utilize a lot of its pieces like back to back to resolve those large turns.
Mhm.
So I think it's just going to be trimming here and there
Yeah,
to
just-
try and just.
Yeah, Carson's on the play this game, so this will help be on his side quite a bit.
Thanks, Tablet. You got it right this time.
It's true. Go tablet.
Go technology.
We love technology
Eh,
most of the time. Most of the time.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it can be annoying, but currently it was right this time. So yeah, because I like the copies of Destroy Evil, and like I say, the copies of Protect the Negotiators. Which having counter spells to protect your stuff while also making creatures as well. It's pretty good there. And the copies of Destroy Evil, they destroy all the big things. They destroy all the overlords, even when they're enchantments. They destroys them
Up the beanstalk.
up the beanstalks as well. So pretty good here, I would imagine. Oh, and Leyline Binding too. But
Yeah.
Leyline Binding probably not great in this matchup. Probably not what you want.
No.
Like 1-for-1 tried against the Jeskai deck, probably not great.
That would be something that I would look to cut my Leyland Bunnies, bring in Authority of the Consoles, and then maybe like one of something else.
Yeah, you can even consider things like Obstinate Bailoff or whatever. But looks like Carson's going to keep and start off with the Warden of the Inner Sky.
Then from
And
Jason,
Jason's
we do
got
have
that
the turn
got,
one
got,
authority.
got the mythical Authority of the Consoles here. Got the
And
Destroy
turn
Evil
two
immediately
get
for
loss.
it, and attack for 1 here.
Both players finding their sideboard cards on the first few turns.
That's right.
Do you have a planes from Jason's side?
And just
Yeah,
to pass
gonna
back.
it back.
I wonder if it's the type of card that you might keep a hand entirely based off of having a sideboard card like that.
Mhm.
So who knows what else Jason's got here? Oh, another copy of Warden in there. It's got wow, this is pretty good here.
Warden.
So much.
Scry 1, and a plus counter on the Warden, then just pass it back.
We all got a bunch of Wardens here. So this is the turn if Jason has something like a split up. It'd be pretty big game and pretty bad for Carson.
It looks like we are deploying that Cavern.
Cavern of Souls, probably naming Avatar here if I had to guess.
Yes.
Or even could be Zur. Like you could want to make sure your Zur resolves, but I don't think there's any need for that. We know that it's the only copies of anything that counterspell wise that Carson has is those copies of
And there's that split up to wipe the board and
yeah,
reset.
it's pretty brutal on Carson's side. Let's see what he's got to follow up with.
Do you see the get lost in Carson's side?
Nothing, and just a passing of the turn here.
And a pass back could not find.
Ooh,
for
also,
mana
yeah,
before.
Jason doesn't also have anything for on turn 3. Let's see what he has on the end of turn. We're
Pest
going
control
to
to
cycle a pest control here. Draw a card, untap. Let's see if he found the land here. Got the Meticulous Archive. Let's go Surveil here.
Likes what he sees on top. And
All
just
right,
gonna pass back.
untap to Carson. See what Carson wants to do. There's a Shelter by Ghost. I think he just drew for the turn.
Yeah, and he's got to get lost in hand.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of cards he doesn't really want here. Another Cavern of Souls.
And this is the one that you named for Zur.
Yeah, first one's Avatar. This one I imagine will be.
He's Wizard. Or no, maybe we put them both on Wizard. 1, 2, 3.
Overlord here. So this is on Avatar.
Yeah, okay. He just wanted to double up on the uncounterable wizard or uncounterable avatar.
Yeah. I wonder if Carson has the. Oh, there's the Get Lost here.
Get out of here.
He makes some 2 map tokens. Sorry.
He's saying, you know what? I've got my
Carson
own.
finding just another land here.
Carson flooding out really hard.
Yeah, that split up might have just been the game. Because if he can't find anything to get any traction, because this is turn like 6 and he's dealt 1 damage.
Yeah.
Pretty brutal here.
Gonna play uncounterable Overlord of the Mistmoors, get those tokens. I think. Yeah, we're gonna map and try to see what's on top of the library.
There's another copy of Split Up here. So he's got removal spells for any creature that could come up, because he can get a nice attack in and then post combat even if Carson did play something.
Jason surveilling it to the graveyard. He said, "I do not need this split up."
Nope, does not. I mean, he's pretty in control of the game currently. Like, we're ahead on the board. Like, Carson has nothing currently.
Drew another land.
Yeah, Carson just flooding really badly here. With I think there's a copy of Gleeful Demolition with no artifact to target with it. So it's like we're probably gonna get a crunch in here for 5. Carson to 15.
I'm going to see another overlord. Oh, I do see that he has a split up in hand. That's why he bent the other.
Ah, okay. So just another overlord here.
Just going to keep putting on that pressure.
I knew. So when these overlords were originally spoiled, I was like, yeah, I love Grave Titan. I love Grave Titan for 4 mana. It's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Pretty good here.
An Emidane's Recruiter.
Emidane's Recruiter does look at some cards. I'm sorry, make some cards. My bad. Wrong card. Makes 2 2/2s with Vigilance. There we go.
They do happen to be on the ground, though, and he has a lot of flying.
Correct. Not going to do a lot on the blocking purposes.
Mm-hmm. And this is where you just swing sideways, split up. Get rid of that night token, and just take immediate control of the game. He's already in control. Just close the door. Turn the TV off.
Go outside, touch grass.
What is grass?
Yeah, what is that? Gamers don't know what grass is.
They tell me to touch grass, and I look down, I see concrete.
Yeah, game stores, lots of concrete.
Going to map token one of the insects, find a land.
Get another Verge off that. Jason just rocking with a million cards in hand. Bunches of tokens on the board. I'm probably going to lock this one up, I would imagine so, in the next turn cycle. Coming across for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Put Carson down to 8.
Keeping one insect at home.
I'm not sure what Carson has to really get him out of this. He's got a copy. There's no way he brought in his own copy of Split Up for him to draw here.
I think I did see the Protecting Negotiators. What that is? No, it's not Aaron.
No, we're going to put a Knight Errant into play. See what we can find off of this. There was the Protect the Negotiators. Reinforcements, Median's Recruiter, land, something, and another Protect the Negotiators, I believe.
Yeah, Squee, I think that Carson can tell that the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, I think as soon as that split up happened, I think that was what his thought was. Another Warden of the Inner Sky and a Resolute Reinforcements. None of it not going to be enough. I can say none of these. Actually, just the question.
The Warden would get fly eventually.
Oh no, so nothing has flying. So really, we can just come across, go to combat, come across for the finish line here. I believe let's have a Ghost. Ghost technically is not lethal, but makes it not lethal. But let's see, we've got the.
Yep, and we're just gonna scoop it.
Scoop up the cardboard there. Pretty demanding fashion for Jason there.
Domain gonna take down Jeskai Convoke.
Pretty convincing fashion. I think game 1 of Carson takes that line with the Mockingbird. I think that might have been game there. And this game was kind of just this was a pretty brutal split up on the way that Carson's hand lined up, I would imagine. And he brought in the Preston Negotiators, the Destroy Eels, and the Get Lost. That's exactly what he did. In just a second, I'm sure we'll get Jason in here and come talk about what brought him to choose this particular deck for the day. Again, thank you everyone for joining us today for this RCQ. Lots of wonderful players out there battling for that qualification to get them into Minneapolis or Hartford. I'd like to see some people come join me at Hartford. We're gonna have a good time. All right, hey. Looks like Jason's here with us.
3 seconds.
Yeah. All right. Jason, looks like a pretty commanding victory over the Jeskai Convoke deck there.
I would say I drew pretty well in game 2.
Yeah.
And having to play on game 1 is probably the only reason why I won that game.
Yeah, because I think there was a line that Carson could have taken and have like an Imidane. He had like the Mockingbird for an Imidane's recruiter.
I
that
thought
he
he could have done that.
I
and
think he could have.
He originally, yeah, right.
I think so.
I wasn't sure if you saw it in his hand.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, I think he could have just done.
Then you would have
that.
doubled up, and that would have been
I think it would have put you to like 2 or something.
and then he would have been able to force damage.
And force damage through later in the game, because just by virtue of having more creatures in play.
Right.
But didn't see that line, so you're able to follow up with a nice sweeper there.
Yep.
And then game 2, same thing. Just follow up the tap with the wardens, and to follow it up with a split up again. Just kind of clean him out, and then he doesn't have anything. And
kind of hard to get going with Jeskai when you really need your creatures to build on creatures.
And you're just trying to stave off the game as long as you can. And then
pretty much,
once he just has like nothing, it's really hard for him to come back from it.
It really feels like I don't think he has any way to push the damage. I don't think they're playing any direct damage anymore. They might be playing. I don't think they're even playing Helix. So
no, it's all damage, all creature based.
Yep. So I'm pretty good against little sweepers if I can get to it, and then I can normally with the impending putting the little tokens down, I can flood the board enough that it's difficult to push damage at that point.
Yeah. So what brought you to pick the domain deck for today?
I've been playing it probably for almost since it kind of really took a couple popularity, maybe about 1.5 years ago. So I have a lot of practice with it. Especially what makes you really good with it is when you have practice against the mirror, and that's always been something difficult. And I know I do see it from time to time, and I feel good about it now today that I see 4 other copies of people playing domain. I said I have a lot of practice. That is probably the defining factor is my reps that I have with it. It doesn't look good against like Pixie and Bounce deck, so that was kind of my worries coming in, and I was hoping maybe for like last week, bleeding into this week, people couldn't quite pick up the copies they needed for starts making that deck. Yeah,
I think there are some copies of it out there today, but yeah, I think if you avoid that, you have a good shot for today. Well, thank you for coming and joining me.
I appreciate it,
and good luck the rest of the day. All right, thank you everyone, and we'll take a break, and we'll be back with round number 4 of the RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to round number 4 of the RCQ here in Game Night, Columbia, Tennessee. On your left, you have Drew Carlson on Esper Pixie, and on the right, you have Morgan Hillman on Gruul Mice. We have mini mices, and pixies to go around. Players are going to resolve some mulligans here, and then we'll be underway very shortly. So it looks like both these players are probably going to play for a little bit of a win-in action here. Because if they win this round, they probably can take a draw next round, and that'll just be the end of that.
They'll both be in top 8. Hopefully.
Who knows? It just depends on how some things go here. This was actually the finals match up from last week.
Yes.
We had Cameron Schindler on Gruul Mice versus Jay Taubman on Esper Pixie, and this time we got Drew Carlson on the Esper Pixie and Morgan Hillman on the old Gruul Mice.
A lot of mice running around.
Lots of mice running around out there today.
Oh, I forgot something.
Players are going to look at their opening hands. Take a look and see if we got everything working out here.
They were not prepared for me to come out that quick and be like, all right, you can go now. Like, dang, I thought we had more time.
We're doing a little poll action.
Yes, whenever we get done with round 1, we will let the viewers decide. Who do you think is going to win? Left side or right side?
Okay. All right, Drew is going to start us off with an Optimistic Scavenger. This is the one that grows creatures when enchantments enter the battlefield.
Yes. So we're going to see what Morgan plays as their first.
See how Morgan wants to follow this up.
Just going to play Land Pass. Drew's going to draw for the turn. We're playing at Dark Slick Shores as our land for turn.
Going to crush in there for 1.
Get into that red zone.
Surely do not think that he will be blocking. This looks like Drew's got a couple of copies of Nowhere to Run going on in his hands. Pretty good against the mice deck. Cleanly kills everything.
Can't run when you have nowhere to run.
Yeah, that's right.
See, looks like Morgan is going to.
Might fire off could potentially think about firing off this Burst Lightning to kill this Optimistic Scavenger, so that it doesn't grow out of range. Gonna fire off a Hired Claw instead. I'm gonna end a turn. Have a little Nowhere to Run action on this Hired Claw. Kill it. Looks like Morgan's gonna just go ahead and kill this Optimistic Scavenger before it gets too big and gets out of that side of that Burst Lightning range.
Yes.
Pass back to Drew. Let's see what Drew wants to do on the turn. Just going to pass back. He's got another copy of Nowhere to Run, I believe, in his hand. Yep, slid it right up there to the front.
Soulstone into Screaming Nemesis.
He's got another copy of it, so it doesn't really matter. He's going to pass back to Drew here. see what Drew Destroy Storm Chaser's talent looks like for the turn. Gonna fire that off, I'd imagine. He has another copy of Nowhere to Run.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got so many copies of Nowhere to Run.
But he does have an otter. Storm
We have otter action. Let's see if we get Ottertron.
Ottertron. Gonna play a mountain on Morgan's side.
That's right.
Let's see. Which Mies is he gonna play now? None of them. He's probably just gonna hold up that Soulstone Sanctuary. Just keep that available. Swinging for 1.
Attack with an otter here. See if we get a Kaito activation in. Yep, we get Kaito coming in the red zone. All right, let's see what old Drew wants to do with this. Kaito this turn. Probably gonna try to lock up some draw steps if I had to take a good guess here. He's gonna do some surveil action because it did deal some damage. So
gonna try to get some of that card maneuverability out.
Yeah, let's try to get some better cards in the hand, get something going. Probably might find like a land drop or something potentially.
That would be my guess. He's pretty far ahead on board.
Yeah, he's got that. Well, it looks like he took a Pixie there actually. Oh, he's got a land already locked up. So
Yes.
he's got Pixie. He can start picking up some of these Nowhere to Runs and Storm Chaser's talents.
Make Soulstone into a creature.
Correct.
Here we draw.
An Obliterating Bolt, I believe.
Gonna play a Verge.
Let's take a look at what Morgan's got here available to him.
Yeah,
He does have the 1 copy of Obliterating Bolt and the 1 copy of Witchstalker Frenzy with 4 Burst Lightning.
Yep.
So those are removal spells we have available to us. Got a Higher Claw here.
Honorary Mouse.
It is an honorary mouse. Gonna crush in with this Soulstone Sanctuary. But 17?
So the one from the
Trigger off of the Higher Claw, yes.
and then take 3.
Yes, our 16 here.
16 all.
Once all said and done. Let's see. Morgan wants to do anything else with the turn. Fire it off an Obliterating Bolt here.
Let's get rid of that Kaido.
That's a pretty big game here. That's just Drew back a little bit. But one thing that can happen here is that Drew can just play this Pixie, pick back up the Nowhere to Run, and kill his land. Pretty big game.
Looks like we are going to activate the Hired Claw, get that plus counter on there.
Yeah.
And just gonna ship it back. I think when I saw Morgan flash his hand, I think it was
Could
just
also
2 lands.
Drew could also kill a Higher Claw here because it is doing more damage I think over the course of the game.
Yes.
He also just has a Go for the Throat already lined up, and the third Nowhere to Run. So he's just got everything lined up. So he can actually play Pixie, pick up Storm Chaser's talent if he wanted to, replace Storm Chaser's talent, and he's going to fire off the Nowhere to Run, killing the Soulstone Sanctuary.
And just gonna pass it back.
Yeah, we've got the Go for the Throat available for the Higher Claw, should we need, or any hasty creatures that come across the table.
Looks like we're gonna fire off an
Innkeeper's talent, I believe here. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I'd imagine.
Gonna play land, talent. Going to try to level it up. To give it the 1.
Doesn't matter. There's the Nowhere to Runs. I've learned what Nowhere to Run.
That's right. That's exactly what that card says.
It says no ward.
Nope.
No ward happen.
No hexproof.
No ward to trigger here. I have learned.
We learn it out here.
There's a Go for the Throat. There's no ward trigger to go on here.
No ward.
Nowhere to Run says no ward trigger.
And just gonna pass it back.
Pass back to Drew. Let's see what Drew finds for the turn. There's still got that Pixie sitting in his hand. Probably gonna find a good turn probably for that to happen. Gonna land here.
Caves Coilos.
Glad you know what all these alternate arts of the lands are.
I can just read the word. I can see the white part of the word, and if it's three different
That's
things.
fair. I did do that earlier for 1 card. I don't remember what it was though. He could consider picking up. He could consider activating the Storm Chaser talent here and just picking up like a Go for the Throat.
I think he's going to end up doing is just play the Pixie, pick up Storm Chasers, replay Storm Chasers, get another Otter, try to gum up the board.
Well,
Resetting the Otters.
Say,
The
I think
talent's okay.
Yeah, I think Morgan's only got like 1 card left in hand.
And we know that it's a land.
Yeah, it's not looking good. So he just picks up back the Nowhere to Run again, and We can activate this Storm Chasers if we need. With that, go for the throat. Oh, we're gonna level that up. That Innkeeper's Talent up all the way. Doubles counters, I believe. Correct.
Yes.
Double some counters up. Let's go. And I think that is it for. That's it for. That's it for Morgan. I'm gonna pass back to Drew. We're gonna come across for 2 whole damage here. Put more.
1,
2. Put Morgan down to 14.
Drew a land for this turn. And he's going to pass it back to Morgan. Like Morgan has a Witchstalker Frenzy in hand.
Not the best thing currently. It could kill this Pixie should it need to. But I think he was more worried about something like a Kaito.
Yes.
But that can't even get through the Kaito. It's got hexproof on your turn.
It sure does. But that Pixie's going to get in damage where it can.
Activate the Storm Chaser's talent here. Pick back up that go for the throat. Just having double remove a spell available to you. Pretty strong here. We drew an Ember Heart Challenger. This can come across, but it's just gonna eat a removal spell, I believe.
I think even though that you're top decking, that just throwing that out there to eat that removal spell is just one more that Drew won't have in hand for something else.
It's also true that he could also try to like bank up like 2 or 3 creatures and try to overload Drew's amount of removal on a single turn as well.
Yes. It's either like keep waiting to try to gain that amount of leverage, or do you just pass it back and
he's just gonna pass. I think he's gonna try to see if he can get multiple creatures into play to make this kind of awkward.
Like Drew did draw the
that was a Shelter by Ghost. That's pretty big here. I think gets rid of that Innkeepers. If he so choose to do such.
I think this
come across for 2. Is 6 mana to level up the Storm Chaser's talent?
That is correct.
So we could also go for the line of leveling up Storm Chaser's talent, but Drew an Optimistic Scavenger. I'm gonna play that Optimistic Scavenger and can grow it, and with the Nowhere to Run should Morgan have a creature he wants to kill.
And we're gonna fire off the Witchstalker Frenzy.
Just get rid of that immediately. Don't want to worry about it. Use our mana as best we can. There's 2 creatures. Still not quite what he's looking for. He still wants to get multiple creatures to overload Drew's removal spells. The thing is, Drew's got 3 of them in hand,
and he has a board presence that, while it is only chipping away at
for 2 life a turn,
that's 5 turns.
Correct. Let's see what Drew another land. Drew.
Yeah, Drew.
Carlson.
Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Carlson, old man Carlson.
The Darkslick Shores and just passing it back. It's accumulating those lands.
We got 6 mana available to us. We have so many options.
Did draw a Monstrous Rage for the turn.
Still just has the 2 creatures, but you can say Morgan knows about both of the removal spells in Drew's hand because they're open information. Picked back up the Nowhere to Run and picked up the Go for the Throat with the Storm Chaser's talent. So,
yep, putting the Ember Heart Challenger on the stack, letting it resolve.
Yep. Try to go to combat, I believe here. I'm pretty sure Drew's going to stop them in beginning of or not even beginning of combat.
Yep. It's going to show off the 3rd, Nowhere to Run, taking out Ember Heart Challenge. In response, they've got Monstrous Rage.
Get a Valiant trigger here.
Yep, so I can hear them through the wall. They're asking how many +1/+1 counters would they get, as well as Valiant triggers, to see how big that creature is going to be.
Again, Drew not giving away a whole lot here because he also still has that backup Shelter by Ghost on the following turn.
Yep.
To clean up this Hired Claw. Burst Lightning's not bad here. Burst Lightning can get rid of this Pixie. That actually stops the whole Shelter by Ghost plan.
Yes. So we're gonna put all the +1/+1 counters on the Hired Claw. Not Hired Claw. That's Heartfire Hero. See, part of that looks like a claw, and I think it's Heartfire Claw.
Ah, okay. I see what you're talking about.
See,
I see what you're talking about. I see the little. I see.
It's like a little crab claw.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. All right, sorry. We're gonna fire off this burst lightning to kill this pixie.
And now at this point, it's just as long as Drew doesn't get a creature to put the Shelter by Ghosts on, Morgan can slowly chip away at that life.
I don't know about slowly. This is gonna beat away at that life total.
Give benefit of the doubt. We'll say slowly.
Slowly by about one turn.
1, count 'em, 2.
All right, let's see what Drew happened to draw for the turn.
That's
That's another pixie. That's pretty good here. I think do we pick back up a nowhere to run here? Okay. Now we've got Shelter by Ghost action going on here. He wants to make sure he's got all the mana, correct colors available for everything. All right, that gets rid of that, and it looks like Drew's probably just going to pass the turn. All right, Drew a Hired Claw.
That one's the Hired Claw.
That's a Hired Claw. Yep. And Drew can just remove this because we've got the nowhere to one on with the trigger on the stack to put counters on it.
I mean, hey, you got to make them have it.
That's right.
But they are both hellbent.
Now this is where Drew starts to kind of run away with the game, getting a hit here for 4, or sorry for 3, and gain 3. So put back up to 19. Put
19 to 5.
19 to 5. Yep. Let's see. Drew a Fear of Isolation. Okay.
Gonna put the
Picking up
another.
I think that is nowhere to run number like 6 that have entered the battle. That will have entered the battlefield, assuming this ever enters again.
I did see that Morgan drew a.
Okay.
So while he could get rid of the pixie,
The problem is he does have enough to pay for ward too.
Yes,
he does. See, Drew lets this happen. So we've got a hand for ward here. Have that Heartfire hero back in play. We're gonna try to go to beginning of combat. We've got that nowhere to run again, but Morgan's just trying to run him through this all of his removal spells here.
Yep, he's gonna swing in with that Fear of Isolation, drop him down to 3.
Just 2 power there.
Going to level up the Storm Chase Town to level 3. Now, anytime that he casts a instant or sorcery,
we got a Heartfire hero. That's not. He is drawn white heat off the top. When he needs to stop drawing lands, he stopped drawing lands.
The problem is that Fear of Isolation is flying.
It does. This is a slight issue. Now, if we found another Shelter by Ghost, this would just be the game. Say Morgan just working on 0 cards in hand right now, but I can say every time he's had a draw step the last like 3 or 4 turns, it's been pretty good. Let's see what Drew has for the turn here. Let's see, he's got 2. Looks like he's got 2 lands at the end.
Yep, he's got a. I don't know the name of that one off the top of my head. Tap land. Yeah, the other one is Adakar Waste. So going to add the counters, swing
8,
in for
9.
10.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it. Drew's going to take this one take game 1 here. All right.
And so, who do y'all think is going to win in this overall match? Do you think it's going to be Mr. Drew Carlson, or do you think it's going to be Morgan Hillman? You can type in !vote left if you think it's going to be Drew, or !vote right if you think it's going to be Morgan.
All right. So on Drew's side here for the sideboard, we have a single copy of Tithing Blade, 2 copies of Cut Down, 2 No More Lies, 2 more copies of Shelter by Ghost, 2 copies of Witch's Vanity, 3 copies of. Does that break the spell? I think that's what that says.
Yes.
3 copies of Rest in Peace.
And then on Morgan's side, we have 1 Witchstalker Frenzy, 2 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Questing Druid, 3 Lithomatic Barrage, 4 Torch the Tower, and 2 Paw Patch Recruit.
So there's a few different cards here, like from Morgan's side. Like the Lithomatic Barrage is the biggest one. That is huge.
I think I would bring in.
I would bring in Paw Patch. It kills flyers. It kills the enchantments. The card's just very strong.
I think I would bring in.
You could even bring in the Questing Druid if you wanted to get a little extra reach throughout the game. Yeah, I kind of like that. On Drew's side, there's a number of things that he could bring in here. He could bring in the Tithing Blade. I don't think he's going to do that, but he could bring in the Tithing Blade. Actually, it would probably be pretty good here. And I lied. I retract what I just said.
The cut downs are okay.
Cut downs are good. The Shelter by Ghost are great. The Witch's Vanity is just like another Fatal Push action. I actually do not know what Break the Spell does. Time for me to learn something else today.
Let's learn magic cards. Break the Spell says 1 white, destroy target enchantment. If a permanent you controlled or a token was destroyed this way, draw a card.
Interesting. Okay.
So 1 mana instant in white.
So it can cantrip. It basically can cantrip itself, or it can destroy it. Oh, destroy it.
Yes.
So it's good for the mirror. Also good for stuff of your own. If you just need to cantrip and draw a card. So I don't see that coming in, but no rest in pieces here either. So I think he's just going to bring in the Witch's Vanities, the Shelter by Ghosts, the cut downs, and the Tithing Blade probably. Cool. Cool.
Like Morgan's got the sideboard guide ready.
That is a lot of guiding I can see. Hey, the less you have to think about playing Magic, the better you'll do.
Yes.
Honestly, if you think less, that's great.
Morgan's still figuring out how he wants to sideboard this matchup.
Yeah, it could be like some maybes. Not sure exactly what cards Drew might have.
Right.
Maybe thinking about what random sideboard cards or what cards that could have been in his main deck just didn't see. So. Counting some cards, make sure we got all our sideboard in place and have the appropriate number of cards in our main deck for game tip 2.
You can always add more, but you can't add less.
Cannot. Well, we can't add less. That doesn't how that works.
I mean, grammatically, no.
Grammatically doesn't work.
You know what I meant.
You can't have fewer than 60 cards in the deck.
Well, if you're playing limited, then it's 40. But
That's
this is
true.
not limited. This is a standard RCQ. Live today at game night in Columbia, Tennessee.
Yeah, but according to some of the people I know, I don't know how constructed works. I don't play constructed. Apparently.
Yeah, you only play sealed, right?
Apparently I only play limited.
Oh.
Apparently I'm a limited guy. I don't know how that happened.
Limited hippo.
It's funny. I would say that some of my better big tournament results have actually come from playing limited.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, I did qualify for this RC playing limited. Partial help to Mr. James Baggett on conceding to me so that I could qualify.
And what did you play? Do you play when you stream in Discord?
I played so much Vintage Cube for these people that my eyes basically bleed.
Hey, Vintage Cube and Limited are fun formats to play.
Yeah, they keep me engaged. It's something I like to do. I've said this on my podcast recently. If you don't like how you are engaged with the game, change up how you are engaged with the game. If you don't enjoy playing constructed tournaments, don't play constructed. Do something different. Play a different format or something like that. Make sure that you have a healthy relationship with the game. I think that's very important. And I have learned that as I've gotten older.
Yeah, I remember back in me playing modern days, I get mad at a deck and then swap, and then get mad at a deck again and then swap again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, if I can just hone in on the one deck that I can just learn inside and out, then I'll be much better off than just trying to play what I perceive as the best deck for the room.
Yeah, just be comfortable with what you're playing. I did that years ago. I found a niche modern deck for me, and I loved playing that deck. And then once that deck was kind of no longer good, I had to pick up something else. I wanted to stay competitive, and I did. But
rest in peace, ad nauseum. I'll always remember you.
Man, I played ad nauseum in exactly one FNM in my entire life. 4 of the FNM with it. Never played the deck before.
That was my mainstay for the longest time, and then they got rid of
Simian Spirit Guide. Yeah, can't lightning storm people with that one.
No, and the deck's just not the same without it.
No. Then you gotta play, then you're just an Authos's Oracle deck.
And while that's technically better, it's not as fun.
No, part of playing old modern, having ad nauseum as a deck was really sweet. It was a really cool deck to play.
Infect was the first modern deck that I played, Squee.
I also played a little bit of Infect. That's how Mr. Mighty Squee and I got to be pretty good friends. Actually, both played quite a bit of an Infect.
I got to play Infect when we still had Gataxian Probe, and then like 2 months later it got banned.
Oh, we played when the heyday of that, when Taxiing Probe was legal, getting to do some just truly disgusting things back in the day.
You can still play those cards in not Legacy. Vintage?
You cannot play. You can play one copy of Gitaxian Probe in
Vintage.
In Vintage. That's it.
Unfortunate.
No, that's a good thing. That card is disgusting. That card should have never seen the light of day.
It's such a great card.
That card should have never seen the light of day.
Gataxian Probe did nothing wrong.
You were talking to the wrong person. That card is banned in Pauper, even. Like, come on. Card's disgusting.
All right, we got a Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, we got a Heartfire here from Morgan. Let's see how Drew wants to start this game off here. I'm gonna put an optimistic scavenger into play. I think you both might want to go back and read that card again. Pretty gross.
Card says look at the player's hand, draw a card. What's wrong about that?
How much mana did you pay for it?
0.
Oh, that's there you go. That's the problem. There you go.
Looks like we're gonna have I think it's a Witchstalker's Frenzy or an Obliterating Bolt. Getting rid of that scavenger.
Yes, that is an Obliterating Bolt.
I promise we'll talk about commentary.
Talk
about commentary. Talk about the game that we're commentating.
We just had to let these players get started. All right, Drew's gonna take a minute to think here. Think about how this game's gonna play out. I see a copy of Nowhere to Run up in front of the grip. Pulled it up front, ready to cast it. Also got a Storm Chaser's Talent. Got a Shelter by Ghosts.
Gonna go ahead and take that 1 damage though. Doesn't want to fire off anything just yet.
Got lots of options here.
It's good to have those.
We love options. That's a Scintilla of the Nameless City. Ooh, not what I was expecting here, but I like that. It's a nice beefy creature. It doesn't die to Nowhere to Run.
Yes.
Like, already great there.
Gets the map tokens.
That makes your other creatures not die to Nowhere to Run potentially.
Exactly.
Especially good with like these Valiant triggers off of these creatures as well. It's really nice. It doubles up, basically.
I like the backwards red card as the map token. What's on the map? It's red.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Map for all our Dora the Explorer for fans out there.
Gonna know where to run that Hardfire Hero. Get that mount out of here.
Drew doesn't have another land, I don't think, here.
No, we're just gonna make an otter.
Make an otter. See what else we got. Do we have a second otter? Or can't have a second otter? Nope, can't have that. We have Hopeless Nightmare. That's the first Hopeless Nightmare we've seen today.
Found out that the last Demir Pixie that we watched, they did board out all the Hopeless Nightmares, specifically because of Baloth.
Oh, we were scared of Baloth.
We were scared of Baloth.
Okay.
And they were right, because the other dude boarded in four Baloths.
Yep. I think that's, correct. Just a little heads up play there.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Cracking the map.
Alright, we find a creature. That's gonna make that Sentinel pretty large.
It's a 4/5?
So pretty big. That's pretty big game.
And it has vigilance. That's the other part I forget.
Yeah, that card is really strong.
Yeah, boarding them out against Green is definitely good.
Alright. What else do we got here?
Another
Paw Patch Recruiter
with Offspring.
This is gonna be really hard for Drew to come back from. He might want to save himself some time, honestly. It'd be pretty difficult. Anytime you draw a card, or anytime you target a creature, you get to draw a card.
Yep. Explaining how the Paw Patch Recruiter works. Let's see if we draw land 3.
We're gonna need land number 3 plus a lot of good things to cover for Drew here.
We did draw land number 3.
We did. Yeah, we did. We had the Shelter by Ghost. That does clear away the
Sentinel.
The Sentinel if we should need that.
Also have a Fear of Isolation.
Now, here's the thing: is that Drew doesn't know that Morgan has a I believe it's Lithomantic Barrage in his hand, in his hand, which would be backbreakingly good if Drew does go for this Shelter by Ghost line.
Would be insane.
Yeah, that'll just basically spell the end of the game.
Yep.
That the game will have ceased to end or ceased to exist.
And we'd be going to game 3.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm totally down for a game.
He's gonna go for Storm Chaser's Talon here. Get another otter.
Closer to Ottertron.
Let's see what Mr. Carlson wants to do here. Gonna fire off the Fear of Isolation.
Probably gonna pick up that Hopeless Nightmare.
I'm gonna pick up that Nowhere to Run.
You're right.
Because then we get to kill the Paw Patch Recruit at least.
Still gets a trigger, but
It does get
then
a
it's
trigger.
gone.
Yeah.
Or at least one of them.
The problem is that like this Sentinel of the Nameless City is really just gonna run with the game on its own.
All you gotta do is keep putting pulse and counters on it.
Yeah, it's like we don't have like a tithing blade, because even tithing blade doesn't do anything here. It does absolutely nothing.
Gonna crack the map on the art challenger.
We get a Valiant trigger, so we'll flip over a card.
The pop at trigger.
This is pretty
And
good,
lands.
man. Just drawing like 2 extra cards here is like kind of brutally good. He can cast this Paw Patch Recruit if you want for no extra like value, but can just cast it, uses mana properly.
That way, it's at least another threat.
It is another threat. This is pretty brutal. Also, I think he drew another land, so or he did have the land off that, so he can actually do, sideboard cards are good. Sentinel is brutal.
Sideboard cards, in fact, good.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, these Paw Patch Recruits coming out of the board as well. Pretty good. Oh, we got 2 in the main as well. We just have a split.
Just gonna swing in with the Sentinel.
Yeah, come across for 4.
Get that map.
Let's see. Yeah, see if Drew just wants to take this hit here or not.
I think you take the hit.
I would be inclined to agree here. Go to 10. He wanted to be 1 life point higher. I know he did.
11.
That's who it came from. That's where that started. Is from old Drew Carlson.
It's gonna be a Restless Ridgeline. So it was a tap land. So I couldn't play the.
Okay, yes, I can't. But we can play the just as a 2 mana or 1 mana 2/1.
But it's also a creature. Very creature heavy on.
This is true. But Drew doesn't have any really good ways to get out of having so many creatures to play. Especially with these Paw Patch Recruits. He just gets to draw so many cards.
It's
like you can't target anything and just like draw a card. So it's so good.
Especially now that there's effectively 3 of them.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Say it's probably gonna be packing it up here pretty soon if I had to take a guess. I think he's trying to think about this nowhere to run.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking pretty hard.
He has the Shelter by Ghost.
He's just gonna pass and he's gonna fire. He's gonna have to fire off this nowhere to run on this turn. Like he's actually facing like lethal on the board. So he'll have to do some blocking.
Gonna crack
and
the map.
he's gonna get
Hard Challenger.
Get an extra card. Oh, that's big game. It does a second copy of Lithomantic Barrage and a Questing Druid.
Let's look at all the cards.
Yeah, we'll just find all of the cards I want to put into play. It's pretty powerful.
The power of mice.
Yeah, this deck's pretty gross. Especially this Sentinel of the Nameless City has completely controlled this game.
Absolutely. This gave him so much advantage.
Yeah.
Mice are nice.
Let's see what Drew wants to do. He's gonna know where to run something with.
Gonna know where to run the Ember Heart
with the
Challenger.
prowess trigger, I believe, on the stack.
Yes. Gonna get 3 card draws.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. Have I been misreading what Paw Patch Recruit does? This is entirely possible. I would not be surprised.
I bet it's just plus 1 counters. I bet he doesn't draw cards.
I thought it was drawing cards. If he puts counters on, that'd be funny.
It's the plus counters, not drawing cards.
Oh, okay, backwards. Yeah, I've misread this card. I don't know how Magic cards work. Again, once I get in the trenches of having to learn how this stuff works, I'll actually know what these cards do.
Puts counters, not draws cards.
Still pretty brutal here.
Not Shaper Sanctuary.
It is not Shaper. God, that would be amazing if it were Shaper Sanctuary. I do know what that card does.
I know what that card does.
Yeah, that's a little infect card.
We get a commentator who knows standard cards.
Yeah, you got me.
and me. We're trying out here, guys.
We're giving it our best. Looks like Drew's gonna pack up the cardboard.
Packing it in, going.
Because that was brutal. That's just so much damage coming across.
Should have called up ya boy. All right. Let's try this once more with feeling, everybody.
Once more.
Once more. Who do you think's gonna win? Do you think Drew's gonna win, or do you think Mason? Morgan's gonna win. Almost said Mason.
With gusto.
With Gus. Like we're favored towards.
Well, Drew is on the play this time.
Yep.
That does help him quite a bit. Drew Carlson too powerful.
He's too powerful.
Carlson's quite powerful. No, those are not. Because I want him to hear this if he watches this back later. He's qualified for a Pro Tour before.
Really?
He played in Pro Tour Oko.
Pro Tour Oko?
Yeah, he played in Pro Tour Oko. He loves when people mention that he's played in a Pro Tour. He loves it.
Yes, I have played in the Pro Tour.
No, he hates it when people mention it, actually. Which is why I want to do it.
I'm Drew Carlson. I played in Pro Tour.
No, he hates when people. He's like,
Elkin4321, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you.
wait, he played in a Pro Tour? Yes, he did play in a Pro Tour. He played in Pro Tour Oko. Quite a powerful magician.
Pro Tour Oko.
Yeah.
Carlson.
He will tell you he was a Pro Tour participant. That is for sure. Would not say he was a competitor. At least he would admit he was not a competitor. But I will give it. Actually, I played Morgan in the finals of an event last year, and he gave me quite the scare for qualifying. He was playing Greasefang and did not give me any extra breathing room to try and win my match. I will tell you that. He's quite good.
And yes, yeah, I believe this is a win and end.
Yeah, I believe the player here who wins will be at 3-1, and I believe they'll be able to draw into top 8.
Unless they get bowled out for some reason.
Yeah, I think the way that things are going to line up as a 3-1-1 will be good enough here for a top 8.
Otter number 1, check mark. Got the Storm Chaser talent.
That's a good way to start.
Verge into...
I did see a room in Drew's hand. Is it Defiled Crypt? Remind myself what that one does. Well,
it's a room with a view.
Defiled Crypt. Let's see, what does this one do? It looks like it makes.
I think it draws cards.
Whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, create a horror enchantment token. Other side, the Cadaver Lab does
returns a creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
Okay, so we're playing. Essentially playing for a little long game. I believe that's the only card that's a room. Okay,
Play the Pixie.
All right, we're getting. We might have Tron.
Autotron.
We might have Autotron.
Autotron. I love Autotron.
Who doesn't?
I mean, think about it. Like, all jokes aside, having all those otters in play and being able to cast a lot of non-creature spells is just gonna bring.
You just want to be contrary to what I have to say. That's fine. I understand how you operate.
It just brings in a lot of damage. Like, who needs mice when you have otters?
That's fine. Oh Lord!
Please refrain from using foul language. How about all of his messages got deleted? That was funny. Huh. Thanks, Automod. We don't. You said the bad word, Tron.
I think it was the word hate. I think that's what it did. I think the word hate. It's probably not what the bot likes.
We're gonna know where to run the Hardfire Hero.
Get that out of here. It's gonna deal no damage because it's got no power.
No power.
We're gonna come across for 4 damage here.
Count them.
Put Morgan down to 14.
13, 14.
What if he's got removal spell? He's got a couple copies of Cut Down, which could be what he's holding here. He's got 1 mana available to him. Oh.
We're gonna see a Iron Claw. Going to 13 and
another
Paw Patch
Recruit. That's pretty good.
If you swing sideways, does that mean that Drew goes to 11?
I believe that is the case.
Yeah.
11. Let's see. Did not have the cut down there, so that's kind of big game for Morgan here. Morgan put a lot of pressure on the board really fast, too. These mice are really good. I cannot overstate how good these cards are. They've been pretty powerful on camera. Also, a copy of Questing Druid, a copy of Lymphomantic Barrage, Innkeeper's Talent.
Glad you can see that.
Like, just a bunch of, like,
I keep wanting to, like,
banger
tilt
cards.
my head, like, towards the monitor, like, what do you got in your hand?
A bunch of banger cards in his hand. They're very strong. The problem is that Drew really doesn't want to, like, target anything, because then that triggers a paw patch and, like, makes something with double strike. Like, it feels pretty bad for him, honestly. He's got another copy of Nowhere to Run. I think he has to kill the Manifold Mouse here, I believe.
I'll vouch for you and say that is correct. I believe that is the correct play.
He could also let him go to like choose which creature he's going to target, and then he can also do it that trigger on the stack if he should want to do that.
Yep, and that's what he's going to say. Hey,
I assume this is even before beginning of combat.
Yep.
This is still beginning of combat, because I think there's a Valiant trigger going on the stack here.
Other
There's a Questing Druid. Can't do anything with it yet. I'm sure Squee will correct me. I believe the Emberheart Challenger is just till end of turn. Is not until the end of next turn. Like, it's a card that does Monkey, the Clockwork Percussionist. That's the card.
Yes.
That's until end of next turn.
Until end of turn.
Yeah, it's just an impulse. Okay. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure it was an impulse.
Like,
Who knows?
The combat map.
Who knows? If I just do enough coverage, I may not even have to test. I may just pick up a deck and play it. That'll work out real well for me.
I mean, hey, that's what I did. I saw Up the Beanstalk and Crabs and said, I'm in.
I'm in. Nope. Nobody else is in today, unfortunately.
No.
Nobody else is playing some terror today.
Do you do that in ATL or DC? Just pick up a deck and play it?
No, I tested a little bit for both of. Well, I didn't play on ATL. I just played Pauper Scyther on ATL. For DC. I actually did play my deck a little bit, at least. Like, I knew what I wanted to play. I knew I wanted to try this like Leyline Resonance card.
Yeah.
The card was gross. I'm like, if I'm gonna just cruise and have an easy day 2, that's a good card to do it with.
Yep.
It did not work out that way. I think I started off like 3-0, and then the wheels fell off.
It still grows. That hasn't changed. The third, Nowhere to Run.
Drew is really good at drawing Nowhere to Run.
Gonna put the counter on the Heart Claw.
Yep, get rid of that. And slowly but surely, we're chipping away at some of what Morgan's able to do, because Morgan can only really cast like one spell a turn. It's kind of been what's kept Drew in this game at all.
And the fact that Drew hasn't drawn the fourth land.
Yeah, if Drew can, like, at some point, if both players can start to double spell, that's really where the game unlocks itself.
Yes.
Nothing in the graveyard for Drew to even pick up with this Storm Chaser's talent, should he even find it. He's also not seen a
Hopeless Nightmare.
He's also he's not seen a this town at all.
Yeah,
He's seen 0 copies of this town. He's got them. He's got the full 4 copies. He just hasn't seen them. And he just put the counter on the Challenger and save it. Yeah. Oh, other creatures. Yes. All right. Morgan has drawn the
Innkeeper's Talent.
Innkeeper's Talent here, which just doesn't have any Valiant triggers to go with this, like the Emberheart Challenger. But we're able to put on this Higher Claw. Higher Claw gets pretty big, pretty quick.
And then just giving anything with counters on it Ward 1.
Doesn't matter. Again, there's the Nowhere to Runs in play. The Nowhere to Runs are pretty brutal.
I'll keep forgetting. At this point, it's just for entertainment.
Keep making me look smart.
Yeah.
Now that I've officially learned what this Nowhere to Run card does.
Last line of text.
It is the very
did not
last.
trigger.
This is the very last line of text. Reading the card does in fact explain the card.
Please say that to textless cryptic command.
I literally
Urza Saga.
had somebody cast it last night. They needed to know the order. I fired off the order for them.
There you go.
We have what's called the Boomer Cube, and it is the most paradoxical cube. It is full of alternate arts, but they're all Boomer cards. It's all these like secret layers and special printings and all that stuff. And
You cannot read the card, therefore the card does not explain the card.
well, I just know what the card does. I'm just a magician of
Texas Void Winnower and Dolly Voidwalker. I have a Texas Void Winnower.
That's the you can't even.
Yeah, can't even. Gonna
Boomer-
bounce that.
dude.
Nowhere to run.
Boomer Cube, great. And also, so yeah, except for there's like one card is like the boomeriest of cards. Cryptic Command has no text on it, which is very funny. It's a joke.
Got a Verge. Finally got fourth land on both sides.
All right, we have an
Witchstalker Frenzy.
That's
Or
an obliterating bolt.
They're both 2 mana, right?
Boomer Cube. I'm quite a big fan of the old Boomer Cube. Last night I got to play a little Jeskai Stoneblade with Snapcaster and Isochron Scepter with just about every card you could want with Isochron Scepter too. It's pretty fun.
Putting counters on the Paw Patch Recruit.
I mean, crushing there.
Swinging in sideways.
Cube is great. Cube will outlive Magic.
As long as there's cards available, there
That's
will
right.
always be Cube.
Cube will outlive Magic.
Doing some blocking math. Got rid of the Pixie. He said, I don't want to take any more damage, please. Land number 5. You see Fear of Isolation, the room that we mentioned earlier, and a third card.
Why is Foil Cycle Storm so much money? Cabal Ritual in foil is really expensive.
And that's literally it.
That's the Lotus Petal.
They're
Well,
they're $15.
I was like, oh, we have the promo. That's right.
Yeah.
There's a couple other cards I think that are older in the deck, like I can't remember right off the top of my head what they are.
We're gonna seek the beast. We're gonna see 2 lands.
Squee over here just likes to play decks that I can't stand. it's his whole goal at this point.
Shift some cards around.
Just clean things up a little bit here.
Drew another Paw Patch Recruit. Doing some quick maths. I think Morgan's just trying to make sure that they have enough mana to do all the things they need. Got a 2 mana, play a Paw Patch Recruit with Offspring. Drew's gonna respond.
Bonus of being able to hear through the door.
Yes. I just hope they don't hear us. Going to run, target the Hired Claw.
Hired Claws. The Hired Claw is a 1/4. It's a 0/1 at this point.
So just using the Nowhere to Run to shrink the Hired Claw.
Also, we just don't want to get a second trigger off of the Paw Patch before that. Before it enters.
Yes.
Because we knew we were going to do this anyways. It was going to happen. It's looking pretty good for Morgan here. It looks like they're going to have quite an overwhelming board presence come crashing into Drew here.
Just gonna swing in with the other Paw Patch Recruit. I say as I that's 2, 3, 4. I think I did that math right.
It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, also we get a no. We don't get it. Yep, just should be 4. Unless I missed something.
Gonna block with Fear of Isolation. Take 1.
Take 1 off of
Our Claw attack trigger.
Yep. All right, this is a big turn. Let's see what Drew can draw here.
Shelter by Ghost.
If he draws nothing, this is not good. This is lethal damage on the board.
Yes.
This is very much lethal damage.
Nothing to grab from the Storm Chaser's talent. We know about the room. I think the card they drew turn was Sheltered by Ghosts. Don't really have anything to.
Fair.
Could try to know where to run something, but I think that's. I think that's gonna help.
Probably not. I say at this point, kind of getting brutal. They've got double or really triple Paw Patch for play. It's pretty brutal there.
Sounds like they're counting out damage just to see what the crackback's gonna be.
Yeah, see if it's even worth Drew playing this nowhere to run or whatever. This is the room. This is the room where it happened.
This is
The room where it happened. The room where it happened.
Going to return a creature card from the graveyard to hand.
For all our Hamilton fans out there.
Picking up Fear of Ice. Yeah, so if I had to guess, they're going to play that, either bounce back that room or bounce the Storm Chaser talent and just try to gum up the board the best they can.
I wouldn't be in the room. Happened.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to pick up the room. Then they're going to play the Shelter by Ghost to put it on the creature to take out the Heart Claw.
At least blocking does something here for him. It's not good. Also, Morgan can just activate this.
Restless Ridgeline.
Well, that, and he also just activate the Innkeeper's talent too.
I think that's a Lithomagic Barrage in his hand. Well,
Well, if that is, that's just gonna be brutally bad here for Drew. That's exactly what it is. Yep, that's gonna wrap it up, I believe, here for Morgan. Morgan probably gonna take this one down. Looks like it. Combat. And that's the game.
Mice do in fact be stronger than pixies.
And this time they are.
Yeah, today. Last time they were.
Last time we had this matchup went the pixie way.
All right, let's see if we can get Morgan back here if he wants to chat about his game.
If he wants to come chat about it. What a pretty convincing win there. Looks like Gruel Mice got that one. Zephyr. I guess. Maybe.
And then
Cool. Again, thank you everyone for joining us today for this game night here in game night in Columbia, Tennessee, RCQ today. I want to shout out game night. Game night's great. You can come get all the things that make your nerding heart happy, from Magic to Lorcana and Pokemon, Warhammer, D&D, all sorts of good fun stuff.
game night.
Yeah, game night's great. Maybe you can come and meet Kyle. Who knows?
Kyle Ashford.
That's right. Best production manager I know. Is that true?
1 for 1.
Is that true? Are you the only production manager I know?
I don't know. I still say it's 1
Cool. Yeah, Kyle's my goat. Kyle's great. Continues to be great. The players are just kind of trying to get themselves sideboarded here. Looks like I think this puts Morgan in a chance to draw into top 8. I'm sure he's looking to get that qualification to Hartford or to Minneapolis.
Did you say that most people are going to Hartford?
a lot of people are going to Hartford. I know that some people are like, I think one person is going to Minneapolis that I know.
Which is closer, Hartford?
I think Hartford's closer. Yeah, it's got to be closer because like that's the Midwest. That's a long way away.
It's a straight shot
Like
versus like going to New England.
Connecticut's New England.
It's also a nicer place. It's not cold.
Both places are probably pretty cold. Depends on what. This is also like later in the year, so it's not gonna be that cold regardless.
There are more places to go.
Everything is within closer distance to each other. That's true. So I'm excited to go to Hartford. I'm excited to hang with my friends, play some good Magical the Gatherings. Maybe y'all actually learn how this format works. I can stop telling everybody what cards do all day. Come join me. All right. Looks like we've got Morgan with us to talk about this pretty convincing win over Esper Pixie. So it looks like some good things happened there. Good game 2 and 3 there from on your side for sure. I know a card that really impressed me game 2 and actually Kyle was Sentinel of the Nameless City. That was big game. Banger card.
It feels awkward if they happen to have this talent big enough because I pay 3 mana, they just bounce it. It's very bad tempo if they have that, but if they don't, it's really good against Nowhere to Run because obviously
it just all your creatures outsize it. So yeah,
and then it gives you free. It gives you not free, but
Valiant triggers off of
it gives you Valiant triggers. It gives you. It's just really good, and it's good. It's good in that matchup. And it's also really good against the Mirror because
the body is big enough and also survives burn spells too.
It also survives Screaming Nemesis.
That's big game. Yeah.
It just trades with Screaming Nemesis without it killing something else.
That's true.
Unless they just don't want to kill the Sentinel, which
that's true. That was pretty impressive in that game 3. Like man, Innkeeper's Talent, the Innkeeper Talent and Paw Patch Recruit, like that combination of stuff is absolutely brutal. Puts in so much damage so fast. Puts that Esper Pixie deck under a lot of duress, really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And they say he just couldn't do enough, in time to get outside of that range, and they're just able to just beat down pretty quickly and pretty convincingly as well.
Yeah, Paw Patch Recruit is insane.
It was a heck of a card there. I think it was putting in its work.
Both games 2 and 3 getting 3 of that card on the battlefield.
Yeah, it definitely put in its work, and it showed its worth in that deck for sure. It really proved to the folks why the green version is really better than the white version of the deck, like the mice version or the mice decks.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah,
well,
I really like the green version. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining me. It was pretty convincing match. Looks like you can get yourself into a top 8, I believe, right?
I should be able to draw in. I hope I can.
All right. Well, good luck in top 8 then.
All right. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna take a quick break here, and we will have round 5 of the RCQ here in Game Night in Columbia. All right, everyone. Welcome back to round number 5 of the RCQ in Game Night Tennessee out in Columbia. Looks like our players are shuffled up and ready to go. On the left, we have Dylan McDermott on back again with Demir Pixie, and along with Joe Mitchell on Domain. That is a wild Joe Mitchell on camera for our viewing pleasure.
Joe Mitchell appeared on camera.
He did.
I'm gonna take a little peek at his.
You go for it. Just pretty stock looking Domain. Or a couple copies is like Temporary Lockdown. It's pretty big here. Temporary Lockdown, Split Up, Sunfall. Like
Yeah, he was ready.
He was ready for the Pixie players.
Yep.
This might look good. It might look good for him here.
Just play land pass.
Because apparently been playing against what is the red green deck and Domain all day. So he's been playing like mirror matches and red green.
Yep. Going to crack the map and target the Spyglass Siren. Find a whoopsie on top, and it's a land.
Joe Mitchell, what a crowd pleaser.
Go swinging for 1.
Crack in for 1. Let's see what Joe follows up. Start this game off with.
Gonna play a green-white Verge. I think it's Hushwood Verge.
It sounds about right to me.
Yes.
Yep, I believe so. Oh yes, you recognize that voice.
Oh, we got Teasdale.
Yeah.
What's going on, Teasdale? I've been watching some of your Pauper content lately. I'm gonna play that Soulstone Sanctuary. I'm thinking about what we want to
see
do.
what some options we have available. I see this town in the hand. Not looking like this town so far. We got to know where to run to get rid of this Spyglass Siren.
I wonder if we just let it go, or are you just gonna this town thinking about it?
I think you probably just let this go.
Yeah.
I think you want to save this town for later.
Like a value target.
Yeah, get like a value target or like remove a blocker or something like later on to make it a little bit better. You can do better than that.
I did see that Joe split up for the turn.
That's an Up the Beanstalk.
Beanstalk.
It's the name. One of the namesake cards makes this deck tick.
We're at 1 bean salad. Count them 1.
We've traveled upwards the beanstalk. Got another Verge there. Let's see. Pass back to Dylan. Through another Spyglass Siren.
So he's got cut down.
An Enduring Curiosity. This town. I think that's a go for the third as well.
Just play another Spyglass Siren. Get that map. Go ahead and crack it. Try to get as much value as you can.
That's right. We've got a Fear of Isolation on top of the library. Do we want to keep that there, or do we want to bin that?
I think you bin it.
Do we think we bin this?
Yep. And Dylan seems to agree.
Dylan agrees.
If we had stuff to bounce back in hand, I would keep it on top.
Yeah,
But
I think the problem here is that Dylan is looking for lands.
yes,
We need other colors. Being only on one source of each color might be a little constricting across a couple turns here. It looks like Joe Mitchell might take advantage of that and see if he can slam something pretty big here.
gonna play the blue-white Verge. Tap 4.
That is an Overlord of the
Mistmores.
Mistmores.
Draw a card, make some insects.
That's right.
Future note to future Kyle, production manager. Get dice. 4 players. Large dice.
That might help.
Yeah. Not that we can't see them, but
Yeah.
future note. Gonna get rid of one of those insects.
Yep. Try to stem the bleeding a little bit.
At least
Trying to outsize this Demir Pixie deck. That's really what the domain decks are trying to do.
The Demir to Pixie deck is basically just trying to use removal as efficiently as possible.
We just gotta stem the bleeding on the domain side until we can start casting some of these gigantic creatures, the Overlord specifically, and Zur also quite a powerful card. Zur, the Eternal Schemer.
Want to know where to run the other insect and then get in there for 2.
Right. Trying to get aggressive here to get the game over with before Joe gets any hold on this game.
Go to untap and draw a card. Let's see what Joe does with this. Got a basic island. Nice choice in basic island. This is gonna be a.
Like it's white.
Oh,
No, that's
it's
an
blue
Overlord.
Overlord.
Yeah, blue Overlord of the Flood Pits.
That's one that draws cards, right?
That is, yes.
As he's just shown.
I drew another Overlord, a different Overlord, but another Overlord nonetheless. To the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. See what Joe Mitchell likes to discard here.
Discarding a
Hedge Maze. I do know what that one is. The one of these lands that I'll actually know what it is. Alright, we go to end turn, tick down those impending counters, and we likely move on over back to Dylan here.
Drawing a turn.
Let's see.
Looks like we hit the land.
Hit a land, so we can start to double spell a little bit. This is also not a terrible turn, if assuming that Joe Mitchell does not have a removal spell here. This is a potentially good turn, or actually, doesn't have double blues. This Enduring Curiosity is not great here.
I think we're going to nowhere to run.
Just have the nowhere to run. Are we gonna this town our creature now?
Looks like it. Thinking about it? Not thinking about it? I don't think it's an awful play if he wanted to, because it does set back some other things, but it does, like if you were to bounce back like an Overlord, it does trigger up the Beanstalk, which does give him more card advantage by drawing cards, but it also just resets some of the board state.
Correct.
That's either, what do you want to give them, more card draw?
Looks like a Cavern of Souls, I believe.
Yes.
Joe Mitchell, big fan of anything that's borderless or just borderless, period. I know he's a big fan.
He's a broderless gamer?
Yes, he certainly is.
Overlord the Hauntwoods.
We've got
Overlord Tron.
We have Overlord Tron now. That's actual Tron.
Gonna get that everywhere token.
And then, say, in 2, 3, and 4 turns, we'll have some pretty beefy individuals in play.
I like that everywhere token.
I couldn't tell you what that was.
He's been everywhere, man. He's the everywhere man.
Oh. Let's see. We're gonna activate this Soul Stone. Symbols Exodia.
You could get muted.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Inappropriate.
Alright. Let's see what Dylan's gonna do.
Oh, symbols. I see. Okay, that's the word we're talking about.
Yeah. Gonna just swing in with the Soul Stone Sanctuary.
I'll take my chances. Reasonable.
Get in there.
He's the mighty Squee. He's not the fearful Squee.
I meant Tron.
Ah. Tron. Terrifying.
Looks like we're going to play the Fear of Isolation, pick up the
Nowhere to run. Looks like we're probably going to crack across here with the Soul Stone.
Already did that.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Leyline Binding.
Oh, it's going to be get rid of the Fear of Isolation. Beautiful. Got a little bean trigger off of that. I can draw some cards. I got 6 cards in hand. He's looking pretty healthy. Say, especially in a couple turns when he's got these Overlords coming off of their impending counters.
It's gonna be a neat couple turns. That's for certain.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on Joe Mitchell's side here.
I do see that Dylan does have still has that go for the throat that we mentioned earlier. So he could deal with one of them, but
Got to go for the throat and double nowhere to run. I could kill one as well.
that's only if Joe doesn't put something like another Beanstalk in play.
Draw a card.
Another Hushwood Verge.
I'm not sure what these sleeves are he's got going on, but they look kind of sweet.
They're the 25th or 30th anniversary Dragon Shields. They were limited time.
Ooh, okay.
Draw 2 cards, Hard Casting and Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
This will probably eat that copy of Go for the Throat here if I had to take a guess. On the end of turn, probably. There's that end of turn. We see all these takedowns on these overlords. Looks like we've got an end of turn cast to Go for the Throat, targeting the overlord of the Mistmores. I had to take a while, I guess. Yeah, that's the more threatening one currently.
Yes.
It closes the game with some speed.
Draw the turn. Draw land. We did get an island.
That's big news. We did need that second blue so we can cast this Enduring Curiosity. Probably not gonna happen right this moment, but
Yeah.
we're facing some big issues on the other side of the table.
I mean, if we really wanted to, we can also pay for full price this town.
Yeah, you could just remove 2. But again, we have all these enter the battlefield triggers off these overlords though, so it's kind of awkward.
That's the only thing that makes it. Like, what would you bounce? Everything that you bounce just
Enters and does a good thing for Joe here.
you just gain so much advantage. It's just not even funny. Joe's board is a mess.
There's a lot going on, that's for sure. He's keeping it pretty nice and tidy, actually. I'll give him that.
It's not like a manaless dredge board.
No, that's just gross. That's just disgusting to look at.
Gonna play a forest for the turn.
I like to pick up or to go to instep, discard my Phantasmagorian, and then do disgusting things. This is Zur, the Eternal Schemer. This one's gonna end the game real fast. We're gonna start turning our creatures into big enchantments here.
This one's a creature,
If that one's a creature,
and now this one's a creature.
yeah, we're coming across for a lot of damage here.
At least one.
We also have we have triple Overlord that can attack this turn, and we have a Beanstalk coming into play.
He thought about it. He's like, yeah, we'll...
just trying to come across for something here. This is a nowhere to run, gonna kill the Beanstalk. I have to take a guess here.
Yep, one Beanstalk down, and gonna get into the red zone with 3 different Overlords. Draw 2 cards, make 2 more Everywhere token, or draw 2, discard a card, make 2 Everywhere tokens. This is disgusting levels of advantage.
Yeah, pretty insurmountable, I would imagine at this point. Looks pretty good. We have this town ain't big enough.
So we're gonna put the Zerg back in his hand. We're gonna put the nowhere to run back in the hand.
Appears to be what has occurred. This is what we would call controlled chaos.
Yes.
Go Mitchell's side of the board.
It looks like we are at 4 to 14. Discarding a Lush Portico as the land return. Did draw a Blood Pit Drowner. Don't think we're gonna go into game 2.
Yeah, pretty commanding victory there from Joe Mitchell. Let's see what in the post-board world do we have available to the players. On Joe Mitchell's side, we have 3 Authority of the Consuls, 2 Elspeth's Smite, 1 Ascendant Animist, 3 Pest Control, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Tishana's Tiebinder, and 2 Tranquil Fillback. I like the disenchant effects here again, the Tranquil Fillback, the Nissa.
I like Tishana's.
I don't hate the Pest Control, honestly. They
right.
They clean up. They easily clean up like the Storm Chasers, Talents, and Otters.
It sweeps up them otters.
Yeah, that's especially nice.
And then on Dylan's side, we've seen him on camera before, but as a refresher, it's 2 Anoint with Affliction, 1 Duress, 1 The End, 1 Ghost Vacuum,
2 Ghost Vacuum,
or 2 Ghost Vacuum, excuse me. 1 Malicious Eclipse, 2 Negate, a Get Out, 2 Tishana's, Blot Out, Gix's Command, and Shieldred.
probably just going to beef up the game plan a little bit. Try to probably get some of the mid-range cards in there because it's going to go a little bit longer. As we just saw, like the game went a little bit longer. Also on Joe Mitchell's side, we've got these Tishana's Tiebinders, which are absolutely going to come in.
Yep. I think both players bring in Tiebinders. I think that Dylan will bring in something like the End to get rid of some of these overlords.
Yep, it's entirely possible.
Shieldred because of the blue overlord.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad if Joe Mitchell ran that into Shieldred. Yeah, I think you can consider blot out as well. It's just not a clean remove as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about negate, but then
you're really just countering.
It's very narrow.
Yeah, it's like you're really just countering like sweepers there at that point, which is good. Like you do need to keep your stuff in play, which is like especially because Joe Mitchell's playing like main deck copies like temporary lockdown. Like those are huge. Now there are some like conceivable game states where Joe Mitchell does that, and then like Dylan like end of turn this towns and bounces the temporary lockdown of the hand, gets all of the things back to untap with a fresh board and do a bunch of disgusting stuff.
And if there's any ETB triggers, just do all the things.
Yep.
Bounce stuff left and right.
Yep. So I'd imagine it's coming in from both players.
I see Joe boarding in the pest controls.
Pest control seems pretty good against it's a little bit better against the Esper version of the deck because we have Pixies and the Opportunist and stuff like that in the mix, but still pretty good. Gets rid of the talents, which are like a pretty big card for the match, or pretty big card for the deck in general. Yeah, that's pretty good. And the otters, but those come alongside the Storm Chasers.
If Joe has any of his renumbered around the board, then bounce the Tim Blonde block less. That's fair.
That is also true.
Some pretty cool tech.
Yeah, he said he teched his deck for the Pixie today. So just all depends on how things play out. I was just thinking magical Christmas land from Dylan's side if temporary lockdown happens to be a thing that occurs. And who doesn't like thinking about magical Christmas land?
It is a magical place. It's also Christmas.
It's true. Now, this Demir Pixie deck looks awful lot like a Popper deck to me. Like this like core Skyfisher hot nonsense. And speaking of Popper,
you did it! You figured it out!
I host
proud of you.
I along with my co-host Cameron Schindler and Thomas Gunn host a Popper podcast called Common Ground MTG. Every episode comes out every Thursday. We go in depth on anything Popper. We go over challenges that have happened over the weekend. We also take questions from our listeners, and we run those as episode topics. And we do deep dives on decks and deep dives on the format. It's pretty fun. Episode comes out every Thursday. Come give us a listen on all of our major podcast listening apps. And this would not happen today if not for a game night here in Columbia, Tennessee. Wonderful place, wonderful employees, wonderful owner, hosting events of all sorts across different games. Even as today you've got Magic, but they also do Warhammer, Lorcana. I just had a big Lorcana tournament last weekend, I believe.
Yes, we had our Short Championship. We also always run Lorcana Leagues. We've got Pokemon building up now, so we're looking to hopefully do some more Pokemon in the future. We have a Warhammer Rogue Trader tournament that's going to be the 1st of March. So we got a lot of great things in store. We're slowly building out these communities and trying to make sure that we have everything for everyone.
Beautiful. All right, players going to draw their opening 7s and see if they like to keep. I assume that Dylan like to be on the play. I'd imagine so.
Only deck that wants to be on the draw? Manaless Dredge.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I love it. I play Manaless Dredge a lot, and it's like, I would like to discard this Phantasmagorian. I would like to
I seem to remember you playing this many years ago.
I played it at Eternal Weekend last year. It did not go well.
Oh, dear.
Did you know that the Nadu decks ran Memory's Journey?
That stops you from doing the thing.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah.
It's really
that says put cards back in your deck.
It puts 3 of them. It's like, oh, look, are those the cards that you need to win the game? They're in your library. It goes back to the old Yu-Gi-Oh saying of putting cards back in the library is better than having them in hand
or in the
graveyard.
Correct. Looks like Joe Mitchell's going to take a mulligan here. Looks like Dylan has kept the 7.
He likes those cards.
Hey, more power to him.
It's always nice to like keep an opening 7. It's like
It feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Now the more fun stories are when you like mulligan down to like no cards
like
and stuff.
4.
I remember I actually just told a story. I think it was like last week where I won like a winning in for a top 8 of PPTQ many years ago, and I mulliganed to 4, and I just like my heart sank. I was like, well, this is where my day ends, and then I won on my mulligan to 4. Feels real good.
I will say that I did get a glimpse of Dylan's hand. Yes, turn 1 duress.
That's pretty big game here, actually.
There's only one in his sideboard, and he drew it.
Yeah, Drew. Hey, you put the cards in your sideboard to draw them.
That is correct.
You have them there. You board them in to draw the cards.
Just like last game, if your sideboard cards show up, they will work for you.
That's right. All right, let's see if Joe Mitchell can keep a 5-card hand now. Mulligan again. Let's see. Thinking about it, he's thinking about it, shaking his head, thinking about it.
Cavern, pest control, some other stuff.
Yeah, we got a mulligan to 5, so we got to think about how this hand's going to play out a little bit. Quite a good hand from Dylan, actually. We've got a Duress and a Hopeless Nightmare and a Fear of Isolation. We're just going to like strip Joe's hand into basically nothing. I think we turn 1 with the Duress here. Yep.
Turn 1 duress.
Make sure we take the appropriate card that we want
2
here.
lands, and we've got
a Pest Control, a Nowhere to Run, and an Overlord. We can only take the Nowhere to Run and the Pest Control. Looks like we're probably going to take the Pest Control if I had to take a wild guess here. Denies him a card draw should it not become relevant. Also protects the Otters and the Storm Chasers talents, if you will. Yeah,
yep.
Looks like we
Gonna
agree.
We're
take the Pest Control here. Joe, pick up the cards and pass back. Rose, draw for the turn. Just gonna play a Verge here, I believe.
Play a Verge. Pass
it back.
Draw a card. What we get? I think it's a land.
Probably.
Yes. I think it's a Dark Slick. Or it's a Gloomwake Verge. I want to say it's a Gloomwake Verge. I think it's just Hopeless Nightmare. Like, hey, I'm gonna shred your hand apart.
Yeah.
Got rid of the Overlord.
Say especially because next turn we have Fear of Isolation.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be able to pick that back up and replay it again.
Demir Pixie do be doing Demir Pixie. I believe it's gonna be Cavern on Avatar.
That seems to be the consensus. Gonna make sure those Overlords resolve. Not too many counter spells in this format in the way of creatures go, honestly.
No.
Got like Disdainful Stroke.
You've got Get Lost.
Get Lost is
not Get Lost. Get Out.
Oh, that's the blue one.
Yes.
That one's pretty good.
You also have the one from Bloomborough where you can gift a card to just outright counter spell.
You do, yeah. So we're gonna play Fear of Isolation, picking up this Hopeless Nightmare. That's another popper card if I've ever seen one. Replay this Hopeless Nightmare to discard this Nowhere to Run. Can't cast it, might as well discard it.
Gonna
cycle another drew the pest control. And drew another Nowhere to Run.
Hey, never punish.
Just picking up these cards that he can't cast.
Just gonna pass it back to Dylan. Looks like we got Kaito. That would be insane right now.
Yeah, Kaito would be really impressive.
Alright, gonna swing in. Going to flash in the Kaito.
Pick up that Fear of Isolation is going to make him eventually when he gets put it right back down. He's going to make Joe discard another card. It's going to be pretty brutal for Joe to get back in this game. Mulligan to 5 is pretty brutal.
Yeah, a mulligan to 5 into I'm going to strip your hand turn by turn by turn.
Yeah, now he has no land types in place. These any land binding he draws currently costs 6 mana.
Yep.
Like that's brutal enough in itself. Let's see what Joe Mitchell wants to do. Drew a Fabled Passage. At least it comes in untapped.
4th land.
It does come in untapped, for what that's worth.
Dylan did emblem the Kaido.
Oh, we're getting in. We're getting in for damage.
We're swinging sideways.
We're getting this game over with before we give Joe any time to get any foothold in this game.
Just gonna pass it back. Drew Island for turn.
Still got, I think it's I got the Fear of Isolation we know about. Verge there, actually.
We got Verge, Island, Fear of Isolation.
See what Dylan wants to do. I imagine we're just gonna crack in for 5 here, actually.
Yep.
Make emblem number 2.
Those don't go away. They're really good.
Turns out it's the one part of Magic that has not been figured out yet. Can't remove emblems unless it's a mystery booster.
Yeah.
It's the one card that removes an emblem.
In for 6. Or excuse me,
5.
5.
Yeah, 5 here. It's at 6. Attacking for 5.
Second main, or no.
Ooh, mid combat, get this Enduring Curiosity.
I would like to draw more cards, please.
Ooh, Joe would like to respond to this, I think. He's like,
oh,
I don't know. Well, he can get, if he gets the, does he have a basic swamp? He does have a basic swamp, so he can nowhere to run this Enduring Curiosity.
He's just gonna go ahead and take it.
Okay, all right. Draws a card. Gonna let that happen. And
Spyglass Siren.
Are we just gonna pass back the turn? Yes. Joe Mitchell need to get back in this game. He needs a combination of things, I think, at this point.
Land, Sunfall, still wouldn't do it.
No, because it doesn't even kill the Kaito.
Yep. Kaido has hexproof on the opponent's turn. The Kaido has been +1, so it's outside the range. Nowhere to run.
Well, now it's not even a creature.
I'm just saying, like, on Dylan's turn.
Oh, yes.
It's outside the nowhere to run. So I'm not really certain that there's way out.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough.
There may be nowhere to run, but there's also no way out.
Lots of no. Some people don't like being told no.
That's fair.
But it does appear that there's no way out.
Really going to give it the fighting chance. You could argue that could scoop it up and go to game 3.
Depends on also what he fetches here, what his basic of choice is here, that could inform how he thinks this game might continue to play on. I imagine this is just a swamp here. He doesn't have a black source currently. Or is that a black source already in play? No, it's a green.
Thomas in chat.
Greetings from the Modern Testing crew. Hopefully Modern Testing is going well for all those folks practicing for Portland.
Gonna offer the cut. 3 mana.
Ooh, Frillback. Frillback, quite a good one here. Actually, can kill the Enduring Curiosity if you wanted to. It'll make it just an enchantment again, but you could kick the Hopeless Nightmare.
Probably just gonna.
You could. That could give him more turns to do something. I like that. Give ourselves as many options to stay in the game as possible.
I do believe that.
I believe it was just gain 4 there. Yep. He is updated life totals. Cool. Mr. Joe Mitchell agrees with this.
We have a blocker, some life.
Yep.
Dylan playing that island that we mentioned earlier.
Now, if this were this town that appears, this would be really bad.
Yes.
This would be a game.
Yes.
There is the Restless Reef. Oh, we're gonna pack up the cardboard.
Yeah.
I was like, we're just gonna tap that down. I'm gonna draw 2 cards.
I was swing in for what?
So our 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go to 3. You go to 3. Draw 2 cards. Really difficult. I say it's really difficult for Joe to get out of the Kaito of anything there.
Yep.
The Kaito is pretty brutal there.
It is very interesting how it was polarizing. Like game 1, Joe Mitchell just had it on lock, and then this time it's just Dylan had the turn 1 Duress, turn 2 Hopeless Nightmare on him with Joe being on a multi-5, just ripping apart that hand where there was already not enough resources.
All's fair in love and war.
That's fair.
Or in a game of Magic. Player's gonna Players getting shuffled up for game number 3 here. Right, I'm sure Joe Mitchell would like to elect to be on the play for game number 3. Take a guess.
It would be one of the decisions of all time.
You know, I agree with you.
At least one.
Well, one minimum. Let's see if players like to keep their opening 7s this time.
That'd be really cool. I would love to see just
Joe,
two players keeping their opening 7, playing the best Magic that they can.
Yep, that's the fun part. Let's see. Joe is immediately gonna put that hand back. I think it was like a 1-lander, I think.
Yeah, I think it was at 1 planes.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
No,
not gonna do it.
Not today.
Joe Mitchell making the adult decision and gonna mulligan there. Our next trying to put into play lots of lands. Kind of need lands for that to work.
Looks like Dylan enjoys his opening 7 again.
Probably good news for him then.
Or at least thinking about it.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Second 7. Go down to 6.
That's correct. Beans is a good start if we have some lands to back the beans up. I don't see 2 lands, I think. And beans. I might be able to incline to keep this if this is 2 lands beans. Yeah, he agrees. I don't know what it is that he's putting on the bottom, but he decides to keep the 6. He's on the play. Let's see how he starts us off. Thank you so much, Joe Mitchell. Appreciate you showing us cardboard that I can't see. I appreciate the gesture nonetheless.
Let's report a code. Do we like what's on top?
Looks like he is think about it for a second. But anything that progresses the beans plan, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Which
Pass it
appears
back.
that is a card that helps the beans plan. Figured it out. Let's see if it chose the right player.
Yeah.
It chose the right player again!
Good job, Tablet.
Tablet's so good. Tablet's powerful. It's learning.
It's
AI.
learning.
It's learning. AI. It's coming for us all.
All
Soon,
right.
soon we'll just be watching computers play Magic against each other. It's be like Watson. You ever seen the old Jeopardy where like they had
Yeah.
Magic player against computer.
Tablet
Tablet.
never.
Not today. It hasn't.
No?
I don't think so. I think it's been correct every time.
I don't know if you saw Dylan's hand while he was living through his cards. He has 3 Spyglass Sirens.
That's aggressive. That's pretty aggressive.
And a Storm Chaser's talent.
I mean, that's a bunch of Wonder Hops. I mean, that would be really bad if Joe Mitchell has like
Here's
a
a pest control.
pest control. Yeah, that would be brutal. All right, there is
Otter count.
there is
1.
an auto. We got 2 more. We got Tron.
Ottertron. We got Spyglass Tron right now.
We do have Spyglass Tron in hand. Beautiful, beautiful.
Got a map. Drew an Overlord for the turn, I do believe. Fatal Passage, not so great on turn 3. Will come in tapped, but what if we had second Beanstalk?
Beads are better multiples.
It looks like we don't. Joe's gonna pass it back.
Just play the land and pass back. We got 3 land types currently. Like a green, white, and a black source.
We do have a Hopeless Nightmare from Dylan.
Discard
Discarding
an Overlord.
the Overlord.
What else we got? Other action we got. Alright,
So
come across for
swing for
2. See if we want to deploy more of these Spyglass Sirens or not. Another Hopeless Nightmare in the hand?
The viewers are calling in. Every time the phone rings. Alright, looks like swung in with the Spyglass Siren and the Otter.
Let's see.
Going
Crack
to
that
crack the
map.
map.
Try to get some. Oh, we're gonna do the get lost here. So you're gonna get some map tokens regardless, but you will not be mapping onto that creature specifically. I'll exchange your 1 map token for a creature plus 2 more map tokens.
I'll take it.
Got that Fabled Passage out of the way. Gonna untap here. Take a draw step. We found the land right off the top. Didn't even want to think like he didn't have the land.
No.
There, drew the land for turn. Now, one thing that might come up this game is that Joe Mitchell might be able to get out of range of things that Dylan's able to do, because Dylan is stuck on 2 lands here. That it could pose a problem. That's why I think it was very heads up play from Joe to actually get rid of the creature, the Spyglass Siren that was being mapped onto in response to the map token. All right, gonna put 2
flying boys.
Those look like moths to me.
They're insects. We did draw a 3rd land on Dylan's side. It's a Soulstone Sanctuary.
All right, good thing there. At least we drew a land. That was kind of important.
You have Floodpit's Drowner. You about the Enduring Curiosity. And there's also, it's not a Hopeless Time. Affliction.
Did we board in Anoint with Affliction?
I think we did.
Interesting.
It's either that or a blot out. I can't honestly
I think it's blot out. That card seems way better.
I'm so used to seeing like the showcase art for blot out.
I believe that's a blot out. Yes. Okay. I was like, I don't think it's an Anoint with Affliction. That would seem less than ideal in the current situation.
I've seen crazier things happen. About deploying that 2nd Spyglass Siren.
Yep, we could get. I mean, problem is like you can't get it. Like it's really hard to get in damage here because you'd have to have like. Oh, he agrees. It's really hard to get across this insect token here. Example.
There's that hedge maze.
There's hedge maze. See what he liked to do with that surveil there.
Likes that card.
Seems to like all these surveils he's had this game. 3 mana.
Green Overlord.
We have an Overlord with a draw trigger.
Gotta draw that card.
Man, beans, what a card.
Insane. Warped every format that it's available in.
Yeah, it's good in Legacy, banned in Modern, very good in Pioneer. If that's a format that people still play.
Not currently.
I was like, it's not relevant for literally anyone. Yeah, that's a blot out.
So we're gonna flip its Drowner, tap down the
try to get aggressive here if we can. Untap.
And we see.
This might be a good opportunity to get a bunch of these map tokens fired off this turn.
Just dig through the deck.
Either dig through the deck or just make a big enough creature where it's like this stuff doesn't matter that much, and try to get in, and because you again the later the game goes, the more it's going to favor Joe, and obviously if you're on the Dimmer Pix side, you don't want him to get to that point.
Looks like we are going to go into the red zone,
especially since we know that Joe Mitchell's playing cards like Temporary Lockdown. Be pretty brutal.
Crack a map token.
Also, I just realized the fun part about playing Temporary Lockdown is that he can get rid of his own copies of Beanstalk, should that become an issue.
Yep. They come back,
that's a problem. Well, you want to get rid of your own copies of Beanstalk.
Yeah.
In case you won't draw too many cards.
Did find another Flip its Drowner.
Yep. That's pretty good. Here.
I did not to
he's
keep
gonna
it though.
Not gonna keep that one. I think he's just looking for lands.
Yeah.
Want to find lands. Interesting that we did that post combat.
It could be like hindsight 2020. It's like probably had an idea to play other things.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it again. If we can find what we find here. Hopefully finds a land. I'm sure that's what he's looking for.
There's
a land. There's a little Dark Six Shores. Where's that Dark Six Shores? Is that?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure. We'll find out if it comes in tapped or untapped.
It's true.
Tapped.
It is Dark Six Shores. Okay.
And just gonna pass it back to Joe.
That's right. That's right.
Let's see. To keep this surveil. Oh, there's another surveil land.
First one he's not kept in this game. Alright, we got another Overlord. We're gonna draw a card. We're gonna get another Everywhere token.
He's been everywhere.
He's anywhere and everywhere.
Joe Mitchell. Everywhere.
Joe Mitchell. He is everywhere. And nowhere all at the same.
He's here on our stream.
He is there on stream.
Twitch.tv, on YouTube, and on Facebook, all at Game Night TN.
That's right. Move to the instep, tick down those impending counters. We got a Overlord of the Mistmoors coming off those impending counters next turn.
Gonna be a problem.
Gonna be a bit of an issue, yeah. Like I say again, the further the game goes, the more it is in favor for Joe. We're just trying to apply enough pressure to get the game over with before those Overlords start to become a huge issue. Currently, we've got if we wanted to get in the red zone, we've got an attack for 5 here.
Looks like we might be doing a little bit more digging.
It also could also consider firing up this restless that would be an attack for
Or could flash in the Curiosity.
draw like 3 cards. Could do that. Just depends. Depends on how Dylan wants to go about this game. Our players are in game 3 here. Looks like we're gonna go for the Enduring Curiosity. We're gonna go for Soulstone.
Gonna try to push in as much damage as possible.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. So it'll be lethal damage next turn should this should nothing crazy happen. Yep, we're coming across for looks like 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or sorry, 8.
I think we're about to see
Joe Mitchell has something to say
a
about
Leyline
this.
Binding.
Like to draw a card off my beanstalk. Enters the battlefield. We're going to get rid of, I would imagine, the Flood Pit Drone. It is the worst card if it were to get bounced, like for Joe.
But I don't think you did.
Ooh, is this a pest control here? Oh no, this can't be. That's a hedge maze. Oh, is it get lost on the land? Okay.
So I heard you like maps. You can have all the maps
You have 4 map tokens. This is an attack for 3 now. Soaked up quite a bit of damage on that turn. Soaked up 5. Shown down to 9. Let's see. He draws. Restless Cottage.
I think he has another white.
4, 5 mana.
Green or blue Overlord.
Blue Overlord of the Flood Pits. We're going to draw a card here. And then draw 2, discard 1. Gonna just discard a land. Kind of have all those we need at this point, I think. Gonna come across for 2. Gotta start the beat down sometime. And he feels like he's got a pretty good hold on this game. He doesn't really need to. He can get a little aggressive here.
Overlord of the Mistmoors coming down, and the other 2 Overlords slowly impending.
This is looking pretty rough.
Still drawing for the turn.
does have fly too, which is pretty big here. Be able to block these siren tokens.
Do, however, have a Flood Pit Strunner in hand.
Its runner is pretty good. We can push a little bit of damage this turn. That is a blot out. Okay.
Gonna blot out, I think, the white one. Yep.
I think it's just the creature with the highest.
Oh, it was exile target creature or planeswalker for 3.
What out? Let's see what we got. Exiles a creature with the greatest mana value. That's what I thought. I was like, ah. Oh yes,
Thank
we
you,
have this
Squee.
beautiful MTG bot here to help us out.
We
What's
have
another Leyline binding?
found the second ley line, taking out the larger Spyglass Siren.
And it looks like Joe has kind of found his footing in this game a little bit here. Gonna untap. Now we can start getting for big points of damage. Two. Got another land, the Verge.
Not like we needed them,
No.
but we've got them.
Want it? We got
There's
it.
the Zerg.
Whoa, this is going to be a big turn. Actually,
And another ley line bite.
we're gonna draw a card. Joe Mitchell's probably gonna activate both of these ley lines. There's 2 ley lines. Come across for 12. This is lethal? Yeah, this is lethal. That's actually it. I think if Joe activates both of these ley lines, that's gonna do it. Or activates even the, I guess, the overlords. Either one doesn't really matter. It's coming across for 6, 12, 17, 18, 19.
Yep. I believe that's lethal.
Like that is going to do it. Just needs to get in the red zone, I believe there.
And that's
That is going to do it. Joe Mitchell's going to take this round down over Dylan McGraw with Domain. Had a little interesting twist in the Domain archetype.
Yeah, I think I like it. I think that's a good thing to try out. Is even though you've got like these archetypes that are already predetermined, like you got your Domain, like you've got black, like Golgari mid range. Never be afraid to try out new things. In situations like this, it really helped him out.
Yeah. The squeeze could not be more on the head with that one.
Joe Mitchell is an interesting twist on a person.
That is
Wow.
very accurate.
All right, let me see if Joe wants to
Come back here and talk with us. I can tame the Joe Mitchell. Like I can tame the Joe Mitchell. I sure can. Oh my goodness gracious, here he comes.
Oh. Been a rough day.
It's been a long day for you?
It has been.
Alrighty. Alright.
Oh,
I'm being joined by the powerful Joe Mitchell. The chat loves you. So you brought an interesting take on the Domain deck today. There's some choices you made that
probably should have play tested a little bit more. It was a rough day.
was a rough day for you.
Yeah. It runs 2 temp lockdown in the main.
Saw that.
It runs 3 nowhere to run.
Saw that come up.
It was a list that I saw. It performed well. I think the mana base is a little clunky. I had a rough time with that today, so I was either just, full steam, or found myself in a position where I was like, hey, I'm not really progressing, so probably won't see that list again.
Okay. Any current changes that you like things that were not stock today that you did like going forward?
I think the temp lockdown main board is meta dependent, but like the worst matchup I've played this list a few times. Gruul feels like an uphill battle. If you get a well-timed temp lockdown, it feels really good. Yeah.
I think that came up for earlier today. We also had Domain on coverage we had pest control they had pest controls in the main, kind of in that same slot.
Well, the list I reversed it.
Okay, yeah, I saw that you had the pest controls in the sideboard. They were good against the Convoke deck, which all that deck's a bunch of 1-drops, but same kind of feel, pretty good against nice sweeping up multiple things with just one spell. Works out pretty nicely. You going to continue to play the domain deck going forward?
Probably, because I have the reps. I think I'm excited for this new set to get some verges. I think it'll help with the curve, getting some lands where I don't have to worry about check lands or doing too much surveil. I would say the list today was probably a little too dependent on running into pixies.
Yeah, because I knew you said you had teched your deck a little bit for the Pixie.
Yeah, it was
I
domain
I wonder why that might be.
Yeah. I came in going like, all right, we're going to see some pixies today. Oh,
That's true.
Not too much. It played out well for me, even this was Demir, but
Close.
yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun deck. It's a great store. I like coming here, and
Beautiful.
Oh yeah. You know what? Next time, you know what you might see?
What's that?
Rakdos aggro with Leyline of Resonance. Yeah. You heard it here
give,
first.
Give the people what they want. It's powerful.
Yeah. Columbia.
All right. Well, Joe Mitchell, thank you for coming in and joining us, and nice job on your win over the Demir.
Do you know what we call this match?
What's that?
Do they know our records?
Yeah. No, the chat did not know your records.
Okay. Well, then we'll leave it at that.
Battle of the Bell.
All right. We'll see you later, Joe.
Jokes and Mitchell.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That is round 5 of the RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. Well, next time you join us, we will be back for the top 8, and we'll get that ready for you. Welcome back, everyone, to the top 8 of this RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. I am now joined by my co-host on my Popper podcast, Cameron Schindler.
What is up, y'all? I got 9th. I bubbled out at 3-2, so I'm like, I wasn't even upset. I kind of had that expectation going in after Breakers. I was bottom of a 2-2, and after I got the 3-2, I'm like, I'm looking forward to commentating, so you win some, you lose some. We got a really exciting match for us at Bo.
It's true. We have Tristan Aita on our left with the Golgari mid-range, and then we have Carson Bispels on the right with Jeskai Convoke. This will be a fun match. Both players are very strong. Both players are very experienced in their decks. Tristan's been beating his head over the wall with this Golgari deck.
Yep.
And Carson's been playing this Convoke deck for multiple seasons, I think, at this point.
We see Carson finger scalding Tristan for something. So Tristan, turn 2, Mosswood Dread Knight, just played the creature side. Carson's on taps was turn 2 with a Thraben Inspector's little brother, Novice Inspector.
Oh, we get the good start here with the Gleeful Demolition on the clue token.
What a popper start!
This looks like Coldotha red to me.
Yeah, three Cedric Phillips have entered the battlefield. 1/1 goblins. Artifact. Are they artifacts?
They're not artifacts.
No. They're just goblins.
They're just gobos. Oh, we have the Maelstrom. Oh, we gotta not do that.
It already happened.
Yeah,
they heard it already.
I know. They have the Maelstrom Pulse. That was pretty brutal. Tristan did that earlier. He actually killed 3 otter tokens on one turn with Maelstrom Pulse. Maelstrom Pulse has been insane for him.
So Maelstrom Pulse pass back to Carson. Oh, what is up, Squee? Got to see ya. Carson's in a tank for a second. Plays that Inspiring Vantage. Get that fast land in there. The Jeskai deck gets all the fast lands, which is nice. But
yeah, it is pretty nice.
Swinging and passing. I'm sure Carson had bigger plans into that turn, but
Tristan, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Tristan. Oh, we love both players on camera, both equally. They're both great people.
So, 3 mana.
Sentinel Nail of the City. That's a big blocker.
Into Atlanta World, too. 3/4 is a big bot.
That is big. It came up for the match that I saw Girl Mice against the Demir or the Esper Pixie deck.
Yeah,
there's a second game. Yeah, second game. The Sentinel came down. And it really just dominated the game.
So Carson looked like he Resolute Reinforcement on Instep, untap, playing a Spyglass Siren, making the map, and immediately
just gonna fire off this
second
another
demolition.
Gleeful Demolition to. I'm rooting for Carson.
Now we have 4 Cedric Phillips are on the battlefield. Man, trying to do. He walks so we could run.
That's right. Ooh, this case of the Getaway Express.
Yeah, that's good.
We're like insane here.
Yeah, we were just talking about how. Yeah,
it's like that card's pretty big, and that's a card that'll take it out. It's gonna be a big turn for Carson now.
Yeah, level up already too.
Yeah. Let's see what Tristan can do to kind of stem this bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, making those 1/1s 2/1s is a big difference, especially when there's 5 2/1s now on the battlefield. Didn't quite catch what he revealed off the map. Oh, probably a land. Went to hand, so must have been
immediately to hand. I think it was just Gressel's Cottage. I believe
it was.
Let's see. Just gonna pass back.
Now on blocking duty. Man, how this deck really turned the tides pretty quick on Carson's side.
Yeah, it's a bunch of cardboard.
Yep, the dice on the case.
I know we talk about this, but the more pieces of cardboard that are in play, the better things look for you.
Yeah, this is a popper deck. You're throwing a lot of.
This is just our standard version of Coldotha.
You cannot block Spyglass Siren. There we go.
Cannot. It is a flyer. We'll be blocking one of these other
potato. Yeah.
We have the copy of the End here.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what he's gonna be targeting with that. Okay, the Resolute.
It's like Resolute Reinforcement. That's a pretty good target.
And he's not paying the. Is it kicker or is it?
No, there's no kicker. It costs less if you do or the condition is met.
Okay, perfect. I was thinking the one that exiles stuff. That is the same one. Okay,
yes,
it does exile.
Yeah, it just costs less if the condition's met.
Oh, I was kind of confusing that in the board wipe, that if you collect evidence, it exiles. That's what. Yep.
To answer your question, Squee, why is it Cabal Ritual printed so much, or why does it cost so much? Because it's only been printed like twice.
Yeah,
it's printed like an original, like whatever the original said. I think it's Torment, and then it has like a FTV printing. I think.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's been printed in like 2 sets.
And then it's like a list printing and then a future site printing. So like very
it's all like
nice
good high end printing.
MB2, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been printed so few times, and its foil versions are very expensive, especially the original. Wait, it doesn't have an original foil printing.
Torment.
The first printing was the FTV one. That's what it was.
Yep. All right, so Carson's going past turn after that big attack.
Torment, not a foil set yet. So Tristan is going to play the Soulstone Sanctuary. That Mosswood Dread Knight draw card here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 mana, he played that and replayed the Dread Knight. And P and the T, as we say in the biz.
I did not realize that those were $50. I think I have one sitting somewhere. I should probably get rid of that. I bought that FTV that's in. Like, mini mirror. Ooh, Shelter by Ghost. Big game here.
Yeah, just going to take that. See if that resolves. Nope, it is not. It's going to get... Throat is getting cut if I go for the throat there.
Yeah, no kidding. Just gonna jam as much damage as he possibly can.
They'll
Goes
trade
to
there.
1.
Yeah, that's a good spot for Carson to be in.
Yeah, if he just needs to limp across the finish line.
Do we have Carson's deck list? Does he have any way to burn?
No, there's
beside
no burn
creatures?
spells.
Okay, nope. So
Doesn't matter.
Tristan's gonna call it up there.
Tristan's gonna pack it up. We're gonna move on to game 2.
Man, Carson bounced back really quick after that Maelstrom Pulse because he got Maelstrom Pulse, passed a turn with 3 men open, and was able to Resolute Reinforcement, play a Spyglass Siren, and then immediately blow up turn that map into 3 more creatures. And with that case and attacking with the Resolute Reinforcement, he turned on the case already. So we saw like the explosive potential from Carson's deck.
All right, so on Carson's side for the sideboard, we've got 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, 3 Torch the Tower, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Get Lost, 3 Protect the Negotiators, 2 Rest in Peace, and 1 Split Up.
I am not familiar with this Protect the Negotiators.
It's a counterspell. It's a pretty nice one for this deck specifically.
Okay. Do you think he will bring those in against there if he's trying to protect his creatures here?
I'm so sorry, I looked at chat and chat exploded. Chat exploded on itself.
Oh my gosh.
MTG bot is suffering here. Anyways, yeah, so
maybe I could see some number of copies if Carson's.
I kind of like the Protect.
Do we see any Destroy Evils or anything from Tristan's sideboard at all? Or not Destroy Evils, Shieldreds.
He has them in the main.
Okay, so maybe Carson wants to bring in some amount of removal of those Shieldreds, because that's a card that can get Tristan back into the game.
Let's pull up.
I imagine
Tristan's list here.
I imagine Tristan will have a lot more for this matchup in terms of.
So on Tristan's side, we have a copy of Blot Out, a Choking Miasma, which is a really good card here.
Choking Miasma, is that a 3 mana -2/-2 to everything?
Yeah, it's a -2/-2 to everything. Couple copies of Duress, couple copies of Ghost Vacuum, 1 Nissa, 3 Obstinate Baloth, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 2 Terra Sunder, and 2 Tranquil Throwback. I imagine the Tranquil Throwbacks come in here, the Choking Miasma, and the Obstinate Baloths. I think that's really it.
Yeah, maybe Baloth is even too slow, but maybe if he has like enough dead cards he doesn't want in the main board. But the main board's pretty solid. Like the Sentinels and the Preachers are kind of hard to attack through. I'm curious if Tristan is interested in any copies of Terra Sunder to get rid of cases or anything, and Shelter by Ghosts, but that might be a little bit too big brain.
I think probably. I'm not sure that.
This is Goblin profiling, says the Squee. Hey, the Goblins won, so you.
The Gobos did win.
They just looked like Cedric Phillips.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Interesting here. So these players did play in round 4, if I'm not mistaken, and Tristan got there. So maybe Carson's looking for that sweet, sweet revenge.
I see a Gleeful Demolition. That's the kind of start you want.
It is.
Do you have the Inspector or the Spyglass to go with it?
It looks like an Inspector way.
I believe that's the third to the right.
Yes.
Or third from the left, I believe. Thanks for being awesome, chat. Chat is great. We love chat.
We marsh go.
Twitch chat knows better than anybody else.
The most knowledgeable. Oh, wow.
We got the cut down immediately.
I like that.
Just immediately.
So get that clue.
Looks like we got a grip full of removal spells, I think.
Couldn't quite see Carson's hand.
Bleed excellence.
Let's see if he has the red source with Gleeful.
Ooh, I don't think he does.
I'm not seeing a land.
No, I think this is just a Mockingbird for 1. It's gonna have a removal spell. It's gonna fight this.
Tristan's probably really happy. Carson.
Yeah, this might be the end immediately. Oh, we did find the red source. Okay,
good.
We're still in the game. I was like, say, if that wasn't a red land there, that might have just been it.
Carson probably still kicking himself a little bit for keeping this hand.
I think he's a little bit better now that he's ripped the land. I think he wanted to maximize how good what he's got going, because he does have a Knight Errant in his hand.
Yep.
So there's like a turn and a half sequence where he can like get that down, pick up some cards, and be back in the game.
The choking is only 1 copy of 2.
Yes.
So
but we do have copies of like Gix's Command as well, which also could be pretty backbreaking as the game goes longer too. There's like no creatures going to outsize the.
I like this play here from Carson because he can do Resolute Reinforcement. The next turn he can play this Knighthood.
Yeah, he can take care of this clue token
Or Night
with
Errant.
the
Gleeful.
with the Gleeful Demolition, and then cast the Night Errant, pick up some cards off of that. Be pretty good.
So we're gonna see an insta Resolute Reinforcement here, and next turn see that Night. And what do we got from Tristan?
That's a Shieldred. That's
Yep.
brutal. Untap, gonna draw 2, or gonna lose 2 here.
Good guy, Tristan. Letting him make his dude.
Did we,
Gotta give him a show, Tristan
I think
said.
I think we missed the life loss trigger on the Shieldred, I believe.
It looks like it. Yep.
Yes, we've missed that trigger.
Man, after Tristan lets Carson get a reminds him of his trigger,
Man,
and Carson's to be like, no. Maybe Carson missed it too.
I think they both
Yeah.
missed it. So
Yeah.
that's a big Knight Errant. We're gonna pick up some cardboard here.
Hey, free mana 4/4s are pretty good. What do you think of that?
Turn that free mana. Yeah,
Free.
Yeah, that's what I said. Free mana.
Yeah, it's free.
Free mana 4/4. Pretty good. pick up some cards. Get an Imadane's Recruiter and a Spyglass Siren
And
here.
if I'm not, Carson has a second Gleeful in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a pretty good turn next turn.
Yeah, I was like, he's kind of dug himself out of the hole a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have all the mana, so you can, if you hit a land
You
next
can
turn,
play the Spyglass
yeah.
Siren to make the, or actually makes, yes, play the Spyglass Siren to make the map token,
Mhm.
and he'll
Gleeful
have
next turn.
a Gleeful target next turn.
Yeah, or if he just doesn't draw it, I
So
think he has
Shieldred's is Tristan's Blood Artist. Yes.
it's a Mockingbird. I like this play from Carson here, the Mockingbird here, because even if you don't draw the other land for the Gleeful, like you still have a very powerful attack here.
Hmm?
All right, Tristan, we are now in Gix's command mana, so we are in a dangerous. This is a dangerous turn.
Did
for Carson.
did we also forget our Shieldred trigger again?
Maybe they're just not updating on the pad and we don't know about it, but
No, because they keep updating for life totals.
yeah, well that's what I'm saying. Maybe they're not updating on the iPad.
There's Gix's command. Really gonna
Yeah.
put the screws in here.
Yeah, yep, that's what we're in. 5 minutes a dangerous turn for Carson, but I mean,
Okay, now we've remembered the life gain off
2,
this now.
2, 4, 6, 10, 11. It's 3. It's 14 damage on Carson's side here. If he rips a land, that
The Imadane's
will
Recruiter
Yep,
does not look like he ripped the
no,
untapped land.
not untapped. Yep, we see a.
I think it's an Inspired
Fast
Advantage,
land.
or-
Yep.
I'm sorry, it's Firebelf Canal.
Yep, yeah, I know what you mean. See the crack.
Been calling card names all day.
Oh, I
they,
know.
They blur.
There's a get lost with the map. Carson's gonna keep that on top.
It's a
Counter
5/5, so
Knighthood.
it blocks the Shieldred.
Yeah, it trades with children. It's not nothing.
Yeah, well, Tristan's got to remember this trigger for it to matter.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was been
think he
writing it down and just forgot to update on the iPad.
Yeah,
It looks like.
could be the case. Say, none of Tristan doesn't play a ton in paper. Really used to Magic Online doing the work for him.
It's funny because he's a very, very good moto
He's a very,
grinder.
very good player.
Yep.
Say,
And he will even admit, he's like, yeah, I've been like, it's like, it takes
he's
to
like,
get
I'm
used
super
to.
rusty playing in paper. Yeah.
But he's a great player.
He's very good. Yeah.
So we see the Gleeful sacrificing the second map that Carson did not crack. So.
See what the rest of Carson's turn turns out to be.
They're cracking for 5.
We again missed this Shieldred trigger on his draw step.
Or they forgot to write it down. We're not sure. You got
Well, no, because they keep tapping that when they like now he remembers it when he draws a card.
People are monsters with this iPad, man. You
yeah.
know?
11 doubled is 22. Your
Yeah.
math is uncanny. I'll stop guessing. I'm kidding.
No, he's just too good. We have to gas him up. I know his ego might be out of the wall already, but like,
No, Tristan's great. We love Tristan. We also love Carson. We love both these players.
oh yeah, both part of a team tilt here.
That's right.
How does-
Thank you. It's just like 3 out of 60 isn't exactly one. Like,
How does Carson get out of this?
We can stop gaslighting info. That'd be great.
How does Carson get out of this, Hippo? Is it
I don't know that he has much that's going to allow him to get out. Case doesn't even kill a Shieldred here. Case doesn't kill anything on the board.
he has no map for? He has no artifacts for Gleeful.
Yeah. And Imadane's Recruiter doesn't do anything here because his life total is too high.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm not seeing it.
You gotta take that hit on the nose there.
I think the best thing he could have here is like a Shelter by Ghost.
That's
like the best thing that could occur.
Mm-hmm.
Like double Shelter by Ghost would be the best thing, but that does not appear to be the case.
You see a P of a T and a go
and
for
that's
throw.
gonna do it. Tristan's gonna take this one down.
Yep.
That was pretty commanding fashion on Tristan's side.
I think stumbling on Carson's side was not great.
Not having the turn 2 play immediately puts him back behind, even when he's on the play.
Then so he missed a land drop. Tristan had a very good. Huh?
Who's in here?
They're on game 3.
No, that was Tristan won game. Oh no, I'm sorry, they're going to game 3.
Yeah, they're going to game 3.
three?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a game 3.
Look at me not paying.
Our production manager Kyle, he's like, man, he's like, who wants to do the interview? And I'm like, we're going to a game 3 first. So, but Carson,
Game interview.
Mid-game interview.
mid-game interview. That's
It's like, Carson, how do you feel about losing that game?
yeah.
How would you like to change things going to game 3?
So Carson misses land drop, not great.
No, we
Then-
would like to have like a 2-laner, and it's really what it's supposed to see.
Tristan had a curve of cut down,
Yeah.
preacher, shieldred, Gix's command.
The iPad failed.
Oh no, is it dead? Ripperoni.
No, they changed the background on it.
Oh, those silly gooses. Honk honk.
Need to be able to see these life totals.
Yeah, I like the white. I think the light
No.
contrasts nice with the glare from the camera on there.
Tablet, no.
You can see Carson's little glare there. No,
it's good.
Carson
You're
just...
good. He just looked up into the camera.
He looked at me specifically somehow through the camera.
It's true, he did.
I don't know how he was able to do that, but Carson looked through the camera lens
Right at you.
and looked at me in the eyes.
That's right.
So he wants to.
He wants you to know that you're so special. That you're so effing special.
Carson's looking to impress on camera. What do we got here? I see the that one drop. I know
That's how I'll be looking at Carson if he loses. Need him to vanquish Tristan? No, I mean both. I don't.
What's the one drop that you tap 3 other things?
Yeah, 3 other things. Oh, Warden of the Inner Sky.
Yep. That one.
Well,
That's
he's
a
going to start
novice
out, but he's going to start out with the novice inspector instead.
Squee is a little creep, and he's a little weirdo, but we love him.
That's true.
Got a clue. Tristan played a land.
What the heck's he doing here?
Witch's Cottage.
All right. Ooh, okay. We've got the land drops lined up.
Yep,
Man,
that's
Carson
nice.
is playing at lightning speed here.
He likes to do that.
Yep.
He's got to put that
All
counter
right.
on that warden.
Yep. We can't miss that. It's part of the resolution of the card.
Agree.
We might go fix that in a minute if that doesn't change.
He could just be getting everything. He's gonna do it
He's
again.
gonna do it again. So he's got 2 counters here actually.
There
There
is.
we go. We got it covered.
He's gonna keep it on top. He's already saw the card. He knows what's on top. He's gonna keep it there.
Yep. If it's like a land pull, or if it's like Imidane's Recruiter, this is a big game here.
Oh yeah, big time. That's a card. Wow. So Tristan's gonna play a land. Say go.
If it's land Imidane's Recruiter, that's pretty backbreaking. I think it's just 3 copies of lands plus a Knight Errant.
I don't love the Knight Errant here because I think you just need to get in your
You gotta
beats.
you gotta beat.
Because next
the
turn,
the cards aren't doing anything here if you're not doing anything with them.
because next turn is choking Miasma turn.
Miasma turn, yeah.
Like if Tristan has it, that's big here.
Yeah, I would agree.
Get out.
All right, we gotta anoint with affliction here,
I like this play from Carson. He's gonna chip in for some
and he
damage.
gets in the Knight here as well. So at least gets something out of this.
So 3 drops or
so
less.
All right, we see a Mockingbird, a Novice Inspector, and a 3rd card. I couldn't think it was a Warden.
Yep, Warden. We're gonna see what Carson decides.
Probably gonna go with a copy of Mockingbird plus something.
Yeah, I like Mockingbird. It flies.
It does fly. That is important. Also, being able to eventually, if you can get up to copies of other things, or Resolute Reinforcement. That's what it was. It wasn't Warden.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Whoopsies.
they look similar.
They do. I didn't realize that.
Their art looks similar.
They do. They kind of have that swoosh on the top left, both of them.
Swoosh.
Yeah.
Mockingbird is a bird, flies not like an. Oh, we have bird prejudice here. Oh goodness
I
gracious!
love mockingbirds. We're in Tennessee. We got to show some love to the mockingbirds.
Oh yeah, Cameron, you're a big fan of some birds.
I do like birds.
like actual birds.
I do like birds. Yeah, they're pretty. So we're gonna play that novice inspector they picked up. Make that clue. So now Tristan's still staring at a pretty big board.
Tristan has the choking miasma here. That's pretty brutal.
I would imagine he fires that off here. Yep, and just take 4 in the face from the Knight Errant.
Yeah, that's fine because you've got like 1-for-1 removals.
Man.
That just handle those easily.
Did you play when Venerated Loxodon, or is it Loxodon Recruiter? Which one was that? With counters and everything.
I was around when Venerated Loxodon.
Oh,
That's kind of close.
That's
Close enough.
Yeah, you left
It's a 3.
two.
It's a 3-for-1.
You left the best card Magic in the battlefield, Novice Inspector, or Thraben.
I was like, excuse
So
me,
the
sir.
second
I
best
was like,
Magic card.
excuse me. Attack for 6 here.
Mm-hmm.
Put Tristan
See
down to
that.
13. Gonna play a tap land, and it looks like I played another Novice Inspector.
Mm-hmm.
And probably just gonna draw a card on the end of turn.
4 damage from Carson's lands isn't nothing, too.
No. Raven Inspector did it better. You're right. You darn right.
I'm gonna argue they did it about the same.
Except one did it first.
Birdman,
one was the
Mr. Schindler.
one was the trailblazer, if you will. The Raven Inspector walked so that the Novice Inspector could run. It's funny because I do think one of them was better in their standard format than the other one.
Was it
And
Novice Inspector?
No. Raven Inspector was
Oh,
way
that's what I
better
mean.
in
That's
its
what,
standard
that's
format.
what I figured.
Yeah, it was actually a very good card in that standard format.
Yeah, I did not play 8 Inspectors. I still don't play 8 Inspectors in the decks.
I don't think anybody is currently playing 8 Inspectors. I would agree.
I think it's coming back to me as being right.
I think we've kind of split the difference. I think it's like
It's because all that.
it's like
glitters.
five like copy like 5 and 6 copies is like the number we're looking at.
Tristan's gonna play Preacher, and he's gonna say that pass a turn here.
Yep, nice little planes there. Little Unfinity planes.
Ooh, I like this play from Carson. We see a Resolute Reinforcement immediately.
Imidane's
into-
Recruiter.
Yes.
That's gonna be lethal. Oh.
I did not do the math. But 2, 4, 6, 8,
'Cause he can only block-
10, 13. This is 13 damage right here, unless he has a cut down.
Nope, that's
Nope.
it. Carson's
Wow,
gonna take this
good
down.
Game. Exactsies on 13.
Wow, very nice, Carson. Math is for blockers. That's right. Carson's putting in the business.
Tristan got there in the Swiss, but Carson got the one that really mattered here. You know,
got that top 8 victory.
Congrats, Carson. Hippo, would you like to do the interview?
I can do an interview. You can
Go
do an
crazy.
interview.
I got you. I'll let you do this. This is your
Okay.
show, baby.
All right.
We'll let them sideboard.
Yeah, let them sideboard, and I'll
go grab one of them. Oh,
Beautiful. Don't knock my table.
yeah, I know.
I need my table. It's broken. I need my table. All right, Carson taking that down. 2-1 over Tristan on his Golgari mid-range. Carson taking the victory with Jeskai Convoke. All right. Looks like Carson's going to come join me. Talk about this match.
Am I in? What's up, gamers?
Alrighty then.
Oh.
So, joined by Carson. Pretty convincing victory there in game 3. That's the dream scenario for your deck.
Yeah, he housed me in the Swiss, so that
I
felt
did hear about
very
this.
good.
Very powerful. Looks like that's the best that deck's looked today.
Yeah.
Was that game 3? It was really nice looking. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice. You're on the top 4 now.
Yeah, it's very good.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
Hopefully split. That'd be pretty sick.
That would be pretty sick. But you still gotta play for that. You still gotta play for that invite.
This is true.
But what are you hoping to face in the top 4?
Well, I know there's at least one domain player. I know that's a very, very rough matchup, especially since this player is also on 3 pest control in the main. A couple other Sunfalls,
split ups,
and a couple split ups. Mm-hmm. So that's rough. If I get paired against that, I think I'm just kind of
cooked.
Kind of cooked.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what other matchups I could potentially face. There's probably some Demir bounce. So, I don't know. Feel very good about most other matchups. I would like to be paired against Scott again because he's on red white prowess,
the Boros deck.
The Boros deck.
Mm-hmm.
I feel pretty favored in that matchup. I went against him in the Swiss.
Yep.
It seems
like your Shelter by Ghost are probably better.
Yep.
Because they've got fewer actual creatures. You've got your kind of spewing cards across the table.
Precisely.
So your Shelter by Ghost seem a little bit better, and then you've got the case card is also really huge too. That seems really good. Also like just an anthem for your team where they don't have an anthem like that.
Yep.
All right. Well, good luck in top 4, and hopefully we get to catch you in here again.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, this is cool. I want to stream this.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the top 4 of the Game Night RCQ out here in Columbia, Tennessee.
The place to be is
It
what
is.
people are calling it.
It is. I've
what I'm
heard,
gonna call
I've heard
it.
it. I've heard it's the
Oh,
place
yeah.
to be. No, so on coverage this round, we've got Carson Bispels once again on Just Got Convoke after his dominating victory over Tristan. And then his opponent is Morgan Hillman. We saw Morgan earlier on the Gruel Mouse.
Gruel Meese.
Gruel Meese, Mice,
Gruel
Moose,
Meese.
whatever you want to call them.
Don't call them moose, though. No
there's-
mooses.
Okay, okay.
Meese or mice?
I didn't know we were we were picky on how our mice are referred to. But playing Gruel Mice against Just Got Convoke.
Mhm.
I'm not sure exactly who's on the play for this round, but
So Gruel's a deck I have a lot of reps with, and I hear that the Just Guy Convoke is a really good matchup from Gruel. I have no experience in this matchup though, so
yeah, I think Carson believes he's favored in the red aggressive mirrors.
Okay.
Red aggressive.
okay. So
mirrors.
I so it's one of those scenarios where both players think they're
Thinks-
favored,
Yeah, it's like the Delver player thinks they're favored against every deck, and every other deck thinks they're favored against.
and yet the
Delver.
Delver deck just keeps winning.
It's me.
Oh,
One
weird.
deck that beats it consistently,
Yeah.
or have been for years, or were for years.
Moose too strong. That is true.
Moose-
See, Carson on mold is 6. It looks like.
No Gigantha. We can't say what we actually feel about Gigantha in chat. Okay, so let's see. Carson's gonna mulligan to 6 here. It's gonna take a mulligan to 5 now. It looks like
No standard. Well, because it's an Ikoria. We are past those
we're
days.
way. That's that set was 5 years ago.
Yeah, COVID's a time. 5?
5 years ago. 5 whole years ago.
What a time blip.
That set came out in April, I believe. Yeah, April 2020. It's been 5 years.
I had a pre-release at my house because the game store was closed. That was the 1 week South Dakota shut down for COVID.
1 week.
Yeah, actually 1 week, and then so I had people over at my place, just 6 people. And we just pre-released there.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun
Nice,
with mask on
All
because responsible.
because you're responsible people. All right. Looks like Carson is going to keep his 5 card hand here.
COVID did ruin my time perception too. It's crazy.
That is very true. Also mine as well. Looks like Morgan is on the play. He's going to start for the Hired Claw here.
Copperline Gorge into a higher claw. I love the Copperline Gorge start when I'm playing Gruel.
Thank you, Maximus, for the follow. Time is an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know when MH3 came out. We talked about this. Oh, it's a
We
joke.
did.
I'll keep bringing it up.
Soulstone Sanctuary is land number 2 for Morgan.
That might suffer later on some color requirements, but pretty good here. Everybody able to get in for 4 here on this
It's
turn.
Hired Claw trigger there. 3 from the combat damage here.
All right, let's see how Carson wants to follow up. Probably has something like a Resolute Reinforcements.
We're gonna see a Spire Bluff Canal and a pass.
I see a couple copies of the case in Carson's hand.
Not very good when you don't have creatures on board.
No, they don't do. They do 0 damage if you have 0 creatures.
This is true.
Does 0 damage if you have no creatures.
We're gonna see an Innkeeper's Talent from Morgan. Very good card, but a backbone of his Gruel deck, really. The reason to be Gruel, it just lets you grind so hard, especially with the Valorant triggers. When it can draw you a turn with the Emberheart Challenger, it is pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
So let's see what Morgan's going to target here. Yep, he's going to target the Emberheart Challenger. Trigger Valiant first.
Found a Hired Claw. Or not Hired Claw, sorry. Heartfire Hero. The
Correct.
other H card. Each 1 drop.
And we're in for 5 here.
Crunch.
Oh, 6 here, because the Crouch trigger.
Oh, yep. From casting the Innkeeper's Talent.
Yep. Sweet.
So what's Carson's life total?
Should be 10?
11.
What was he at the start of turn?
16?
He's taking...
I think we're counting the math here.
Yeah,
We're
he
doing
should be
that.
at 10.
10. There we go.
There we go. Do that.
His life total is 10.
Third land Soulstone Sanctuary, not what you wanted to see, I bet, but
Probably not.
still a very dominating board
wow.
state.
Carson's hand is kind of bad.
Yeah, it's not
It's like,
great, but
like
it,
double
it
case.
is a multi-5
Oh, we're just
here.
casting Immodane's Recruiter. That's a 3-drop. So is it 2-1?
2-2.
It's a 2-2.
2-2.
3 mana 2-2. So this is like
Now it's a 2-2. But sure, Morgan feels on top of the world. We see 2 Monstrous Rages, a Seek the Beast, and a
That's-
second copy of Innkeeper's Talent. So he's
feeling pretty
got,
good, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's got all the options in the world. I'm sure he's a little frustrated with the only 1 colored source, but hey, you can only be so mad in this position when Convoke did nothing on turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good news. Kendrick Lamar. Kyle.
So we
Man,
see the
that's the
Monstrous
collab that we didn't know we needed.
Huh.
Kendrick Lamar and Kyle.
That's funny. So we're gonna see Monstrous Rage on this Hired Claw, giving it +3/+0 until end of turn, letting it kill there. Will not trade.
No.
So 1, 2.
That was just blocks to
3,
save my life
4.
total.
Took 4 from the Ember Heart.
Take a draw step and pack up the
We're
cardboard.
gonna go to game 2. Let's see if Carson can make a better game 2 out of this.
All right, let's see what some of the options that Carson has here. So it looks like Carson has 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, 3 Torch the Tower, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Get Lost, 3 Protect the Negotiators, 2 Rest in Peace, and 1 Split Up. I like the copies of Torch the Tower, Get Lost, and Split Up.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you there.
Yeah, I believe just any removal spell basically is here's what we're looking for.
Half those Destroy
And
Evils though.
on Morgan's side, we have 1 copy of Witchstalker Frenzy, 2 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Questing Druid, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Torch or like
4
Torch the Tower, and then 2 Paw Patch Recruit. So I actually kind of like things that go white here. So like I'm interested in the Paw Patch Recruit actually. Like just putting blockers in place seems like a pretty good place to be. They also trade pretty nicely into the creatures. Most of them are X ones.
Yeah, I can see that. He's already got 2 in the main board.
Yeah. It's really just like cards that we don't want to see, like Witchstalker Frenzy, not a good card here. Obliterating Bolt, not a good card here.
No,
It's like those aren't really cards you're interested in.
you do have to be mindful
of the Knight Errant.
or-
That is the one card.
or
but
the 1-drop outgrowing you too.
the 1-drop. The Warden.
The Warden.
Yeah, I think you've got the Torch the Towers like as your kind of your card that kind of handles
Or
all that.
Looks like his list. He's on 4.
Because I imagine you'll be able to like trade in combat with things to make these burn spells a little bit
and
better.
he has the 4 Burst Lightning main board, so I don't know if he really wants to bring in the torches. I'm not quite sure. Honestly, in this position, I'm not sure what I'd be inclined to take. And I like the Sentinels because
Sentinels are very good.
Well.
Clocks and blocks.
Yeah, it's a clock and a block. Look at that. We call that a 2-for-1.
That is a 2-for-1.
I could take or leave the Paw Patch because we already have 2 in the main board.
Okay.
So, and Carson is bringing in more interaction, and maybe that's something Morgan can probably assume might happen, more targeted interaction.
Also, probably a little slower of a game plan just to prevent Morgan from winning, maybe.
Yeah, and that would be 4 3-drops, essentially, that would bring in if he bought in the Sentinels and the Paw Patches. So just making the deck clunky is not something you want to do too much. But, I think the deck has a very fine matchup already, just because 1/1s don't block the Meese very well. Especially when Manifold Mouse is in the mix. Manifold Mouse and a Monstrous Rage. You get the double strike, and then if you have Trample with the Monstrous Rage, you're able to... What's that mechanic called? Offspring it? It's just... card's good, deck's good, but we're going to see next set... You're gonna see it Popper, too. The 1 black...
Oh,
deal
yes.
something -2/-2.
Grim Bobble.
On an artifact, it's -2/-2. So I think that's going to put a hamper in these red decks in Standard. Because being able to play that in turn 1 on the draw and picking it up on turn 2 and playing it again with a Pixie. Or if you just pick it up with a 2-drop and just keep it in your hand.
Fear of Isolation.
Yeah, the value.
Yeah, the cards be pretty good in multiple formats. I think it's gonna be it's kind of again. I know we've joked and said that the Esper Pixie deck is just like a Popper deck. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's essentially the same. It's essentially functioning as the same deck.
I'm willing to, and you better too, because you have the targeted removal and the nowhere to run. Where Popper, you don't really have the target removal. You're picking back up.
Yeah,
you're picking up blades and stuff. But now we have a targeted,
targeted piece of removal.
But it's really cool.
I know Austin and I were talking, or Austin, our head judge for today, we're talking on our way down here for today about some lines of play that we would get to experience and by playing Popper. It's man, it's pretty. All lines lead to disgusting.
Someone says Marduk Invoke time with
Marduk Invoke time. Ooh,
that's funny.
I mean, it is an artifact that does work with the Warden.
It is an artifact that works with the Warden, but I don't know. Spyglass Siren making the map, and the Mockingbirds are pretty sick. Not gonna lie.
Mockingbird, pretty impressive.
But I mark my words, Monstrous Rage, $6 uncommon. Give it 6 months.
Yeah.
Nowhere to run will be a $5-6 uncommon. Easy.
Yeah, I would agree.
Easy.
Yeah,
especially when the set's out of print and it's still in Standard. I mean, Standards last forever. It's not going to rotate this fall. Standard rotates, but OTJ's not going with it.
No.
I can't remember what's going out with it, but it would be DMU Brothers War. In March, I believe.
I think are the 3 that go.
Man, I felt like we've been playing with these cards forever too.
Well, you've been playing with these cards forever.
yeah, I've been playing with these cards.
I was like, you play a little bit more Standard.
It's crazy how Domain has just still been relevant. It's kind of waxed and waned. We saw the first iteration of the PT, Reed Duke was playing it, and that was Pro Tour I was the first Pro Tour back. Phyrexial will be one.
The one that Reduke took down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Domain deck. And like Domain was a deck when competitive Magic came back.
Yeah, that was modern, right? No, it was Pioneer. It was Pioneer. Because he won with the creativity deck.
My bad, I'm sorry. I was thinking he did play the standard in the standard PT. It might have been Worlds that year where he played Domain actually.
Okay. Oh yes, that was the one where everyone and their mom played the Domain deck in that standard format. I remember we got together at Thomas's and watched that.
But I think Nathan Sawyer took it down like with the big Rakdos deck.
That was a different tournament.
That
was a Pro Tour.
Crazy how they all just blur
together.
Yeah.
Time is an illusion, we've learned. Oh, goodness gracious. Chat.
You get a ban. You get a ban. You get a ban.
Chat.
You know, we've been talking so much reminiscent about how long the standard format's being. I don't even know where Mulligans are.
Yeah, I think this is opening 7s.
There's no way. We've been talking for like an hour about standard.
Well, they also had to go to sideboard too.
This is true.
Figure out what they're doing.
I do see that copy of
looks
Split
like
up in Carson's hands.
Looks like, yeah. Oh, so he mulliganed to 6.
Correct.
Gonna start off with a Spyglass Siren off that Shivan Reef. Pass over to Morgan. Morgan wants to start the game with, I bet you it's a Heartfire Hero.
I know if I'm the red deck and my opponent plays a turn 1 Pain Land, I'm foaming at the mouth.
I'm certain that you are.
Yeah, I'm like...
was this a 1-lander? Was this a 1-lander? It might have been a 1-lander. So. Carson loves to keep a 1-lander.
I mean, game 1 he was on 5. Like, Mulling the Forest feels pretty rough, but...
This was just a 6.
Mm-hmm.
He kept a 6 here.
Yeah. But I
Let's see if Morgan's able to take advantage of the Manifold Mouse.
Yep, that's going to be a 2/2 double strike coming in.
That's pretty big already.
Yeah, it's 4. Carson chooses not to block. Yep.
Steven getting in the corner.
Nobody put Steven in the corner. Crack-a-Mac and Spygraph.
He'd be like, I own this corner.
Carson has to land here. You hit the land. Is that the Pain land or is that an Inspire Advantage?
That is a Boros land. There's the Battlefield Forge.
Yikes.
That's double Pain land.
Hey, he cracked the other map and he picked up a Spire Bluff Canal here. So
that's
Spire
good
Bluff
news.
At
least you have that going for you.
You've already gave your opponent a free shock in the red deck, and you're staring down a 3/3 double striker next turn. And I have yet to see really take a good glance at Morgan's hand. Like anything to grant trample is really disgusting here. A second Manifold Mouse is not great for Carson. Monstrous Rage. I think how Carson gets back in this game is that Morgan overcommits. We see another Manifold Mouse. We see that Morgan overcommits, and we see a split up from Carson. But he does not have 2 white in his hand, so he also needs Inspiring Advantage.
Yeah, he's just gonna take for the 1 attack here.
Mm-hmm.
No reason to overcommit like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna play. So also Carson needs to hit because Carson also doesn't need to hit that second white source for the split up.
Yep.
The Spire Bluff Canal not gonna quite do that.
Nope. See Spire Bluff Canal.
That's less painful.
It is. It is.
Spyglass Siren here.
We're gonna see a pop of that map immediately. No, we're gonna see 2 mana for Case.
Case is gonna kill something.
Yep, kill that.
He's gonna have a trigger that's gonna hit the dome there.
Put the 4. Carson's not having a lot of life to work with, but we've seen the explosivity of this deck.
Yeah, he does. I think he's holding an Immodane's Recruiter in his hand. I believe.
He is. Yep.
So Immodane's Recruiter can just end the game.
Very.
That card will just end the game.
But it's not hard to do 4 damage to this mouse deck at all.
No, he also has 4 copies of Burst Lightning in his deck.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, that does 4 damage. You know that?
It can deal. Well, 2 will deal 2.
See, it's Thornspine Verge. 2 can do 8.
I'm gonna go with Benson. B with a B. I'm gonna Benson.
Bennett.
All right, we've got a Emberheart Challenger, not an Emberheart.
Steven gives me Bartholomew vibes for middle name.
Bartholomew. That would be epic.
Steven Beethoven Hendricks. Ooh, a full-blown swing. I didn't see what the Valorant tourist target. I'm guessing the Emberheart has double strike. And
all of you are wrong.
Then we're gonna see the fist bumps.
All right, that's gonna mean Morgan's gonna take this one down over Carson. Those Pain lands, they really came in back to bite him.
Yeah, they did, and they'll betray you there. Or did we see 2 ever leave a fist bump? Because I don't think he's giving it double strike and trample, I believe, but it's only So 1/2 double strikes to kill 2 of them. That's
4.
3. Yeah, 3 damage from 2. Should be at 1.
Go to 1. Sure.
Yeah, but it's like, what's your out here?
Yeah, like you're so far behind on
Like,
anything. A
maybe-
split up is the best thing he can do, and he still needs to. He still can't even can't cast it.
No, he can't. He needs 2 white sources untapped.
Is it Beeman? Oh my goodness, Beeman!
I would have never gotten that in a million years. See, Carson draws card for turn and Mockingbird. What is? Yep. Let me see the fist bump here.
There it is. There's a split up.
Good games. Good games.
Shows
Fast one, yep.
him the split up.
Carson on some rough mulligans, and Morgan did not miss a beat with his draws.
Nope. Rule Mice going on to the finals like it did last week.
Gruel Mies. Let's see if they can overcome that hump.
Thank you, Zach Rom, for the follow.
So what could Morgan be playing against in the finals here?
I believe there is it's a domain, or I'm sorry, actually I lied. We have I think it's the Boros deck from Scott, I think.
Okay.
And then his opponent is
Sage?
playing Sage, and Sage is playing. And Sage's list. Sage is playing the black-blue Pixie deck.
Oh, okay. So
The bounce deck.
Demir Bounce. Yep. It's kind of like they took this iteration on Demir mid-range deck, and they're like, what if we just made this like super lean and we just cut the white from Pixie? Because sometimes the white
It
Esper
can come back to hurt you.
Yeah, like we see with these pave lands from Carson's side. These 3-color decks, when you have these inspiring, like the fast lands, great. But when they don't come together, and you guys are racing and you're taking 1 a turn, 2 a turn, it's like it's not sustainable.
Yeah. So I think if I'm Morgan here, I think I'm looking to hope to have the non-Boros deck in the finals.
Yes, correct. That's not great because Lithomanic Barrage, or not Lithomanic Barrage, Shelter by
Ghost.
It's rougher.
Is really bad,
especially game 1. You don't like once you're over the threshold of he doesn't have Torch Towers. Once you're over that threshold of 2, you can't get rid of it.
Right.
And the Ward 1 makes it really hard to get there with the 2 because it gives +1/+0, so its toughness doesn't increase, but like you have a very short window.
Yeah, there's also, like I say, there's also a chance for the Gruel Mice deck to like kind of get
Mies.
bigger. Gruel Mies, to get bigger than the opposing side, just for like virtue of having like the Innkeeper's talents and stuff like that.
Yeah, but does Scott have the see Scott list? Does he have the 1 mana 1/1 that whenever an enchantment enters, put a +1/+1 counter on stuff? Is he playing that build, or does he have the extra Mies?
Let's find out. This is our winners list here.
I would definitely, if I'm Morgan, I would rather Demir Bounce is kind of rough too, because they can they have these games where if nowhere to run, pick it up, and they can start racing you with talent.
Here's Scott's list.
But really, if they this town like one of your things, and then you're nowhere to run, that's not great. So Morgan might have an uphill battle, but the Gruel deck always surprises.
Yeah, the Gruel deck has been impressive. I think we saw it on coverage today a few times. Saw it last week. It was really impressive. Lots of good stuff happening. You know where all the good things happening are?
Game night.
It's game night here in Columbia, in Tennessee.
Love it.
The best place you can find in Middle Tennessee for all of your gaming needs that you could ever have, like Magic and Lorcana and Pokemon and Warhammer,
the sweet KMC inners,
and D&D and everything, just everything in between. There's lots of stuff here to be found at game night. Wonderful staff, wonderful owner, wonderful community. Can't wait. I'm always excited to come here.
When there's some people that are playing, it looks like they were playing some D&D out there.
Yep, they did. There's some D&D.
They're wrapping up, and one came up and he's like, "Hey man, I have to tell you before you leave, you got a great mustache."
Heck
and
yeah!
It made my day. So lovely community.
We love
made my
that.
day.
We love that.
Well, let's get Morgan back here for an interview.
Yep, let's talk to Morgan again.
See how he's feeling before the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was coming to get you.
Beautiful.
You read my mind.
All right, I have Morgan has joined me once again.
Once again, I'm back.
Once again, you have joined me. All right, that was pretty brutal. Like that was big.
He didn't draw well.
Yeah, he just drew like those pain lands were a pain in game 2.
Yeah, how much damage did his pain lands do?
I think they did like 4 or 5 damage across the game.
Yes.
They just did so much damage. It's like giving your red opponent like lightning bolt and shock over the course of like a 2-turn sequence is pretty terrible.
Yes.
But yeah, it looks like I took that one down pretty convincingly. So on the other side of the bracket, I believe the matchups we've got are the Boros Mice deck that's in the room and a copy of Blue Black Bounce.
Yeah.
Which one of those would you prefer to play against?
I actually would rather play against Bounce.
Really? I think that's what I think Cameron and I came to the same conclusion. It's like Having the Shelter by Ghosts is like pretty brutal.
Shelter by Ghosts, and they're just being a burn deck. Like everything in their deck is a removal spell.
Yeah, like I say, I know. Same kind of game plan that you've got going on. We're swapping the green cards for the red cards.
Yeah,
or for the blue.
historically,
white cards.
my deck does do very poorly. Like that's like actually one of the worst matchups. It's
Okay,
just red. It's just the red aggro mirror, but they have every card in their deck as a removal spell.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. You still, I assume you're pretty happy with your choice for Gruul today. Seems like it's worked out pretty nicely for you.
I've been playing it all season. I played it in Atlanta. I ended 7-6 with it. I started 6-0 with it.
Oh wow!
And then ended 7-6.
Oh, okay, pretty brutal day two, but a nice start to day one though.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like you've put in like a lot of practice this season. It's worked out well for you. Hopefully, you can clinch up this queue today.
I would love to queue because then I can stop driving an hour and a half for RCQs.
right.
Every day on the weekend.
Every weekend, yeah. Well, congratulations on your win, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
Of course, and we will be right back to you with the finals matchup. Just give us a few minutes, and we'll let the other match decide itself. Welcome back, everyone, to the finals of the RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. I'm also once again joined by my co-host of my podcast, Cameron Schindler.
I am excited to be here. What do we got? We got cooking up for us, suppose.
We have a mice finals.
Yeah, because they can see that. So
I know
different takes on the mice stuff, though.
So on the left side of your screen, well, once we get there, we'll have Morgan Hillman once again on the Gruul mice deck, and then Scott Kennedy coming in on the other side with the Boros mice deck. A little prowess. Well, here's our
mascot.
Our mouse mascot.
Little interesting take on Boros.
So
From Scott, because we see the charms and the slickshot show offs too.
The charm? You mean the rescues? The Shadow-
Boros charm. We see one of.
Oh,
Boros
actually, one of
charm.
Boros
It's
charms.
kind of funny. Okay.
Yeah, one Boros charm. The thing say the Shard Mage's rescues and
the rescues are pretty.
Let's do the other enchantment. The Shelter by Ghost.
Yeah.
There we go.
The rescues are pretty standard in Boros. It's just good EV to get there. Yeah. Like you try to make you think you have a profitable trade. You think you have a profitable. You're picking something off, and it's like nah. And more than likely, it triggers prowess or whatever these super prowess are with.
Yeah, you got Slick Shot plus
super prowess.
Swiss Spear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And no Swiss Spears here, right?
No, he's playing Swiss Spear.
Oh wow, okay, yep.
Yeah, he's playing copies of Swiss Spear, so we're on like full aggressive.
Very, very creature heavy compared to a normal mouse deck.
Correct.
And of course, it is still playing the 12 mouse package. Like you have the 4 Ember Hearts, 4 Heroes, and then
Manifold Mouse.
4 Manifold Mouse, correct?
Yep.
So,
so it should be quite a good finals. Should be nice back and forth. Don't think it's gonna be completely blown out by one player or the other.
No, it just depends on how these Sheltered by Ghosts kind of fall into play. Like if Scott's on the play here and has a Sheltered by Ghost, you have an opportunity to grow it past 2 power before Morgan can do anything against it. Because like we mentioned already before, Morgan doesn't play the torches in the main board, so there's no sacrificing monster rolls, there's no sacrificing a spare enchantment. Like you need to get rid of your innkeepers to get it, but yeah.
So, but overall, should be good, should be fun, and I'm excited to see these players battle. Both battled pretty hard today too. They both had equal records going into top 8, and they've met in the finals.
Players are looking
if Kyle would like to go give them the okay to go.
Beautiful. Don't want to yell too loud what's in their hands, so
correct.
But
we do know that I know that Scott was a higher seed going into top 8, so he'll have a choice of play. I assume that he would like to be on the play. I see a Swiss Spear, a couple 2 or 3 lands, and like a
Shelter by Ghost.
Is that a Shelter by Ghost?
That is a Shelter by Ghost. We're gonna get in there for 1.
I think it's your Shard Mage's charm as well.
Oh, okay, maybe both.
Or not Charge Mage's rescue.
Yep.
So we're even able to protect the creature if should something tragic go wrong.
Yep, but if you're Morgan, if you have a Burst Lightning, this is like your
one opportunity to get rid of this creature immediately.
That is a Shelter by Ghost, I believe.
Yes, I think that is a Shelter by Ghost. Just the Shelter by Ghost.
Yeah, it's hard to tell a little bit, but
yep.
Playing a little guessing game of what's in your hand. Can't really see more.
What's in our hand?
Copperline Gorge and a Heartfire Hero. So he's gonna say, "I see your Meese, and I raise you a Meese of my own."
Yep, I think we'll see if Scott decides that he wants to just fire off this Shelter by Ghost immediately.
The Swiss Spear looks a little bit awkward now because if you have a Shelter by Ghost, you can now get Burst Lightning next turn.
You still can't get Burst Lightning next turn
because it'll still be a 1/2 when you pass the turn.
I think he's just going to play his own Emberheart Challenger.
I like that.
Meese versus Meese. Yep.
And he's going to say, I'm going to attack you for 3.
That's right.
Put Morgan at 16.
Just going to pass back here.
Yep.
All right. Let's see what Morgan follows this up with.
See if we got the Splinter Twin in the format. And that is Splinter Twin.
That's pretty good.
That's what I like to call it. So we're going to have a 2/2 double strike coming in. Scott will probably take this on the chin, then think about what he wants to.
I imagine that I would imagine that a Shelter by Ghost comes into play next turn. Get rid of this Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, Manifold Mouse is probably something you want to get rid of. And
then you have a nice life total exchange here as well. So it'd be pretty nice.
Yep, I agree. But these Ember Hearts or Heartfire Heroes can be awkward sometimes because they can get to a spot where you don't want to kill them anymore because you can't afford to take the damage.
Correct.
You know, and if Scott is able to make a 3rd land drop and have a Shard Mage's Rescue open to protect it, he is living the dream.
Correct. Looks like Scott is going to fire off the Shelter by Ghost here, so we'll have a Valiant trigger. We're going to resolve that first. We see another Inspiring Vantage.
Very good.
So we get a nice free land drop here.
I don't imagine what else you want. Take the Heartfire Hero here. Okay.
Yep.
I like that. Resets the counters.
It does.
And unless Morgan, it's kind of a hard choice to make there, because unless Morgan has another creature, the Maniful Mouse isn't doing anything super impressive. Itself can give itself double strike.
Is that the? I think that is the Shard Mage's Rescue in his hand. I think.
Can't quite see.
I think it was.
We're gonna go
It
to
didn't look
combat,
like a red
so-
card. I'll tell you that.
And so Scott's cracking in there for 4-6, I believe,
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
with the Prowess triggers.
Yep.
And he will be gaining 4 of that back, resetting himself to 20. It's a big life point swing. So 10 to 20.
Yep. So Morgan's just gonna take this on the chin.
And I won't count Grumis out of this quite yet.
No.
'Cause, you know, you can give itself double strike, and Monstrous Rage is a magic card. We're gonna see 3 for Screaming Nemesis, I imagine. Yep.
That is pretty good here.
So you can get one more crack in with
So
this
you're gonna
Ember Heart to gain life.
You're gonna get 6 in here minimum.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna give the Nemesis double strike.
No, I cannot give the Nemesis double strike.
Oh, is it only mice?
Only mice.
Oh, okay, never
Only
mind.
mice.
Sorry, my bad.
No,
That card would
you're
be cracked in two.
I would be very surprised if Morgan swings for Nemesis,
I would agree.
because you just need it to block this Ember Heart Challenger.
Yes.
But it can't. If Scott can grow the Challenger, it's a very bad block, because Morgan doesn't have the mana to pay the War Trigger to target the Nemesis.
Correct.
So if Scott does have a Shard Mage's Rescue in his hand, he is
Sitting pretty.
very, 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 like, he could trick Morgan into thinking he has a good trade, and in fact he does not.
Yeah.
I'm-
Again, I think the way that this is lined up, I think that is what is in Scott's hand. I
Mhm.
believe the case.
It looks like they're reading something here.
I think
about-
they're wondering about questions about Sword. I would.
Yes, maybe.
Actually, well, no. We picked up the Valiant creature.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I wonder if Morgan will be able to get in here for 2 damage with the Manifold Mouse, if that's something he wants, or if he's still... Because that's a card I feel like I don't even want to block with, unless I absolutely have to. So he's going to pass the Scott, no attack for 2.
Drew another Ember Heart Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good game.
Hard to tell, but I would imagine Scott's deck is completely foiled out. Knowing Scott.
It's not.
Oh,
It's not completely foiled out.
Scott, I'm a little disappointed in you.
Not completely.
He loves his foils.
He does love his foil lands specifically. Loves some good foils.
Mhm.
Foils for his lands.
Funny enough, I think those are the only non-foil. Oh, that's a foil.
That's
I can tell
a
that.
Rock Face Bridge or Rock Face Village.
Mm-hmm. Very good magic card.
We're gonna pump. Ooh, that's pretty good here. We're gonna pump up the Ember Heart Challenger.
Trigger Valiant.
Get a free trigger here. Not gonna play that one. We've just played that Rock Face.
Good basic choice too.
Let's always have some good basics. I've never been upset to see his basic choices.
Meese, we see. Meese everywhere.
Meese versus Meese.
2 Meese on the battlefield.
So much Meese.
So we're gonna think about this. I couldn't quite make out if that's a Shard Mage Rescue too.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't think it's a red card, so I'm
'Cause
pretty
what-
sure that's what it is.
So right now this Ember Heart is a 3/2, and the Shard Mage's Rescue would make it a 5/4. So Morgan can indeed trade with it if he double blocks, but that's a very good spot for Scott to be in.
Did we resolve the trigger to give it a counter? Is that what it does? Or does it give it a counter?
No,
Sorry.
no. You're good.
I'm thinking of the wrong
Yep.
land.
+1/+0 in haste.
Ah, that's what it is.
So
Okay.
he's gonna go ahead and swing above, because I like that, because it makes him double block if he wants to trade.
Correct.
And even if Scott doesn't get to keep his Ember Heart Challenger here, he's in a very commanding position.
Because he got a second Ember Heart Challenger to back this up too,
Yeah,
which
yep.
is big game.
Well, if you're able to get rid of the Manifold Mouse and the Screaming Nemesis, you take those trades any day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Scott's gonna think about where this is gonna go. It looks like, or is Morgan's deciding on blockers? All right, let's see if he has.
This is a big turn. I mean, this is a big turn, like in the game. Like
He has Shard's Mage Rescue. This is
pretty brutal in a lot of ways.
because he'll be able to keep both of his creatures, or I guess he can kill the monster Swiss Spear. But he'll be able to kill a Swiss Spear as the Nemesis.
Well, if he's got the Shard Mages, then he doesn't.
Well, he will still.
Oh
do it.
yeah, with
Yep.
the Nemesis. He will.
Yep.
There is a Shard Mage rescue.
So he's gonna kill his. He is gonna kill a Screaming Nemesis, and now he'll decide where his 5 damage wants to go.
correct.
And Scott will go to 25 from this.
Yeah,
still.
this is, okay. His life total's padded enough that he's
Mhm.
not obviously he's not going to. Well, he doesn't even get the opportunity to not have a life gain trigger because the life gain trigger is probably going to point towards the Swiss Spear, or sorry, the damage trigger is going to point towards the Swiss Spear.
From the Screaming Nemesis
Yes.
trigger after his damage. Yeah. Which, if that's what happens,
Okay. As I mentioned beforehand, I said this
1, 2, 3.
this Boros deck's pretty good against.
It's
against,
6 damage. I'm sorry.
Pretty good against the mirror.
So it is
Shelter by Ghost, just really cleaning up house here. Plus this Shard Mage's rescue, pretty brutal on this turn.
And being on the draw for Morgan is very awkward because a Screaming Nemesis cannot target this Ember Heart challenge or something we kind of mentioned before. And so it's 6 damage. He's going to gain the 6 for sure. We're going to see where he wants to point this trigger at. It looks like he's going to hit phase, so he's going to gain 6 and then lose a 6 immediately from its own trigger. So Scott's going to stay at this 20.
Yep. And
this Manifold Mouse should be dead from a Prowess trigger.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
Scott also agrees with that.
So this is kind of what we talked about, what was going to happen last turn.
Does he have a second one?
A second what?
Oh, yeah, does he have a second Shard Mage's rescue in his
Scott?
hand? Yes.
I could not see.
I think that might have been what was in his hand. If he has a second one, that's pretty backbreaking.
So Morgan needs...
I know he's got another Ember Heart Challenger in his hand.
I think Morgan really wants another Manifold Mouse into something.
He's got Manifold Mouse in his hand. I see that.
Okay, I think this is how he wins the game, is Manifold Mouse.
He's got
Iron Claw. Manifold Mouse giving something double strike into a Monstrous Rage and just sneaking in.
Is that Carplusion Forest? Don't question.
Those are 2 Carplusion Forests, it looks like.
Looks like they're gonna be dealing a lot of damage this game.
Just 1 here. So he's gonna swing at Scott for 2 from the 18.
Scott's totally fine with that.
Yep, he padded his life total pretty good.
Yeah, you can say he can kind of run over. Even say blocking looks blocking doesn't look great here either. Though Morgan can be trying to set up a line with this Ember Heart Challenger and the Manifold Mouse to give it a nice big swing here. Do we have another copy of Ember Heart Challenger from Scott?
Just to go and target it.
Trigger, get a Valiant trigger.
Spread that damage out because you can't gain the life without the Lithomanic.
No, that's a Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, that's going to go to exile.
I'm not going to be casting that one.
Very, very good card in the mirror and makes the combat math kind of a pain.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
That's why I believe in Standard when I have to go play this RC. I will probably not be playing a red deck.
Fair.
I think I'd like to avoid doing a lot of combat.
And like we mentioned before, that new black artifact's going to be out, and I might be off the red deck depending on how good that card is, which I imagine
something tells me it's going to be good with this this town deck.
Yeah,
being as big as they are.
Don't want to be messing with that.
All right, so we're gonna have a hit here for was it 1, 2, 3, 4?
So Shard Mage's rescue is lethal. It looks like he didn't go for it.
I don't think he's got Shard Mages.
Oh, okay,
if that's the case. I just can't see his hand. I keep seeing like looks like a non-red card.
Oh, that's not lethal. He put on the 5. It's only a +3. 1, 2, 3. It's only a +3, not lethal.
Because it's +1 on each of the prowess creatures, and then the one itself.
Don't know what I was thinking.
I can't tell you. I'm not inside your head.
Good for you.
Probably a good place for me not to be.
See a Thornspite Verge here. Fancy Mountain right now.
Yes, it is a fancy mountain. Taiga, it works. It isn't even a mountain. Obliterating Bolt.
We're seeing Obol. Let's see if Scott announces his war trigger.
To get back a Hired Claw here.
Heartfire Hero.
Or no, yeah, sorry, that one.
You only need to pay 1 for ward here, not 2.
He can float mana. Let him float mana if he wants to.
That's fine.
There's another one. That's really bad. I think he's gonna pack up the cards.
Yeah.
Scott's that's brutal.
That is a signature move from Scott. I've noticed. Yeah, I have seen
the way he presents a card on the stack.
Even if it's not like game ending like that, I've played against him many times, and he's just waiting to see if he ever responds.
Yes. He just puts it on the stack, like holds it there,
and he'll look at you, he'll make eye contact, which is good. He's just clear communication.
He's a very clear communicator.
Yep. You're just like, hey, is this good? So let's look at these sideboards. We've talked about Morgan's before.
Let's think on the same side. Actually, this changes a little bit because he's playing against another mouse deck and not a Convoke deck. So he's got copies of Witchstalker Frenzy, Sentinel of the Nameless City, Obliterating Bolt, Questing Druid, Lithomantic Barrage, Torch Towers, and Pop-Match Recruit. So what are you looking at here?
Switch the Burst Lightnings for those Torch Towers
so you can get the X3.
I like the Sentinels as a big blocker.
They just block and they attack really nicely.
And in the mirror, I really like Questing Druids.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
Okay. And taking out is kind of hard.
All right, so on Scott's side, we have 3 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Boros Charm, 2 Witchstalker Frenzy, 1 Exercise, 4 Destroy Evil, and it looks like 3 copies of Sunspine Links. Immediately, things that jump out to me.
I would just be looking to maybe the Boros Charm one of is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not gonna bring any more in. I'm thinking about if we want the Boros. Is there anything
if we want the one or not?
Yeah, are we taking anything out of the main board? Is like anything?
It's funny because I think you can. It's funny. I think if you get Morgan down to a low enough life, so like these Sunspine links are like kind of a lot of damage. It's 1 damage per land, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
they also hit you. That's the scary.
Oh, they
part.
do hit you.
Yeah,
Well, he plays so many fewer. Actually, no. I guess he plays a fair amount on his own.
No,
okay, maybe
Scott's
not.
been playing 7 basics, and Morgan's probably something similar. Morgan's also. He's only playing 6 basics, so yeah, he's playing less basics than Scott.
Okay.
So I.
All right, maybe ignore me. I don't know how cards work.
Okay. I guess Scott's playing 1 more basic, so it's like
He may not want anything here. And this may be just a matchup that you've like kind of played in your deck to beat.
yeah,
And you may just not want anything. There's also the opportunity to just board 0 cards in.
Yeah, because I like the Boros Charm for you to close out the game, or give the Indestructible, or hell, even give
Hell, the
Double
Indestructible
Strike.
there was good. Like,
Yeah,
would have been good there.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, you get in there for prowess, deal 4, trigger prowesses and stuff. So maybe we see an extra copy of Boros Charm. Maybe we see a Destroyable just to make sure if a mouse grows, we can deal with that mouse before it's too late. Because what's Scott running for burn? He's only
The Boros Charm.
I guess creature burn, creature removal.
Oh, and the Burst Lightnings.
And that's just 3 copies. Like it's not a lot compared to like Morgan's on 4.
No, but he's got
So
the
that's
Shelter
not
by
a ton
Ghost as
either.
like his removal
Oh, that's a
spell.
good point. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
he's got his Shelter by Ghost as his removal spell of choice, which is pretty.
And man,
obviously
what a
very
removal
strong.
spell. Crazy to say, like, in the year 2025, it's just like, you look at a red deck, a red aggressive deck, you're like, wow, Monastery Swift Spear is the worst one to drop in this deck.
It is I think it might be the worst card in the deck.
Yeah, that's wild.
I think it might just legitimately be the worst card in the whole deck.
Yeah, man.
Even I think Boros Charm might be better.
If I asked you,
yeah,
4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I'd say 6. Let's say 6.
You could almost say 10 years ago. It's
I
been 10
go
years
back in
since-
time.
Since Swift Spear was burned.
That's insane. I go back in time 6 years ago though. I'm like, Hippo, Standard's gonna have Monastery Swift Spear and Boros Charm. And it's a tier 1 deck.
And they're the worst cards in the deck.
Yeah, and there's a better red deck in the format. yeah.
Oh, you mean the mirror match?
Oh, the red deck, yeah.
Yeah, the other red deck.
I prefer the Gruul
I
personally.
think it's better across I think the Gruul deck is better across a field. I think this is better if you expected to play against a bunch of the mirror, like the pseudo mirror.
Yeah. Oh, agree. I think you sacrifice some. What's
The long game
Yes.
is good for you in the Gruul deck. Like the long
Yes.
game is so much better for you.
you
in the Gruul deck
sacrifice that longevity in Boros to just.
to have like better cards for the pseudo mirror.
Yes, exactly. Agreed.
Yeah, that seems about right.
We see some cheering for Scott in the chat. Scott for
Oh,
Team
Mr.
Hand
Joe,
Sandwich.
the old Joe Mitchell.
Is it Joe Mitchell?
It is the
Oh.
Joseph Mitchell in the chat.
Or Weird Uncle Joe?
Our weird Uncle Joe.
Is it Word 2? It is actually Word 1. I guess
it's work 2.
Is it really?
I believe that is the case.
Why do I always think it's Word 1?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Somebody should just slap me silly.
That's why somebody had put Shelter by Ghost in the chat for us.
Why is that a magic card?
Shelter by Ghost?
Yes.
Yeah, the card's pretty
It's heinous.
it's pretty good.
I don't. It's not a card I enjoy. The pattern of taking something, giving it lifelink, and then it's just
And
like,
protection.
you can't kill this.
And protection on top of it.
What a hideous magic card. And like,
Could
yes,
you imagine doubling up on him too? Now it's worth 4.
yeah, well, yeah, but it's just like risky because like we have the nowhere to run now in Standard. It's just like, is this what we want? Do we want to be? You either play this really lean, aggressive, and I steal your like. I have this really good removal in my aggro deck versus your nowhere to run bounce deck.
Yeah.
So that's what we want, Hippo.
That's up to you. I don't know. I'm not.
It ain't up to
I'm
me.
not playing the red deck.
It ain't up
so.
to me, sadly.
All right. Looks like Morgan is going to elect to keep this 6 card. And what is Scott gonna do here? Looks like I see a couple lands. There are a couple painful lands. I see a painful land there.
Shelter by Ghost is my Patrick Sullivan's Ravenous Chupacabra.
You just go on about how
I do not like it, the design of it, but
happy to hear
alas.
Cameron's voice, but also sad to hear Cameron's voice.
You know, you win some, you lose some, Thomas.
This is you winning after losing.
Yes, I gotta be in the booth with my man Hippo. See a Mountain Heartfire hero from Morgan. Pass on turn to Scott.
Scott's gonna probably lead off on this Inspiring Vantage. Fire off a 1-drop of some variety, I would imagine.
He's playing a lot more 1-drops. By a lot more, I mean
Swiss Bear. He's playing exactly the same amount.
the same amount.
Because he's playing Swiss Bear over Higher Claws.
Yep.
Because of more spells that he's actually casting.
That's fair. It was fair because he can trigger the prowess a little bit more.
Yeah, by playing Boros Charm and Shelter by Ghost and the Burst Lightnings. Yeah.
Yep, and the other enchantment.
Oh yeah, the Shard Mage's Rescue. That card was impressive game 1.
Yeah,
I mean alongside how just killing that on turn 1 seems pretty decent here.
Morgan's Member's Trigger, get you to ping it for 1, put you 19.
Yeah, we're gonna deal damage equal to with power. That's why earlier in the day we've seen that card deal 0 damage when you kill it with nowhere to run.
Magic cards are so crazy now.
Yeah, if you'd told me this is the state of Magic about 5 years ago, I'd have been like, eh.
So we see a Manifold Mouse. In retrospect, do you think Scott's like, I wish I had this Burst Lightning still?
I'm curious. Did he keep the Shelter by Ghost in his opener? Because he had it. He may have mulliganed it. I think he did. I think he put it to the bottom of the deck.
A Foil Mountain from Scott.
I see a Heartfire Hero. I see a Monstrous Rage.
Looks like we're gonna see
an Emberheart Challenger. Yep.
Heartfire hits the battlefield.
Now, if this is a Shard Mages, this is pretty good.
Yeah, it just depends what Morgan wants to do with this board. Because I see a Monstrous Rage, so Morgan can potentially crack in here for 1, 2, 3, 8 here.
He's gonna fire off his own Emberheart Challenger.
So more than 8 now. He's counting.
We're doing the math.
So it's +4 of the Challenger to give it double strike.
He just wants to know if the pieces fit.
So that is 12. Do the pieces fit?
I know the pieces fit.
Do you watch them?
I watch them fall away.
Okay.
Why, you ask? Oh, because they were mildewed and smoldering.
So we're gonna hit this patch recruiter dude off the top of the library because
Paw Patch
recruiter. We're gonna swing a both the double strike on the Emberheart Challenger. 1 mount open for that sweet Monstrous Rage.
See what Scott wants to fire off here.
I think he's got to play a little game of chicken if he has the removal, because if he's thinking, okay, I can take 5 on the nose maybe, and then I can crack back 4 Lithomantic Barrage, but then he's scared, or a Shelter by Ghost, he's got to be scared of Burst Lightning from Morgan. But
I guess it's a little dance that both players have to have here.
Because now Scott's in a situation, if he has the Burst Lightning, Morgan has to think about, do I fire off this Monstrous Rage here? Do I risk getting hit by a...
So his hand is Higher Claw, Monstrous Rage.
Correct.
So we know what his hand is. Now we don't know what necessarily... I see a Battlefield Forge.
I see that's all I can really tell from Sky. And a Monstrous Rage of his own, so that's a blocker. That's a block he can make.
I see a Monstrous Rage. He could make a Monstrous Rage block here. That's not the best.
No, especially since his...
You just take this? Yeah, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Might be a lot more than 5.
Well, we'll see if Morgan wants to act here first, because that could change what Scott does.
Could be 13 max.
Yes.
We're looking at.
All right, looks like we're just going to take this here.
Morgan holding it to his heart, and I think he was kind of doing the finger tapping thingy, but I do that with Monstrous Rage. Oh nope, he is firing it. Oh no, Higher Claw Hero. I do the finger tappy with if I have Monstrous Rage. I also do it if I don't have Monstrous Rage.
Yep.
Because you always have to have it.
Yeah, it's like make your opponent think you've got it.
Rough tapping there.
That
yeah, we kind of do see that. We did see he could have casted the Paw Patch, but I think he was just thinking I have this Monstrous Rage here, which is a fine line. If Scott makes unfavorable block.
What did Scott draw for the turn? Looks like a land. I think. Doing lots of thinking here. Lots of unknown knowledge about Scott's hand.
Battlefield Forge. We knew about that one. I know about this Monstrous Rage.
There's a Screaming Nemesis, I think, in his hand. Screaming.
Okay, nice.
All right, we have a Manifold Mouse for.
So this is 1.
That's a lot of
2,
damage.
3, 4, 5. So this is 10 damage on his side of Rage.
Yeah, but the problem is that he can't attack all out because he loses on the crackback.
Yeah,
pretty quickly.
Yeah,
because we will absolutely just lose on the crackback.
But I think he's
just gonna get in there for. Let's see how much he wants to get in there for. Apparently, we got 1, 2.
With this Rage.
Yeah, Rage is an extra +6.
Huh?
Rage is an extra +6, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just double up.
It's just 10.
Yeah,
total.
Yep.
He's gonna fire off that Rage here. He's gonna get him for 10. He's like, if someone asked you, would you like to half your opponent's life total at the start? Yes, I'll say yeah.
I think I would be inclined to take that trade.
But Scott's has the 1 card in hand, and This 2 cards in hand.
I didn't say. I think Scott's got a copy of Emberheart in his hand. Morgan very quickly untapping. Looks like he just knows that this is probably going to be it.
Yeah.
That monstrous rage is going to probably put it away.
Land and a rage is the last card from
I think
Morgan.
he needs Scott to make bad decisions here.
And so now Scott's probably priced into blocking here.
Ooh, that's a screaming nemesis.
Yeah, and he can cast that second main phase too, which is really nutty.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So can Scott?
We're coming across with the whole team. We got a trigger from the Higher Claw.
It's like a miss trigger. Oh nope, he said it.
Yes, Scott is dead currently to everything going on.
Yeah.
So we've got a trigger going there. Put him in 13. This is I believe exactly 13. Our block there. You've got the rage. You've got the rage.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Scott's position is like, I can't beat the card, so I'm not gonna play around it.
Yeah, because it's 12 there.
Yeah, we're gonna rage, and that's gonna do it.
It's 12 just from the Ember Heart.
Yeah, it's like that's gonna do it.
He takes 10 from there, and then he takes an additional 2.
Well, we'll pack him up and we'll go to game 3. All right, let's put Scott back on the play, kind of where he wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that on the play. Having Sheltered by Ghosts is a huge game.
Mm-hmm. You know, you gotta find them. They don't do much if you cast them.
That's true. Do you think Scott wants to change anything in from sideboarding based on this game?
You know, it is kind of an awkward state because you can get in this points where it's like you look at that and you're like, man, Destroy Evil would have been fine there. But it's like your deck's
I
not.
don't think Destroy Evil is what you want.
Yeah,
It looks pretty.
The Boros deck isn't grinding as hard as the Gruul deck.
Well,
It's
so funny because
flipping over
it's so funny. There's like the opportunity. Like he could have blocked there if he has the monstrous rage. You destroy evil you can destroy evil the trample enchantment as well.
Yeah, that is something. Yeah,
It feels bad.
yeah,
but you
very,
can.
very.
But you can because it's funny. Well, assuming that Morgan doesn't play the screaming nemesis or didn't have the screaming nemesis there, then Scott can potentially just crack back for lethal.
Yeah,
potentially.
Yep. If like you do have like a Destroy Evil, I mean, if you have in this scenario,
I don't think I want to destroy evil. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Why not just Destroy Evil the 6/6 or whatever?
Yeah, you would just kill the thing.
Yeah.
But you have the option if things were to go poorly and you're like in low life total scenarios where you could just kill the enchantment out from the monstrous rage instead. Was it monster roll?
Monster roll.
Yeah, I couldn't remember which roll this was.
+1/+1 and trample.
Yeah, I know you're familiar with some rolls. I know you played some
wicked roll.
I was like, you were familiar with the wicked roll from
Whenever it leaves the battlefield, take a damage.
what's the card?
I can't even remember.
Not dead after all.
Not dead after all. Yep,
Is that the card?
it is. Casted a few of those. Or my deck got banned 3 times. Because my Furies got banned, my Ragavans got banned, and then my Griefs got banned. So
Ragavans got banned?
My Ragavans got
Your Ragavans did.
My Ragavans got banned.
That's true. No, that deck did eat 2 bans.
Yeah.
Format. It's funny. It was the one deck playing like the two of them together. No other deck did.
Yeah. Yep.
So the pitch elementals from MH2. What a design mistake.
What is it? The whole set
It is a design mistake. I agree.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, the first one was pretty impressive too. We had like Hogak,
Rin
in 6, Urza.
Yeah.
Arkham's Astrolabe. Arkham's Astrolabe. What a
modern
card.
bannable.
If you'd have told me that a 1-mana cantrip artifact was bannable in modern.
If I told you just fixed your mana perfectly for the rest of the game.
Yeah, well,
Because you don't even need snow mana activated.
All right. Let's see if players want to keep their
Let's get back in
keep their hands. All right. Scott's going to start off with a Heartfire here.
Classic start. We love that.
I think that might be his only land.
We don't love that. We got a Mountain from Morgan and Torch.
Oh, we're going to torch immediately. We're not even going to give an option.
No trigger because it's exiled.
It is exiled instead.
We see a replacement.
Oh, no. We do have the Rockface Village. Okay.
That is good.
We do have that. That's pretty good here.
We're going to see 2 mana for a
Emberheart Challenger.
Emberheart, yep.
Crunching for 2.
My Emberhearts enter and tapped. I'm a big fan of when I'm attacking, tapping them. Like, don't even.
They don't untap.
Mhm.
They just tap. They attack.
Yeah.
They're getting in there.
They're getting in there.
They swing in.
That
Let's
is
see.
a move.
Oh, we have a burst lightning.
Yep.
All right, so we're just gonna play the control game.
I see. The Emberheart isn't like just on turn 2 isn't my favorite play in the world, but if that's what you have, and it looks like he has a second one. Yeah, he has a second one. I love that. Then
yeah,
it can be a little sketchy to put in there. Because eventually Morgan's gonna run out of removal spells, right?
Yeah, then he's got to put something on board himself.
And then if Scott gets to play his removal spell, it kind of just wins him the game. Like,
Yeah.
like you're in the scenario, and if he's using his removal here and not on the shelter by ghost creatures,
Wow, I think we're just passing this
yeah,
turn.
card blocks.
It does. Now, if Scott were to have, in theory, have the sequence of white land sheltered by ghost, this is, well, there's the white land. Does he have the sheltered?
The Shard Mage's Rescue.
Well, that's also pretty good too.
Yes, it does kill Nemesis, and you take 3 and can't gain life.
That's fine. I think.
Yeah, I like that.
I was like, I think you're trading up there, like by a lot.
Thomas says
There's
Muppet
also-
alert in the chat.
Muppet alert.
Some people like the Nathan Sturrs of the world who are kind of high on their horses after falling off like to call people Muppets if you attack with an Emberheart Challenger on turn 2. They call you a Muppet. They think you're an NPC because they're just not great people.
That was gibberish what you just said to me.
Yeah,
That was
Teen Sanctum.
the
likes to-
mouse is a Muppet.
Yeah, they call the player a Muppet because they're like, oh, you're not putting any thought into this. Oh wow, that was a nice rip there too. So he's gonna go ahead and target that. Wow. So he's gonna target.
No, that was his.
Well,
this is-
he's
Yeah,
targeting.
he's getting his Valiant trigger off
Yes.
of with the rock face.
Correct. Yep. And that was a nice rip. So we have a 3-2 right now, and it's gonna be a 4-3.
All right, gentlemen, calm down, calm down.
Oh, it's not Stewart's crew. I'm so sorry. I retract my previous statement. Still not nice to call people names. The only team I care about is Team Tilt
That's right.
and Team Hot Dog. I can't lie. So
Well, this is Team Ham Sandwich on camera
1, 2,
right here too.
3. So we have 5-4, I believe. Oh, okay. I thought they were calling
What's
people-
that? What's that life total right there? What you see? Let me see that. Is that?
Who? A Morgan?
Is that? What's that? 11.
11. Get a little 11 from the Kyle.
Kyle joined in earlier on my 11s.
Oh, beautiful. We got Copperline Gorgeous for Battlefield tapped.
That's not great.
They love to come in on turn 4. As soon as turn 4 happens, they get special summon at the top. Ooh, Screaming Nemesis
Double
number
Screaming
2.
Nemesis. Pretty powerful.
So excited, my knees started clapping. Oh man, they're blockers. They're good blockers. Scott would love a Sheltered by Ghost here because now,
Yeah, this is pretty difficult actually. This is a lot of stuff going on
so
here.
right now we have a 3-3.
He's got to work his way through this very intricately.
He could do the same trick he did last turn where he targets there, and now he's working with a 4-3, and we know about the second copy of whatchamacallit, the card that you and I can never remember the name of, and we always said 6 times already.
That's super helpful.
The one enchantment.
Shard Mage's Rescue?
Yeah, so he has a second copy there, so he could just do a repeat of the same last turn where he targets the Emberheart Challenger with the land, making it a 4-3, and the Shards Rescue make it a 6-4.
Yeah, we have to be careful a little bit because your life total becomes a high roll at that point.
Yeah, you trade with 2 Screaming Nemesis, and
This
you're
is
at
assuming-
14.
Yeah,
And if they only block with 1, then you're very ahead. Kind of not really, because they still get the trade off. Oh no, it'll be hexproof, so no. So if they only block with 1, then you're very ahead. 11s in the chat. We love that. From Yacht Rock Boy.
Rock Boy.
You know what that is.
You. It's Mr. Michael Full.
Oh, Mr. Full. Game night enjoyer, Mr. Full.
We have many game night enjoyers in the
Yeah.
chat. Game night is a good place to be enjoyable.
So Scott's gonna go ahead and swing with this. He's gonna block with just 1, and now we have a really nice trade from Scott.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Because there's a 3-3 now, it'll be a 4-4, a 5-5, and he won't be able to target it with the Screaming Nemesis trigger. That's hot, Hippo.
Pretty good.
Ha! It's not gonna be long until these burst lightnings start cracking in for 4. So if you think about it, like, it's 11 minus 4.
7.
Yeah, it's kind of like at 7 in my head. Ooh, a slingshot show off at the top. With burst lightning, that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage next turn.
Lots of damage.
That is. Ow.
Pretty brutal.
So we have the 6. Where is Morgan gonna point this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, excuse me. We hear 5 at you. So we'll have
this 15.
That was a nice trade.
Probably just gonna probably just put the slick shot straight into play.
I would imagine you just plot it. No need to let it get burst. Oh, you can't plot it from your hand or from X.
Oh, that also helps too.
Look at us, Hippo.
I was like, I think I would play it.
Yeah, we're just geese. We're just silly geese.
No, we're meese.
Yeah, we are meese. I am a meese enjoyer.
I know you are.
All right. Ooh, that was a very good draw from Morgan. We're looking at Burst Lightning, Manifold Mouse, and looks like
it's like a second mana, or it's a Emberheart Challenger.
Yes, it is. So options,
That's
could
a
go
lot of options here. This does get kind of sketchy for Scott here.
We're at a 7 damage.
Well, so there's a Heartfire hero in Scott's group over there. I can see.
10, that's 11 if he has a land for the Burst Lightning. 11 damage.
11.
So we're gonna see the Emberheart Challenger.
There's a Burst Lightning.
Let's not play around with that. Sugar Prowess.
Well, it doesn't get any toughness on the on its prowess trigger.
No.
Well, on its prowess.
I'm saying trigger prowess on Morgan's Burst Lightning.
Ah, yes.
Scott has no way to trigger. No free spells on our standard, please.
No, please keep that.
Back in for 3. We're gonna keep a Screaming Nemesis as a blocker because man doesn't block.
It does block pretty well too.
So annoying. It's like.
Now again, if Scott draws the Shelter by Ghost, this is a pretty big game here. What did he draw? Is that a Witchstalker Frenzy?
It believed to be so. Remember, there is no gaining life from Scott's side anymore.
Correct. There is no gaining life. Again, even that, I'm saying just a clean removal spell.
Yes.
Like you just to get it out of here.
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about like it coming back at you for 3 damage or whatever, because you don't want a Witchstalker Frenzy.
Currently this is a 4-power creature.
Do you want a Witchstalker Frenzy that?
Not particularly.
I like the Witchstalker Frenzy my own Nemesis.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, you do?
To kill people.
Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, to kill people.
I
like 5 damage to kill people.
I love it.
That's Goblin Grenade.
Yeah, it is kind of.
It's kind of Goblin Grenade.
It's way better Goblin Grenade too, which is funny. All right, Scott's got a lot of choices.
It's funny. Goblin Grenade, unplayable card in currently standard.
Where?
That's not true. You have Gleeful Demolition.
The Goblin Grenade's not in standard.
I know. I said if it were.
Oh, okay.
If it were.
Scott's gonna swing with this 4/4. Yeah.
He's threading this needle pretty tightly here. He's got to be able to be able to block or to not die to the Screaming Nemesis plus all the stuff in
so
Morgan's hand.
Maybe from Morgan's perspective, he's looking to have a nice, clean tray with his Emberheart Challenger of Scott's. He is going to point the 4 damage at Scott's face, put him to 8.
Yep. Let's see what Scott follows it up with. Follows it up with some just a couple creatures. Even creatures here are good. They just block. He's got 2 Burst Lightnings.
That's a Screaming Nemesis too. It looks like.
I see a Burst Lightning.
Hard to tell. I know.
I see two copies of Burst Lightning.
Yep.
I think he's just looking to make those lethal. Like that's his plan.
Yeah.
All right. We have
a blocker,
which is good news. And we have the double.
Oh man, the Burst Lightnings are going to be huge here.
Yeah, the double Burst Lightning.
Because we were looking at this Manifold Mouse from Morgan and just getting. That's really a key to this matchup is surviving Nemesis and surviving Manifold Mouse, and Scott's going to be able to do both here. Not kicked.
Manifold Mouse here. This is fine. Scott says, yep, that works out for me.
Let's see if Morgan goes straight to combat after he plays the second Emberheart Challenger.
Nope. We're going to do the beginning of combat. We're going to target this. Let's see what Morgan can do here. Lets that happen. That is going. As you predicted earlier in this game, Scott's removal spells are going to be way better than Morgan's.
Well, yep, they're both good here, but if that's what you're starting out with, and Scott just plays so many more creatures, you're eventually just gonna kind of outpace him.
What's the second one? He's just gonna get rid of it here immediately.
And yeah, I'm assuming it's a Manifold Mouse, right? Okay, Emberheart, I get that because you don't want him to grind cards.
Yeah, just don't get him extra cards. He can put him dead otherwise.
The only scary thing is like Manifold Mouse is its own 1-card combo with Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, that is 8 damage.
But at the same point, it's like, do you want to play around Monstrous Rage or do you want to play around Innkeeper's Talent and Emberheart Challenger?
Correct.
Like there's
lots of options.
You're do if you don't, and you don't if you do. You know, that's the saying.
I think it's damned if you do.
Whoa, language hippo.
That's fine.
KG, buddy. Come on. So we're gonna pass the T. We're gonna throw it to Scott here.
See what Scott rips up here.
Another Heartfire hero looks like it is a hasty 3/2. It's not nothing.
No, that's definitely something.
And so if you have
it could trade with the
And I'm
The Manifold Mouse.
ooh, I do like that Witchstalker Frenzy still in hand because if you're Scott, I wonder if you're thinking about, man, do I swing in and Witchstalker Frenzy this? And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you Witchstalker Frenzy.
Yeah, Scott's gonna crunch in here.
Let's get in for 6 with this
And
Witchstalker.
he's gonna make this
Man,
make this a lot of damage coming across. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Six here because the Prowess Trigger. Yep.
me and Scott right now are telepathically connected.
Yep. Turns out you both might be good at the game. He's gonna play this Heartfire Hero and just probably say go.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that's it.
What is that last card? Is that a Screaming Nemesis? What up? No, I can't tell. It's promo stamped, and I remember seeing.
I think it's a Screaming.
I remember seeing an MI that was promo stamped before.
What can Morgan draw that
We
gets
got
him
a
out of
Burst
this?
Lightning. So is it Heartfire Hero Burst Lightning? Thank you,
Hannibal King for the follow.
Okay, we do. Is that a Heartfire Hero and a Burst Lightning left in hand?
Calm down. I think Scott's got this one covered. He's quite good at this. He tends not to leave points of damage on the table.
Why would you burst your own hero there?
It deals damage when it dies.
Just 2.
Yeah.
Planes from Scott. Foil planes, nonetheless.
4 points. 3 damage or 3 mana here.
It is that Screaming
It's a
Nemesis.
Screaming Nemesis.
Wow,
I think
mega lethal.
That's gonna be super dead here. Yeah.
No,
Okay, I'll be sure to start filing the legal paperwork, and we can get that started right now if you'd like.
No, I am so sorry, Thomas. Reserve. I don't know what that word means.
Reversed.
Oh.
Reading's hard. 1 damage to the face.
Thomas.
Lethal damage coming across. That's exactly lethal. That's going to do it. Scott is going to take down
Congratulations,
this RCQ
Scott.
here at Game Night Columbia.
I'm sure he's really happy to see that match in the finals.
Yeah, I
'cause,
think
like,
because this is well. I
And
know.
we didn't even
I know. Talking to Morgan, going into the finals, he said I would rather play against the bounce deck for the similar purposes that we just discussed. It's like
Yeah.
man, the Shelter by Ghost and
I think it's a mix on the Shelter by Ghost and being more creature heavy because we didn't see the Shelter by Ghost come in game 2 and game 3.
No.
And what a good last game too on Scott's perspective because he was able to play through 2 Manifold Mouses and a Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah.
Those are the cards you don't want to see, especially when you don't have Shelter by Ghost. You don't have a clean way of getting rid of this Nemesis.
yeah, he played around double Nemesis very very well.
Yeah, very, and that's hard to
It's-
attack
yeah,
through.
yeah.
Like very.
I would agree.
And he's able to swing through like with the Shard Mage's Rescue, like make these awkward blocks that Morgan doesn't have an opportunity to trade a single Nemesis with
For a single creature?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he would have to double block.
Those
there.
Shark
Yeah.
Mage's rescues were quite very impressive.
And if you're Morgan there, it's like, are we playing around the one card? What one card do I want to lose to here?
Yeah.
You know?
So that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, you mind going to grab Scott and see if he wants to come in and talk to us about his big W?
Talk to you.
Again, thank you, Hippo. Have me in.
Of course.
Love to. Thank you.
For those listening, we say Cameron and I do our Popper podcast. The episode comes out every week called Common Ground MTG, and comes across all your major podcast streaming services. I'm gonna have Scott come in here and talk about his beautiful win with his Boros deck. It was quite convincing. Played that match super well. Being able to fight through the double Screaming Nemesis was pretty rough there, but he did it quite well. Super powerful from Scott today. He identified what he wanted to beat. He wanted to beat the red mirror, and picked quite a good deck to do that with as well. He only boarded in. The Witchstalker Frenzy was the only card I could see.
Sorry, I didn't know you were coming through.
No worries. I'm just cleaning up some stuff at the end of the tournament. No worries there.
Party out there.
It is a party out there. I hear lots of commotion going on. Team Ham Sandwich.
Yeah.
Team Ham Sandwich, powerful magicians. Who's the most powerful piece of ham?
Most powerful member
Team ham sandwich.
Team-
All three. All
Who
three.
do
of
we
them.
who do we have for Team Hand Sandwich Hippo? Let me take a seat. So
Oh, there's only 3 of them.
It is Mr.
Mr. Drew Carlson,
Joseph Mitchell, and
old-
Scott Kennedy.
and old man Drew Carlson.
They need the playmat trio. Of,
Oh, like
instead
the-
of a
like the hot dog, like hot
like
dog
Team
is-
Hot Dog. They have a really funny one. So they have a hot. They actually, did you know they took a picture of a hot dog?
Yes.
They went to and they messed up the picture, so they had to go back and get another hot dog from Sonic to get it. So
that's
it
so
is
good.
a blown up. I taught Scott everything. We know Joe. He learned it all from you. And who taught Joe everything? Drew Carlson,
Maybe
our father and our
our
uncle.
father who art in tilt.
So if does that make Scott our cousin?
They're just offshoot of the tilt team.
Yeah, they're in our Discord.
Yeah.
Or Scott is.
Also, was Drew.
He left.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, let's
He's
get
still
in here,
there.
Scott. Get in here.
Get in here.
Go talk to our hippo. Dude, congrats. You happy?
I am.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. It feels.
Wait, how many?
Thanks, Dunham, for the follow. All right, Scott. Very nice.
Oh, hi.
Hello. Pretty convincing win on your part. You played that last game very, very tightly. Double Screaming Nemesis was a lot of headache for math purposes.
It was a lot to play through.
But you played that very masterfully, gave yourself the best opportunities to squeak out the win there. I am curious, I haven't had you in the booth yet. What brought you to play this particular version of like the aggressive red deck in standard?
So I was on, another Boros deck, but it was more burn fake focused.
So like Boros Charms, the Bolt Wave type cards?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. And that felt good,
Mhm.
but I was just, enlightened to the power of mice.
The mice package is really strong. It's really, really good.
It's really synergistic in all the best ways.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. So you felt really good about the Shelter by Ghost versions of this deck. I see. So that card was good. I think the real winner here was the what's that card? What's that card again? Shardmage's Rescue. That card was impressive. Like you get to blow him out not once but twice in game 1 with it. Like that was a huge game. Cameron and I were losing our minds. We're just like, there's one, there's a second one. Just blow him out again. It's pretty good. It's pretty brutal.
Yes.
I'm curious. Did you only board in? I think the Witchstalker Frenzies in that.
Yes.
We looked at. We're like, I'm not even sure that he actually boards anything because it's like you have a good matchup on paper in in your main deck. I'm curious. What did you take out here?
Let's see. So I took out. Oh my gosh. What did I take
Maybe
out?
like a single copy of like Boros Charm.
I took out the Boros Charm and Slick Shot number 3.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that was a super impressive list today. Obviously, had a super impressive run today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Which one of these tournaments you think you're going to hit up? Minneapolis or Hartford?
Whichever the flights are cheaper.
Reasonable, totally reasonable. Well, congrats on your win today. Super happy for you, and I will be happy to see you if you join us in Hartford.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you, everyone here at Game Night, for hosting us. Steven is great. Kyle, our production manager, joining me today was great. Join us again for future events that Steven and Kyle may be running, and we'll be happy to catch you again later. Thank you, everyone.